Do we need a good reputation to be happy? The Black Mirror episode Nosedive takes place in a futuristic world in which reputation is the main currency. The story revolves around a young woman named Lacey who desperately wants to raise her social credibility so she can apply for a residence in a fancy community. This credibility is based on how other people rate you on social media and in real life, and is measured on a scale of 1 to 5. Your rating decides what kind of lifestyle you can apply for. When you're a high 4, for example, you belong to the social elite and will get access to the best housing, the best transport, the most prestigious social circle, and higher mating opportunities. But when you're a 3 or lower, you're seen as outcast, and many societal doors are closed to you. Companies won't hire you, people don't want to hang out with you, and you're deemed to live in a low-class neighborhood. The story of Nosedive shows us how much we value our reputation and how far we're willing to go to establish and maintain it. It also shows how fragile our reputation actually is, and for the most part, out of our control, and that it takes tremendous work to achieve and maintain. But what if we don't care about our reputation? What if we become outcasts that are ignored, rejected, and even hated? Does that mean that we're doomed to misery? Not at all. This video explores the reasons why, based on the Black Mirror episode Nosedive and ancient philosophy. Warning, this video contains spoilers. Most people want to be liked, because when we're liked, the access we have to all kinds of worldly pleasures increases. When we belong to a social group with popular, great-looking people, we're more likely to find a mate of the same caliber. And having a likable mate increases our overall likability by association. The problem is, however, that the more we try to be liked, the less genuine we'll be. In this Black Mirror episode, we clearly see how everyone takes on a persona that's as fake as it can get. If you say or do something socially unacceptable, you run the risk of getting voted down. However, if you try too hard, people will notice and vote you down as well. This means that you need to make impressions that are exactly right in certain situations if you want to get good ratings. In a reputation-based world, people are enslaved by public opinion, a tyrant that's mostly driven by subjectivity, emotion, personal preference, and selfishness. Everyone keeps everyone in check, and when you do or say something that goes against the grain, chances are that people will unite against you. This happened to Lacey's co-worker. This young man recently got divorced. For an unknown reason, the co-workers decided to side with the ex-wife and collectively downvoted him until he couldn't enter the office building anymore. In contemporary terms, he got cancelled. Now, the story doesn't come up with a reason why everyone is sided with the ex-wife, but the context and the way the characters are portrayed in the scene suggests that the reason is probably flimsy and mainly based on opinion and personal preference, or the preference of someone with high social credibility who is then followed by a herd of sheep that desperately want to belong. We see this happen in our world all the time. One misstep, followed by a group of people designating you as a pariah, gets your reputation destroyed. You're cancelled, meaning what you called your life is destroyed. And there's nothing you can do about it. You've now joined the League of Outcasts. Those that don't belong, those that are met with contempt, those who the people at the top fear to become. Welcome to the sewers. So how do we go on from here? Well, before we go into that, let's further analyze the nature of reputation. Many people carry the assumption that we need to have a good reputation to be happy. We absolutely fear to fall out of favor, because then many doors close. In Lacey's world, a reputation rate below 4.5 excludes her from living in a fancy environment that, in turn, could lead to an increased rating. Thus, she chases a higher rating in order to get something that will increase her rating, which subsequently leads to better options, that in turn will lead to a higher rating. And so, our tragic hero Lacey is stuck on a hamster wheel, hoping to get what she never will as long as she keeps chasing it. Chasing something that's insatiable and very difficult to obtain is not a smart way to achieve happiness. The ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus observed this more than 2000 years ago. Epicurus stated that the right amount of pleasure leads to happiness. When our basic needs are met and we abstain from unnecessary desires, we achieve the state of ataraxia, which means inner tranquility. He distinguished natural desires and vain desires. Natural desires can be split up into necessary and unnecessary desires. Things like food, shelter, and rest are necessary. Luxurious food, expensive clothing, and a house in a fancy community are unnecessary, but not fundamentally bad. Vain desires, however, are always unnecessary and insatiable, as well as difficult to fulfill. Among the vain desires are power, wealth, immortality, and a great reputation, also known as fame. Stoic philosopher Epictetus goes one step further, saying that reputation is among the things that we should contempt, and that we must be willing to be hated and laughed at if that's the price to pay for a tranquil and free mind. I quote, "You must watch, you must labor, you must get the better of certain appetites, must quit your acquaintance, be despised by your servant, be laughed at by those you meet, come off worse than others in everything, in magistracies, in honors, in courts of judicature. When you have considered all these things round, approach, if you please, if by parting with them you have a mind to purchase equanimity, freedom, and tranquility." End quote. In Buddhism, a bad reputation is considered a part of life. It's among the eight worldly winds, namely praise and blame, success and failure, pleasure and pain, and fame and disrepute. According to the Buddha, everyone will experience these winds in their lives, as they are blowing around us uncontrollably. Most people seek fame and praise and avoid blame and disrepute. But these factors are so fragile that we're wasting our lives when we compulsively chase or run away from them. That's why it's better to transcend the worldly winds so we're not moved by them. This is part of the path to becoming enlightened, which entails the cessation of suffering. And here's the gist: the constant fakery, the endless people pleasing, the repression of our true nature, the ongoing fear of being disliked, and the pressure of always needing to please others. Now, that's suffering. And ironically, suffering is what all these popularity seekers are fundamentally trying to end by their pursuits. Lacey is confronted with the truth about her predicament after she experiences a temporary but significant drop in her rating due to a small incident at the airport. As she is on her way to a wedding of her very popular but fake friend Naomi, hoping that this will boost her rating beyond 4.5, her car breaks down. She tries to hitchhike, but people ignore her because of her low rating, and she's even randomly voted down by strangers. But then, a woman in a truck offers her a ride. To Lacey's horror, the woman's rating is a whopping 1.4. She is a true outcast, and their terrible social credibility places her among the ranks of the despised. But this woman doesn't seem unhappy at all. Moreover, she seems carefree and unattached, despite the fact that she is condemned to the lower realms of society. She has let go of her reputation, and therefore the suffering that comes with trying to be liked has disappeared. Now, back to the sewers. It's essential to realize that being hated, ignored, and rejected doesn't guarantee a life of misery. If anything, it forces us to rethink our relationship with our reputation and to find ways to be happy without the need for other people's validation, and ultimately discovering that we can be happy as outcasts. This doesn't mean that we should become evildoers, as this probably won't make us happy either. Most evildoers are externally motivated, thus seeking unnecessary or vain pleasures that keep them in the cycle of misery as well. The key figure of the Christian faith, Jesus of Nazareth, is an example of someone who was deeply hated. But he was certain about his values and beliefs, knowing that he was doing the right thing out of love for humanity, including his enemies. Therefore, despite his terrible reputation and even getting tortured, he kept radiating his love and compassion for his fellow humans. Another example is the Buddha. On his journey to enlightenment, he was despised by the ascetics when he decided that punishing the body doesn't end his suffering. This didn't stop him from achieving enlightenment, which happened when he meditated alone under the Bodhi tree. As Tyler Durden famously said in Fight Club, it's only after you've lost everything that you're free to do anything. In other words, being hated, ignored, and rejected as a consequence of a shattered reputation is an opportunity to free ourselves from the burden of validation seeking. At the end of the day, Lacey doesn't want to carry the heavy cross of maintaining a good reputation on her shoulders. She probably doesn't even want all these unnecessary pleasures, like living in a fancy community and having popular friends Like everyone, she simply wants her emptiness to be filled and her desires to be tempered so she can experience contentment. However, brainwashed by the societal narrative, she seeks relief in the wrong places. But when she ends up in prison, the lowest she could possibly go, she realizes that there's nothing left to lose. She's now free to express herself in ways she wants, with a total disregard of other people's opinions. This doesn't mean that we should aim for the worst. It means that when we lose our attachment to fame and praise, we will not be moved when these things are taken away from us, and we will not exhaust ourselves by chasing them. The less we need, the easier contentment is achieved. By reducing our desires to what's necessary and widely available, people's opinions lose power over us. When we don't need what they have, why should we be moved when they hate, ignore, and reject us? Thank you for watching.
When we're running around these towns, playing these games with these people we got no business interacting with, all over clout and pride and ego and bullshit, this is what happens, no? That's cosmic justice, right? You live by the gun, you die by the gun. Is it even repeating this shit and talking about it without bringing the real clarity and the real story of what we could be doing and being a part of, rather than what it always becomes? And then the untimely death, and then arguing over who did what, when, why, and how, when there's a bigger picture here? You get where I'm going with that?
Boy, yes, I agree with you.
We come up in an environment where all we know is chaos and confusion and destruction. Once we have success and peace, we don't know how to sit in that success and that peace and truly enjoy that, right? And be fulfilled. So we wind up gravitating back to, the destructive people, places, and things and environments. So this is an addiction, right? So when you got folks coming up in the community who are getting money and they got a cause, they're leaders. They got to show leadership. Part of the art of war leadership is self-mastery. Don't put yourself around people, places, and things and situations that could take you out of your position. Give your enemies a golden bridge to retreat across. I'm speaking common sense, and at our soul, we can all agree on it, whether you like me and want it to come from a cracker or not. Truth is still the truth, so if we're real motherfuckers here, it shouldn't matter who says it and what they look like, right?
White boy cold, trying to take a cold.
Yeah, I'm not teaching you anything. I'm trying to show you something to remember who you were before the world took hold of your soul and turned you into a representation of it rather than who and what you were meant to be. It all starts with a spiritual dynamic, a fall of man. This is not a color issue, a culture issue. So I think that all colors are involved in a culture. The root word is cult, where we are taught through various forms of media how to destroy ourselves and each other for the entertainment of the cosmic masters. I'm giving this to you, like you said, you went to church and the spirit called me to say something to you for some reason. And rather you be thankful and grateful and look at it and listen to it, you want to overwrite it. So you're free to do that, man. I'm going to plant the seed, though. I'm going to do what the energy calls me and speaks me to do, right? So you're not special, but this is special for you here today. Because you just said that I was called to be here. I didn't say that. But on some level, that's what I do, right? God works in mysterious ways. It's going to wrap the truth you don't want to accept in something you're least likely to take it from, to really test your faith and your honor and your will for the truth. You serve the truth or not?
The only thing I want to know is, why did you choose to do it today?
The real is the real, right? The soul is the soul. What's true and what's right is what's true and what's right. So I think we got to invoke that more in these sectors, slip it in some way, somehow, presuming we're going to do majority of the time drama, gossip, hip hop culture, whatever the case may be, right? We got to bring it home at some point.
Yeah, this ain't a season, it's a sermon. Yeah, still spine, eyes straight ahead, silver tongue, evolution with purpose. You feel that drum line in your chest, your heart chakra won't give a rest. That's the call to stand for something. Yeah, yeah, gorilla season. That's a bloodline reason. Truth stay breathing while the fake ones weaken. Y'all chase trends, I'm tending temples, building bonds that don't bend when it's stressful. Imagine being in the foxhole, praying like an apostle, and the only thing that'll stop you from giving up in front of the obstacle is a man fighting next to you, screaming, I got you. You scroll for a moral to rent. I'm in the trench with intent, truth paying the rent. They quote real till the deal gets signed, then peel off fast when the heat's on the line. Something that's been stuck in my mind is if I start diving money made versus drama looping time. You find this drama looping slaves work about $3 an hour, that's fine. But don't they know we can press rewind, begin to search and find all that line about getting on my level and how to climb. I don't flex clout, I flex conviction. This is permanent red ink, not a subscription. Feed addiction, your timeline faith evaporates quick. Mine built brick by brick, no algorithmic trick. We're talking conviction. Imagine you trying to build a house, but the BQ print is missing. You ain't got a pot to piss in, a window to keep the wind out. What is this? In search of consensus. White gorilla, I'ma need a witness.
It's gorilla season, no off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, it's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for a buzz of light. We be building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for a buzz of light. We building systems that survive the night.
I seen prophets turn profit, then vanish in the mist. Spiritual grifters with a sponsorship list. You was woke to the check clear clean, now your conscience on mute. You off the team, but the best part of this gorilla thing is the jungle been know to bring a certain acetylene, meddling with the vision scene. I'm talking camouflage, green and brown, hot with the metal grain, crouch real low, stop breathing, hold your chest. We hold truth like a family crest, checking lies like we bench press stress. Accountability's the new revolution, mutual correction, that's real evolution. You talk loyalty,
I live that code.
got brothers who would die before they drop that load. Every word that I write, I come back in flesh. Your authentic brand, just merch at best. But now you stress, cause you got a shopping cart, but it's not adding up. Use your mathematics, bruh, instead of the numerology got you stuck.
It's gorilla season, no off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, it's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for applause and light. We building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for applause and light. We building systems that survive the night.
Gorilla don't follow trends, we set vibration.
Look him in the eye.
Perennial flame through each generation. No filters, no slogans, no borrowed creed. Just roots and deeds and a soul that bleeds. I don't kneel to metrics, I kneel to meaning. Planted true seeds while the cloud fiends scheme and they scream real talk, but they talk rehearse. Selling virtue by the verse, man, the script got worse. I'm calling back the tribe, the line, the aware. The ones who build truth like a solar flare. It's there, cause every lie's just a tax on breath, and gorilla don't pay that debt. We
Gorilla season, that iron reason. When the ponies fade out and the real start breathing. No slogans, no stunts, no treason. This truth we live in perennial season.
Civilization is crumbling.
Hello. Testing. Are we here? We're here. Ace is going to get a lot of attention with that quote unquote motor vehicle. Riding around with the gorilla season private travel.
Oh yeah.
What's this now? Every time I come on here, there's something new. Now my chair is changing dimensions. You seeing that? Like, what's the deal? Let me stop that. Get too much regular light here. Oh man, it's always something. We'll roll with it. I get very easily distracted, as we know at times. But what do you got, Ace? You got anything before we get into it? The main impetus for this broadcast today is the hijacking of Maduro. I guess you could say the kidnapping, Trump napping.
Hey, that kind of looks like Saddam Hussein.
Right. Isn't it always the same thing? I mean, we have this today. This is our thumbnail, because again, I'm foolish enough to go on Slavebook. And when I log into Slavebook, I just get hit with all of the slave chatter, right? And they're on there saying, well, Maduro's a terrorist. We got to take him. We got to overthrow, for safety and democracy. And if you're not into that, then you're probably just a weak, whiny, dumb Democrat. So, of course, I had to post a couple memes, I guess they call them, right? Some of these pictures with the ideas boiled down into them so that maybe, just maybe, folks can start to get a clue on what's actually going on here, right? So it's almost like it's incumbent upon me to do a broadcast. I'm like, okay, I haven't been here in a week and a half or so, maybe longer. There's some news. Is it really new though? It's the same old script, same old gambits, right? Same old duping delights. But yeah, I didn't really see too many, if anybody, correcting the narrative. I saw a lot of left-right politics and arguing over nonsense. So, I take the opportunity to come on here and on the Slavebook and set folks straight. This is 1013 WSLV, the only place for all things slavery and genocide related. And we like that in the modern day world. We're really into that. It's for safety. And of course, all things sovereign citizen related, right? So you're probably not going to get this perspective anywhere else, at least when it comes to the mainstream. So today's thumbnail is great. We're going to get to that at some point. Obviously, it's pretty self-explanatory. In 2000, there were 9 countries without a Rothschild-owned central bank: Iran, Iraq, Libya, Sudan, Venezuela, Afghanistan, Syria, Cuba, North Korea. So we're knocking them off, right? As we go along here, we're checking them off the list. We got bases on Cuba at this point. They should have crossed that out because we've essentially taken over. Not we, they. I'm not part of the United States Corporation. As we know, self-defined. It is a fascistic corporate takeover. It's not just Donnie, of course. It's all sides. So for the folks who might be filing in, I did bait you again. I've been known to do that. I gotta, put the headline up to get you guys in here to really give you the good game. So let's go. Okay, let's go. Well, first off, let's comment on the fact that it's the whole new calendar year thing. I think we have to do that. People are really excited about new calendar years. I, of course, once again this year didn't get invited anywhere to dinner. Because the last time I did, well, let me just show you guys. This is an actual video of what happened the last time they invited me anywhere, pretty much.
Creating a world government mark of the beast. 2.2 billion people just got told they can't use certain words. They're announcing giant cult-like brainwashing. They're teaching 5-year-olds how to suck cock in public school.
Right. And that never goes well, as we know. Right. So I've been we're crossing out all those lists of countries that are being taken over to do fascism, imperialism, world government, and install central banking systems that will later be moved over to digitized currency, centralized banking systems. I'm crossed off all the lists when it comes to invites to holiday dinners, New Year's dinners. It's all the same thing, right? So, and like the intro was pointing out, I've gotten over it for the most part, right? My social credit is very low. I'm constantly saying and doing things that's just inappropriate. It's really not acceptable. Most people don't want to hear it and see it. So whatever, you're dealt a hand, you got your lot in life, and you got to play it out to the best of your ability. So, since I never get invited to any of these holiday dinners, even though I've gotten over it somewhat, I've decided to turn over a new leaf and obviously join the MAGA situation, the MAGA movement, just because I feel like, well, if there's no other hope, if we can't beat them, we got to join them. I did start a movement called MASA, MASA, make America slaved out again, make America slaved again, MASA, and it's doing pretty well. Not as well as I would have thought. I would have thought it would have been a furious upheaval and acceptance of this movement. More people would be promoting it, but I have a feeling we're going to get there. So I went door to door. We have actual video of this. I went door to door canvassing and spreading the word about my new movement, MASA. And here's how at least one of them went.
How you doing? Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm Fernando. I work for Peak Energy. We're a few doors down. We're in 1845. Okay. So we do solar around here. We're just coming around talking to neighbors. Sorry, dude. Neighbors. I apologize, man. No, man, that wasn't even.
Yeah, it's. And that's the thing, right? When you're part of the Republicard Party, and you start these movements, MAGA, MASA, whatever the case may be. Sometimes you slip up. Sometimes you slip up and you make some mistakes, but we move forward, right? I was also canvassing for solar, right? I'm trying to. Man's got to eat. Man's got to make a living. So, as you know, I worked for a solar company at one point for a limited time. Most of the jobs I've done for a limited time, right? I'm lucky if I can do like a year or two, and then I say, you know what? I think I'm done with this. Let's move on. Let's do something else. I get very bored easily, So yeah, that guy obviously didn't buy any solar, and he didn't join the MASA movement, probably because I accidentally called him the N-word. And it's this stuff happens. I'm sure people are going to understand. It's part of the conservative lore. So. Questions, comments, concerns. I got a link down there. It's pinned. We got a number if you want to call in, but don't bother me, all right? Seriously. You're going to call in and you're going to, do what the guy did last broadcast, 45 minutes to an hour, cutting me off, talking over me, harassing me, saying a bunch of fucking nonsense and not letting me correct him. I can't do it. Not today. All right, let's get into it. We got the slave news, of course, and 1013 WSLV, the only station where we cover current events and mainstream media and give you a little bit of a different perspective. Sometimes we just go over it, we laugh, and then we cry, and then we log off. All right, what do we got here? We'll go to a couple things, then we'll get to the Maduro situation. I'm burying the lead. Slaves finally are starting to wake up. Okay, but again, this is the problem when you wake up slaves is they have no idea what's going on or why it's happening or what they're talking about. So they start like choosing solutions for their slavery that are the wrong solutions. And yes, I know I'm very arrogant here. I believe that I have an understanding and I know the solution. And if you don't take that, then I'm probably going to call you names. That's what we do here. So if you've been on the anti-social media, as I call it, lately, you'll be knowing that folks are talking about tax striking all of a sudden. All of a sudden, and again, this is just proof that I and others here are part of a cosmic movement, and the more that we put out certain narratives and understandings, the more that it, whether they like it or not, starts to get injected into the mainstream media and the mainstream ideology. We also have JD Vance, by the way, for all the folks commenting on my videos on the True Patriot Hub. I got a list of them this week because somebody did 400,000 views talking about a video where people get arrested, and in the video they say that I told them to do it. Right? They saw some of my videos and they decided to drive without license, registration, insurance, and plates. They predictably got arrested. Everybody seemingly forgot about the fact that I've told everyone from the beginning, and I've shown people through my own videos that you are, of course, likely to get arrested and have to go to court to put yourself on record to secure rights, freedom, principles, and live in spiritual faith. This isn't a game. Okay. This isn't a sure thing. This is a gamble, as it has been all throughout history. Right? Let's get a clue. Let's realize what history is all about, the main theme, and what potentially can happen if we move into rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. You're likely to get some pushback. You're likely to have to do a few days at least in a box. You're likely to have to go to court, put yourself on record. And yeah, I know, be a man, right? It's scary for all of us. It's somewhat shocking to the nervous system, but it's essentially, as far as I can tell, our only way out, right? The way out is the way in. You got to get knee deep into this. You got to practice, at least sometimes, some places, civil disobedience, and correcting these folks on the idea that there is a dual jurisdiction here. There's a privileged class and a protected class. All public servants have a right to uphold the law and our rights, and we have a right to do whatever we want to do as long as we don't cause loss, injury, and harm to others, and we pay all our debts. That would be called, you guessed it, the pursuit of happiness. Remember that old phrase for all you constitution-tards? Constitards. Yeah. All you constitards. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. You constitards, by the way, I have the Supreme Court ruling I've said for many years now, as well as Mr. Lentz, that we are not a party to the Constitution. The Constitution is a contract/compact. Okay. That means it's a written contractual agreement. We are not on there. We're not named in there. We didn't sign it, so we're not a party to it. However, the servants are a party to it. They swear to it, so we can use it to bind them. That's the only import or importance that it has. Okay, so we need to get the magatards to understand that principle. I got it right here, and please cross-check, double-check, make sure that I'm not taking stuff out of context and it isn't the whole story, because a lot of times with Supreme Court hearing quotes on rulings, we miss out on the rest of the statement, right? So, yeah, do your due diligence. Don't take anything I or anyone else says here as absolute truth. I may have not done my homework completely here. And again, it's like with a lot of these Supreme Court decisions, when they go on and on, I really don't care, because the one statement they made is what I'm looking for, because it continues to reignite this fire of understanding that there are certain concepts that exist here that aren't just coming from the mind of Paulie Boy and the other crazy sovereign citizens, right? So that's another reason why a lot of these quotes are limited, because it really doesn't matter what you say before or after the comment. The comment speaks for itself. So I'll give you the example: Paddleford, Fay, and Company versus the mayor, City of Savannah. Quote, no private person has a right to complain by suit in court on the ground of a breach of the United States Constitution, for though the Constitution is a compact, he is not a party to it, okay? So that's just one example of a ruling. Some guy in a dress somewhere came to the same conclusion I have, and a few others in these venues. And of course, nobody ever thinks about that or looks at that or realizes that you're quoting a constitutional contract compact that you're not a party to. You didn't sign it. You're not named in there. So it really doesn't apply to you, nor do you really want it to, because the later aspects of the Constitution are amendments that create a secondary jurisdiction that give way to a public safety clause that allows a corporation, self-defined United States corporation, to govern men and women as congressional citizens. Okay. Citizen, of course, meaning one who owes allegiance to. So you're basically calling yourself one who owes allegiance to Congress. Congress, of course, etymologically, one of the etymological meanings is a troop of monkeys. How appropriate. So, again, that's as far as I understand, if I remember correctly. Maybe we look it up here live on the air. But from my memory, correct me if I'm wrong, a troop of monkeys is known as a Congress. So we have one here. You know, I show it many times. I may show it again today because I took a pledge at one point to every broadcast, at least, whether I have to devote 30 seconds or not, go over this one fact that the United States under U.S. Code is defined, at least some places, as a federal corporation. Let's do it. We'll hit it real quick, okay? Forgive me for those of you who've seen this over and over again, right? Practice makes perfect. You know, this is how we drill it into not only our own mind, but everyone else's about what's really going on here. And then that's what on a quantum epigenetic level produces a wake-up call. You know, it's the hundredth slave monkey effect, which has been studied by science. 100 monkeys learn an idea. The 101st monkey that's born is born knowing the idea already. So whether you know it or not, by repeating and practicing these understandings, you cement it into your beingness. And by doing that, it's transferred on an epigenetic level to other beings as they're literally being born. Right. So I do believe that there is some truth to that. So we got United States means a federal corporation. We got United States business. Here we go. A United States citizen, right? So when you call yourself a United States citizen, you're admitting, or you're subscribing to the idea, at least some places sometimes, that you owe allegiance to a self-defined corporation, and that you are in fact a business instrumentality of said corporation. It's right there in black and white, 15 USC section 4724. United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws. Now think code. Every time they say laws, think codes. They're not the same. One of the maxims of law is consent makes law. This is also in the Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence. Statute, policy, and codes given the force of law to the consent of the governed, as we've gone over here many times. So through your consent, through your applications, through your submissions, you submitting, right? There's the word, submitting paperwork, filling it out incorrectly based on what they've taught you. You've declared yourself an agent or an employee of the corporation. So this is the one that I was talking about. We're going to go to a third one here. I got into a back and forth last night with somebody. I won't name them specifically. I don't want to call them out too much. Let's go ahead. Let's blow this up. No, not like that. You got to be careful nowadays. Good thing we're not on a plane, right? Let's magnify this. Okay, so we have, let's go back to the top. Where are we at? Right. Section 289-307. Okay. Let's scroll down. Talks about the District of Columbia. There it is. The United States is located in the District of Columbia. Well, looky there. Not special. Okay, so we go to the United States Code. We not only find that a United States citizen is a business instrumentality, United States is a corporation, but that the location of the debtor, okay, or the employer, if you will, for all of you citizen employees, self-described, is the District of Columbia. That is where the principal is located. That is where the United States is located. It is not all over the continent, right? It is not from sea to shining sea. It is located and remains within that foreign District of Columbia. It's like literally dealing with, I don't want to say retarded children, because that's not, I'm trying to be nice, kind, and polite here more nowadays. You know, I need to have more mass appeal, is what they tell me. But it's literally like the white woman who used to try to teach the gorilla about self-awareness. Jane Goodall, I think her name was, Coco the monkey. The average citizen slave is equivalent to, as a matter of fact, I contend Coco the monkey is more intelligent, because if you tell it 5 or 10 times, it starts to get the point. So anyone out there want to call in and explain to me here today, presuming you're new, presuming you believe in the left-right paradigm, the paradigmatic, duped out delusion, please call in and explain to me what you make of the fact that your United States is located on a territory known as the District of Columbia, and why that doesn't make anything kind of alarm bells, right, go off in your head. Like, what? This is America? District of Columbia? Columbia is a foreign country? Why do we have a District of Columbia on America that we call United States? And why would United States be located on that territory? Well, again, please call in and let me know what you think. But I'm going to go ahead and give you the answer. All right, we're going to cheat a little bit here. It's because fascism is the merger of state and corporate powers, and essentially what you have is a centralized banking takeover that has used other nations to incorporate and to seed what we call America, the United States, with a foreign corporation to work through to do its takeover long ago, right? And we're working on a couple hundred years now, at least, of a foreign territorial corporate takeover that the majority of folks are blissfully unaware about. They don't care about United States Code and Supremacy Clause. They don't care about the definitions and the words and terms, because Trump's my daddy and I'm going to get cheaper gas and we're going to go around the world and take over all these nations that don't have a centralized banking system, right? So the same way they came here, like they come everywhere, and they incorporate and they use a foreign territory, right? They create a little box and they say, this is the territory of this place, so you don't have jurisdiction, but we're going to use that to funnel people, places, and things, resources, and then use that as a principled branch to expand our dealings, right? So it's the same modality over and over again, right? It's the same trick, happens to work the same way they did it here. They're now doing it everywhere else. And the people who are working here for that corporation, whether they know it or not, are on board with the grand, you could argue, thousands-year-old plan, if not hundreds-year-old plan, of taking over the world using centralized banking systems with promissory notes and negotiable instruments that you would call legal tender. It's not money, it's legal tender. And it's essentially just, if you pull one out, do we have one here? I'm sure we have one here. I have to dig for it. It's back there. My wallet is back there. The point is, if we pull out a piece of legal tender, we'll start to find out, if we really go over it, that this is nothing more than colored paper with someone's signature on it, right? That's what makes it a promissory note / negotiable instrument defined under the UCC, as well as United States Code, okay? So it's not lawful money, it's legal tender. It's nothing more than signed pieces of paper where credit is being extended, and guess who the credit is being extended to and for and of, right? I guess is a better way to put it. Well, it's you and I and everybody else, not me, because I don't self-describe as a United States citizen. But for the rest of you who do, that's the backing of the value that is the surety for those promissory notes / negotiable instruments / legal tender is your ass. Okay, so this is where, when you go to United States debt clock as a corporation, it'll tell you that the debt is increasing day by day. We went from 10 trillion to 20 trillion. Now I believe it's 30 trillion. You are the surety for that debt. This is why they say the average American owes from anywhere from 60 to 100,000, I believe, in this unspoken social contract. Okay. And of course, another way that that's done is your representatives, who are presidents, vice presidents, treasurers, secretaries, all corporate positions, right? If you just wake up and realize, oh my God, these are president, let's go over that again. President, vice president, treasurer, secretary, all corporate title positions, because the United States is a corporation, see? So they're going to be your representatives. They're going to get you to sign up as an employee of the corporation. They're going to use your ass as collateral to take out a line of credit to go deeper in debt, like mafiosi do. If you ever watch Goodfellas, right? They run the debt up so much and through the credit so much that it's unpayable at some point. And then what do? For all you Italians and Irish folks on the East Coast who grew up on a diet of Goodfellas, what did they do? Henry Hill and Jimmy Burke and who's the other one? Tommy Eastman. What did they do after they took over the restaurants and the corporations and bought a whole bunch of crap on credit and filled their pockets? Yeah, they threw a little Jewish lightning at the place. That's code for they burned it down to move on to the next mafiosi-based corporate endeavor, right? So it's all right there. It's all obvious what's going on. We got ourselves into this. We can get ourselves out of this. And this is a perfect time. I should have had it up here. I'm negligent at this point. Let's go to JD Vance. I'm going to type it in. JD Vance, sovereign citizen, because we went from, if you believe in rights, freedom, principle, spiritual faith, and you're going around telling people the United States is a corporation and that a United States citizen is a business, then you're just a crazy, dumb, sovereign citizen, which means you're a terrorist and or you have no credibility. Well, we've turned that corner now because we are part of a grassroots movement. There are hundreds of thousands of us, if not millions of us worldwide. We're not going away. We now know what's going on, right? We started to realize what's going on and we know where it's going to go. And really, this is all spiritually ordained, you could argue. This is almost like biblical prophecy because as we're approaching 2030, 2029, we're approaching 100-year anniversary of a Great Depression event, a financial wealth transfer event, and a World War event. And as you can see, spiritually, right, and physically, we're repeating the same history, right? As the cliche goes, history repeats for those who don't learn its lessons. Well, this time might be different because this time a good majority of us may actually know what's going on and potentially how to bring solutions for it, if not on a macro level, on a micro level. And that's really all we can do. So let's go to JD Vance because he now says, and I'm paraphrasing, we're going to listen to it, that the most important thing we all need to do is become sovereign citizens. And you can't be a sovereign citizen if governments and corporations can take your property. It's weird because I and others have been saying that for over a decade. And again, it was crazy and marginalized. Now it's mainstream talking points. So I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, because typically what these people tend to do is co-opt movements, get you to believe that they're for you and for the solution, and then use you to try to create more problem reaction solution, right? So you got to watch these people. They're kind of slippery. But all right, let's get to it. JD Vance made the most unexpected move of his career, and I love it because, again, I want all you folks on my main channel, True Patriot Hub, who came there this week to tell me I'm a crazy, dumb sovereign citizen and don't know the law. I want you to SMDIP for those of you who've been here for a while. And of course, that means suck my dick in public. I probably shouldn't say that. You know, this is a family show. I shouldn't be crude and lewd, lascivious. All right, let's just get to it. Okay, I'm not going to be too nasty because, again, I'm ahead of the curve here. I have an understanding. These people don't. God bless them. Bless their hearts, right? I can't be too hard on them.
They can sell you advertisements. One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we need data rights, and we don't have data rights.
All right, so the guy goes on to comment, but it's pretty quick, straight to the point, pretty obvious at this point if you've been following along with me and others on what this all is. So yeah, they no longer can deny it. They no longer can marginalize. They no longer can try to dissuade us from what we're doing by calling us stupid and terroristic. Now they got to get on board. See? So for all the people who say, Paulie boy, you're wasting your time. This is biblical prophecy. You can't do nothing about it. You have no power. You can't make a change. I believe you're deceived. And I guess we're all going to find out and are finding out, right? And this is also coming on the back of multiple states and counties now replacing their prosecutors. By the way, Josh just messaged me recently. Judge Slavin has resigned because he is part of an ethics investigation. And we have Judge Slavin, okay, and I may play this clip for you next time because I don't have it prepared this time. We have Judge Slavin admitting he has to resign because he's being investigated, probably by the feds, because a lot of us have activated the federal government / corporation to do investigations with supremacy clause on all the state and local actors who want to overthrow the Constitution for hundreds of years, right? That they're bound to, right? And forget the Constitution, want to overthrow natural law, right? And what used to be common practice, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and want to do whatever they want to do and use thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of policy statutes and codes to interfere with our rights and freedom of movement and extract revenue from us and do RICO and abuse their official position and do deprivation of rights under color of law. I can go on and on and on. It's all right there in the USC. So probably because I have done it and I've encouraged many others to do it, to get on record with the federal aspects of the corporation to investigate these state and local magistrates and all these public servants on how they're, well, another example is forcing contracts, securities on the side of the road, right? Transferring people's property without paying transfer taxes. Oh, yeah. Man and woman on this land doesn't have to pay tribute, right? Go first page of the IRS tax code says IRS taxation is based on voluntary compliance. You have to sign up. You have to call yourself a withholding agent. You have to report your income earnings as they define it, right? Oh boy, for all you folks who yell taxation is theft, right? By the way, we got to swing back. I always do this. I take us down 10 different roads and I got to circle back. So for all of you tax protesters, because we have the article right here. For all of you tax protesters who keep saying stuff like taxation's theft, it's not. The people who are telling you that don't know the law. I'll give you an example. Mark Passio. I want to love the guy. He's entertaining, but he's another dunce who thinks he knows it all and says things like the common law doesn't matter, going to court doesn't matter, knowing your rights and freedom doesn't matter, right? Let's talk about the sacred feminine and masculine. I'm not downing that. Sacred feminine, masculine, psychology, sociology, spirituality, all great stuff. But we do need to understand the law and know the law so we can avoid going on slave book and saying stupid shit like taxation is theft. It's not. You self-described or subscribed as a withholding agent. Go look at the paperwork at the bottom of it. It says, I, whoever signed, am a withholding agent or in a cooperation with withholding agents, that being usually the corporation you work for, okay? So, and then people say, well, Paulie boy, how do we get out of it? Number one, your job shouldn't be giving you legal advice. They shouldn't be forcing legal paperwork on you. They shouldn't be requiring your signature and social security number in order to make a living. Okay, so go to the U.S. Code, look up Social Security participation, go to your Social Security card, the original card, not the one that they've made recently. There's an original you can get. And on the back of it, it says, put this away in a safe place and don't use it for identification. And what do all the U.S. corporate dunce slaves do? Take it down to the DMV and present it, put their number on the fucking application, right? And all the rest of it. The U.S. Code was originally there to stop all this fraud and stop subversion and tyranny and treason and takeover. Nobody knows it. The majority of people don't know it. They won't follow it. They won't do what's right. And that's why they're enslaved, okay? So no one should be forcing you. That's discrimination. That's attempting to act as your legal counsel or give you legal advice or try to project onto you some legal obligation, right, at the whim of your livelihood. That is the CIA's definition of terrorism. When one or more people get together to push their political beliefs and views on the individual, it's defined as terrorism, okay? So you folks need to become a little bit more litigious. You need to give these people notice. You need to put them on record, and you need to sue them if possible and if necessary. I don't care where you go or who you work for. They can be contracted all they want for licenses and registrations and all the rest of this. If they're going to hire you and then they're going to not hire you because you won't give out your social security number and sign legal documents, that is unlawful. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, right? It's at the very least discrimination. So again, if I'm an American national, I have no duty or allegiance to United States corporation on a foreign territory principled in DC. I have no duties and obligations financially or otherwise to pay tribute to anybody or allow them to be a co-representative agent. I have no obligation to subscribe to or ascribe to this self-defined idea of myself being a withholding agent. I don't have to do any of this. And if you tell me I have to do this in order to make a living, you're fucking discriminating against me. And it's improper. Or better yet, unlawful, right? So let's go to this. Because again, it's good to see slaves finally waking up and realizing maybe they have a choice, but it's concerning because they're yelling taxation is theft and they're signed up as withholding agents and they've agreed to all of these status and standing qualifications, right, and obligations. And if you just stop paying without working the process properly, they're going to consider you to be a belligerent combative. They're going to consider you to be bad faith and dishonorable. So I'm telling you now, don't come to my channel and say, Paulie boy, you're one of these people that says people don't have to pay certain tax and you got everyone arrested. No, I didn't. I'm making it clear we have to go on record with a certain status and standing, or they're going to take your ass to a box. At the very least, they're going to take you to court. So the paperwork is the court. It's very important that you have your paperwork and your record properly corrected. Okay. You know, again, maybe like lawfully you can stand up one day and say taxation stuff, I'm no longer going to pay. And it should be accepted because you have a right to change your mind and pursue your happiness and all the rest of this. But that's most likely not how it's going to go. You have legally binding documents that they're going to use as evidence to presume and assume and convict you. So if you're going to do this, you better enter into a dialogue with some man or woman acting as an agent for subsidiary corporation known as IRS and get them on record and in default. That's how we do it here with other people. Remains to be seen where it goes. Obviously, you know, Jennifer and I have worked together on these things. I'm still in contact with her. She has not heard anything back from these agents after asking certain questions and presuming certain things. You know why? Because they can't presume and assume beyond a certain point. An affidavit unrebutted stands true. Another maxim in law, all you need to do is put your affidavit or your claim on file, serve them notice, ask them questions. Your best tool when dealing with these people is the question and answer process. The more you ask them questions, the more they're going to have to answer. Because another maxim in law, when one asks questions, it is presumed he is attempting to understand. And since another maxim is law is made through consent and contract, they have to answer you so they can get you in consent and contract so you can understand your rights and proper process and procedure. That's not legal advice either. Don't let them tell you we can't give you legal advice. That's not what that is. So when they send you a letter and say, greetings, taxpayer, stop right there. Please define for me taxpayer, okay? And you just go right down the line on the document. It says here person, says here resident, says here taxpayer. It doesn't say anything. It reads these things, right? The document doesn't speak. I'm reading it here, and there are some items here, some words here that I need you, man or woman at the IRS Corporation, to define for me so I know how to proceed. Okay? That's your best ally, just like a court, you know. Well, how do you plead? You know, guilty, not guilty. Well, isn't it true that I have a right to face my accuser? Can we bring the accuser forth? Is the accuser the state of Arizona? Can we bring forth Mr. and Mrs. State of Arizona as the accuser? Well, no, the prosecutor there, isn't that John Jones acting as a prosecutor? Isn't it true that a man needs firsthand knowledge to testify at court? How could the prosecutor move this court if he wasn't there? He didn't sign any paperwork. He has no interest in this matter, status or standing. He has no firsthand knowledge. How could he be the moving party of this court? See, all you got to do is ask a bunch of questions that force them to answer or go mute, which puts them in default because the answers to these questions reveal the fraud on every level. So let's go to the article. On January 3rd, a tax strike rally is scheduled to take place in several parts of the U.S. In several parts of the U.S. Participants are planning on advocating for withholding taxes. The gatherings organizers are yet unknown, but based on social media posts on X and Facebook, they appear to be in line with right-wing views. With Democrats being criticized and politicians connected to MAGA taking part, a call for action and slogans such as "We want our money back" are found on several posters that are circulating online. Another poster circulating on socials urges a tax strike rally at all state capitals and states it is inspired by Nick Shirley's expose of government fraud and corruption. Don't know who that is. I'm guessing that person's a moron. They don't want to do their due diligence. They don't want to look up the words and terms. They don't want to understand legal/lawful process and procedure and how this all takes place. So I'm going to give you guys once again the warning. I don't believe this is how you should proceed. I believe that this is all coming about, again, another spiritual dynamic right now, because yes, many people are waking up. They're realizing our rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith are lacking. They realize we need to do something to change the course of history here. The answer is not skipping out on obligations that you've created for yourself. Okay? Again, correct your status and standing on record. Correct the record as far as what your contractual obligations are, as far as what you believe they are. Be honorable, send them notice, engage in an equitable process, and enter into a dialogue with men and women who are acting as servants of these corporations so you can get them on record to define who and what they are and what they're doing and potentially get them in default. Then, if they take your ass to court, you can present all of the work that you've done in attempting to try to understand and contract properly and all of the conditional acceptance you put forth. This way, it makes it that much harder for them to convict you. If you are signed up as a withholding agent and as a United States citizen, claiming you owe duty and allegiance to United States Corporation and that you are a business instrumentality of said corporation, all by definition, as we just showed from U.S. Code, and you skip out on your obligation to file that paperwork under a commercial capacity, I have a good feeling they're going to come get your ass and they're going to prosecute thousands of you and they're going to put you in a box and they're going to use you as an example of what they do to sovereign citizen crazy terrorists, potentially. Again, it could go either way. I'm going to err on the side of caution because we can do this and do it the right way and have results in effect and not put ourselves in more danger than necessary. Okay. So if you're going to do this, you better hope you got at least 1,000 other motherfuckers that you can call up who are going to go to court and sit in a box with you so you feel a little bit better about what happens, if it ever happens, because you know that's a possibility, right? So if we're going to gamble on going to a box based on not paying taxes, I would think it's best that we do it. If you're going to group up, it's best that we do it the proper way, right? Giving honorable, good faith notice, correcting the record, status and standing, entering into a dialogue, getting these people into default or to admit what your obligations are and are not, which is all possible. It's all been done to some extent already. And then keeping those records in case you have to present them at a supposed court of law so you can be exonerated, right? Another maxim of law, the idea of a guilty mind. Okay. So if you don't believe that you're guilty in what you're doing, you believe you're doing what's true and what's right, you're not doing wrong, it's that much harder to convict you, right? So you got to stack the deck using their system and their understanding so much in your favor that if they are to prosecute you, they have a very hard time, if not an impossible time, of getting it done. They're forced to dismiss you, right? One world order agenda in play. Optics. Create the record now for our current situation. Absolutely. He ruined it, and Babylon is on fire. So apparently folks responding to my banner up there. Guess what? Venezuela has a lot of oil. Hell of an incentive to invade foreign lands. Okay, so we got a bunch of people. We kicked the door open. We're now at least somewhat knee deep into the algorithm. Go ahead and call in if you got questions, comments, concerns on that. Let me finish this tax article. for the tax strike. The scheduled strikes are in parallel with the escalating tensions, growing polarization of American politics. This is all by design, by the way. These folks who are doing New World Order want to get the left wing and the right wing fighting each other and at odds with each other so they can manufacture another civil war. We're already in Cold War, by the way. If you go on Slave Book, you can see that our fellow countrymen and women are all attacking each other, hating on each other, blaming each other for why it's all going this way. It's all by design. So it's working perfectly, right? If we want to take down the American Republic and really like light it on fire and piss on the ashes and then create another democratic, centralized New World Order hub on what used to be a republic known as America, we got to get the left wing and right wing at each other's throats. We got to do maybe some economic collapses. We got to do maybe some genetic modifications and some COVID, Slavid-19 diseases, right? And all the rest of it. So, you know, at one point you were a crazy conspiracy theorist if you said this stuff was going to happen or is happening. Now it's so fucking obvious you can't even deny it or ignore it. You know, even the most dyed-in-the-wool sheeptard is starting to have to consider that maybe these conspiracy theorists were onto something here. And again, I just believe that it's always potentially possible to turn this around, at least on a micro level, if not on a macro level. And by virtue of us turning it around on a micro level, we turn it around on a macro level because we do have a voice, we do have a say, we do have power, and people will take notice when you start to do what's true and what's right and put yourself on record properly. I and many others here are proof of it. Local, state, federal courts, we have the whole record. Scheduled strikes are in parallel with the escalating tensions and growing polarization of American politics as evidenced by the transition from anti-Trump to anti-Democrat demonstrations. Yeah, no kidding. Refusals to pay taxes might have a big effect on important state services and put pressure on lawmakers to engage in negotiations. There'll be a demonstration at Oregon State Capitol where demonstrators will call for responsibility, openness, and prudent use of public dollars. Among the notable speakers are Malala Scott, some others it mentions. Meanwhile, Kaiser, in an exclusive to Newsweek, said, "Since being elected in 2020, I have been a strong advocate for fiscal responsibility from our elected officials." He added, "If I can reach even one person who not only runs for office but wins, then I consider that a success. Real change does not come from social media alone. Social media is a tool to help spread the message. It cannot replace action." Well, that's absolutely true. And again, this goes back to the idea of the Federalist Papers. Many of the founding fathers, you don't know of them. They're not traditionally known. Why? Because they never signed the compact known as the Constitution. They never wanted to create a federalized corporate structure. They never wanted to have this monolithic entity known as United States. I don't care where it's incorporated or located, because they believed that it was going to go the way that it has, right? And always goes this way. Okay, so, you know, seemingly the scary or uncomfortable truth for a lot of the sheeptards is you can't consolidate or centralize the idea of government with any group of people or any individual, right? What made America great was of and by and for the people. So if local and statewide communities, right, and societies want to get together to co-create, right, and engage in certain endeavors, they're free to do so. What we can't do is create these monolithic, centralized organizations and corporations and have a top-down dictation of who and what we are and what we're going to do and be. Okay, but again, we've allowed that to happen. So, yes, this is the thumbnail for today. For all of you who are here, left, right, center, it's obvious what's going on. In 2000, there were 9 countries without a Rothschild-owned central bank: Libya, Sudan, Venezuela, Afghanistan, North Korea, Syria, Cuba, Iraq, Iran. So we've crossed off, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have 3 or 4 more to go, right? Is it always a coincidence? And let me pull this up. I didn't have it ready. We can pull it up now. See how good our keyword skills are. Rothschild congratulates Big Daddy. Of course, that's Trump, right? See if we got it here somewhere. may not pull it up because it's through Twitter. Yeah, it's looking like it's not pulling it up. I believe it's Twitter or X, whatever the fuck they call it now. Yeah, I know that I saw it earlier. If I have to, we could show it next broadcast, whenever that is. You know what? I might have it here. I got a couple people I got to thank as well. Amazing people from Unslavia who contribute and support that I'm blessed to know or to interact with. Let's see. I think I have it here. Oh, right. There we go. See? I have a pretty decent memory for this stuff. Nathan Rothschild, who we all know is part of a family of great people. These are amazing people, great people. We love these people. Yeah, there it is. Read that? Can folks read that? Okay, so if you can't read it, I'm gonna read it for you. Nathan Rothschild, verified on X, writes to Donnie. This is amazing how they're now all publicly like communicating on these anti-social media platforms. Well done, Donald Trump. Hashtag Venezuela Libre, right? They love to put it right in your face and mock you. Okay, so it's right there. If you have the eyes to see, ears to hear, the heart to get the sense of it, what's going on. Okay, the reason Nathan Rothschild is congratulating Donnie for his work of liberating Venezuela is because they liberated them of a regime that's going to stop a centralized bank from taking hold, and they're going to install, like they always do, their regime, their dictatorship that's going to be amenable to United States corporate interests, right? And of course, United States corporate interests are beholden to the centralized bankers, who also are in collaboration with the state of Israel, and on and on and on, right? We know by now. All you got to do is follow the money, as they say, right? You want to know who's in power? You want to know how the power structure works and who's involved? Just follow the money. Okay, so funneling it to Zelensky and Ukraine and state of Israel and all these characters, and they're all front-run, backed corporate endeavors by the centralized bankers, and this is all on court record going back hundreds of years ago when the Rothschilds testified at court and literally stood up and said, I control not only Paris, but I control Hong Kong, many other places in between, because he who prints the money makes the laws, right? This is the danger of the corporatized system that we call government, with lobbyists and democracy and for-profit endeavors, right? True government was never supposed to be a for-profit endeavor. At best, or at worst, you were supposed to volunteer because you cared about your country and you wanted to help administrate affairs, and make sure that the functions of proper government were carried out smoothly. We don't have that anymore. We have for-profit endeavors where lobbyists and corporations work together with the main corporation to produce profit, all at the whim of the rights, freedom, principles, and faith of the people they're supposed to be representing. So, yeah, shout out to Donnie from the Rothschild. He's doing a great job liberating Venezuela, just like they did in Iraq. Oh, let's go to Clausen, too. Let's go to Clausen, because this is, of course, one of our favorite clips. And in this clip, over 15 years. We got a call. Remind me. Oh. 267. Are you there?
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, bud? Can I get a name?
Daniel.
Daniel. All right. Questions, comments, concerns. You are now caller 103 on 103.1 WSLV. You're home for all things sovereign, citizen related, and also slavery and genocide oriented. Got anything?
Well, I appreciate your show. Just wanted to compliment you. Also comment that what you think that most people take the Declaration of Independence line that governments derive their just authority from the consent of the governed, most people read that to mean from the consent of a portion of the governed.
Yeah, but we've pulled up here Cornell University and Harvard and other universities that are premier law schools / legal society schools. And when we go there and we ask them, what does consent to the governed mean? You can go to AI as well, because AI is everybody's new best friend. You'll find out that it explicitly states it is the consent of each and every man and woman. So I know what the sheeptards retorts are, right? They always have the same retorts because they've all been uploaded, right? This is what NPCs are and do. They're basically biological robots who are uploaded with talking points. So when you present the truth, they just parrot back what they've been told. But when you go and cross-check it and you go to the foundations of it, it turns out they're wrong. And they don't need to be right because they're not going to do their due diligence. So we understand, and it is well documented, that the term consent to the governed, right, deriving their just power, statute, policy, and code, given the force of law to consent to the governed, means the consent of every man or woman. If it wasn't that, it would be illegitimate. You know why? Because 90% of white people back in the day can't vote 10% of black people into slavery. Remember that whole deal? Right?
Sure.
If it was legitimized based on a mob rule, which is what demosocracy is, mob rule by etymological definition. If this was a true democracy, then yes, 60%, 80%, 90% could vote the other 40, 20, 10% into slavery and degradation. Thank God that's not what this place was designed to be and is supposed to be. It's becoming that more and more, but it's not there completely yet, right?
Sure, and I just wanted to add that grammatically, even today, grammar has changed, but not in this case. The sentence is read plainly. There's no qualifiers in there at all. Grammatically, it means consent, individual consent that we swapped out for general consent. Also, Paul, wanted to get your thoughts on the privileges and immunities clause. It's only one damn sentence long, and it appears to be something people don't call to mind to use. It appears to be one of the first times the United States is mentioned. Not to be confused with the later privileges or immunities clause. But if you get a chance, I'd love to hear your breakdown on it. It's a short sentence, and my reading of it is that it almost has the citizens of each state competing, or the states competing for more liberties to the individuals who travel through their states. In other words, like, hey, come to us, we'll let you do this. And the states are almost warring for each other to see who can provide the most freedom for people. But anyway, thanks, Paul. Appreciate your take on it.
Thank you, Daniel. What's your name, I think?
Yes, Daniel Hopkins. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Daniel. So I've looked at this in the past. I haven't really gone over it or sat with it. The privileges and immunity clause states that the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states, if that isn't double talk. This clause is designed to protect the fundamental rights of individual citizens by preventing states from discriminating against out-of-state citizens. So yeah, I mean, if it is what it reads that it is, then it's pretty.
Well, we might be romanticizing the whole thing because even the authors of it weren't too sure, according to Wikipedia, as to the specific, which is again another. We might be romanticizing this as man's law, as you bring up sometimes, and missing the essence, but it is confusing. But I read it; it's a very plain statement, and it appears to me when I'm traveling with cannabis, and I say, "Hey, look, if I have this privilege in my state, you're gonna have to recognize it here." They don't, read it like that, which seems odd to me because it does seem to be one short sentence.
Well, this would go along with the idea that if the United States was worth anything, it would only be so because it was contiguous, I believe would be the term, in the sense of that all of the supposed nation states would have to follow a protocol in order to be legitimized. And like the Constitution reads, as soon as a state or multiple states, I don't care how many of all of them, right, the District of Columbia supposedly itself, the moment that they are not adhering to proper process and procedure and upholding the rights, which is the law of this land, the God-given rights of man and woman, then each or all the states are deemed illegitimate, and the Supreme Court has ruled on this as well, that when a statute, policy, or code is made that interferes with the rights of man and woman, you are free to ignore it at your whim, right? You don't have to follow that. So this goes along with the idea that if we're part of the original United States, the unionized states, right, that have become corporatized states, then everyone has to follow, just like the supremacy clause, certain ideas, philosophies, right? And the moment they don't follow those ideas and philosophy, they are deemed illegitimate and they are now criminal in their operation. So, yes, this is where we come in with the argument of states' rights. They'll say, Paulie boy, we got states' rights, which means we can take your money and require this, that, and the third. Right. Travel and tell you what you can and can't do. No, the state of is a corporate entity and it has a right to regulate itself, all employees of that. Once I am deemed to be not an employee, a resident, a person of any of the state of corporate entities or the United States federal corporation itself, I am deemed to be what some will call a state citizen or an American national. Again, I don't...
How about just out of their jurisdiction? Wouldn't that suffice? But yeah.
That's the point, right? That's the main point.
Sure.
The jurisdiction of the self-described federal corporation, out of the jurisdiction of the subsidiary state of corporation, right? However you want to classify that, okay? So, again, that's how they get everybody. They get everybody to sign up as the employee and then go states' rights. The state of corporation has a right to regulate its own employees. Great. That was originally supposed to be public servants. They made it everybody. Okay. So you don't have a right to tell people they can't use certain plants and herbs that God gave us, right? This is all biblical. We go to court square on the Bible for a reason. And in the Bible, it says man has a right to every seed and fruit that is bared that God has created. That includes cannabis. Okay. So I always have to correct these people. If you want to invoke state rights, understand that states, I don't care if it's the corporate or the unionized state, have a right to uphold the rights of the people, even if it's in conflict of federal code, right? So like a perfect example is federal code has continued to deem cannabis to be illegal. But because cannabis falls under a pursuit of happiness endeavor and the idea that it's supernatural and from God, it's part of our God-given rights, states have a right to override that federal code. See, what they don't have a right to do is if we go to federal code and we look up driver, it's a commercial term. If we look up traffic, it's a commercial term, just like trafficking, drug trafficking, human trafficking. Automobile is designated different from a motor vehicle. What states don't have a right to do is conflate the idea of an automobile and a motor vehicle, turn everybody's car into a corporate instrument, right, or a commercial instrument, and then regulate our freedom of movement by unlawful conveyance, right, which is essentially what they've done.
A fundamental right that they say is a privilege mostly. But Paul, what do you think about the term representative?
These people are so retarded. They say things like, you have a freedom to travel, use your feet. And I go, no, we're not going to play this.
The state of Maryland, the Easy Pass won't even accept money. I have money on me that says for legal tender, they don't even accept cash on the whole Easy Pass. But Paul, I wanted to ask what you think about the term representative, because I was 20-something years old until I thought these people actually don't have to represent you. They only represent you if you want to get them elected or if you got something, you know what I mean? So the whole term representative that's why they say a representative form of government. They even admit it's not the thing itself, because if it's a form of it, it cannot be the thing it's a form of. And so
we're all knowingly or unknowingly contracting out our God-given rights for, as you say, privileges and benefits. That's why privileges and immunity clause. I don't want privileges from these corporations, right? If you want to do some service, I may require service, I may not. You don't grant me privileges. I created government. Man creates government. The maxim is he who creates controls. That means we grant you privileges. We want to retain our natural rights as natural persons, right? So privileges and immunities, whatever, right? And again, representative, this is another service-oriented endeavor, right? Where we all contract out our God-given rights for benefits and privileges and then accept these representatives as a service for the individual, right? So,
like you said, etymologically, when we use the word represent, we use it one way, but for politicians, it means a general representation, which is not the same thing. It's a subtle play on the word, because my representative, when I was fired from COVID, I couldn't get unemployment for like a year, and I'm thinking, she doesn't really have to represent me. I was an idiot. I'm 40-something years old before I thought, they don't have to represent you. Jeez, but anyway,
well,
Paul,
right. But again, we write in the word, it's appropriate because representative, they're going to represent you as something other than what you are naturally. Naturally, you're a man. But when you step into these courts or when you step into these venues with these people doing their service, they keep presenting you as a 14th Amendment, I believe it is, congressional citizen
under the jurisdiction thereof, sure.
Right, who's granted certain privileges and immunities. Now we're 3 to 4 layers deep. We don't need any of that. We need to throw it all away. We need to understand that God-given rights and man came before any contract, compact, and constitution that we're not a part of. And at best or at worst, use that constitution to bind them. We don't derive our rights from that constitution. We get our rights from God, and it reads that in the constitution. We need to invoke God more. We need to invoke the idea of man. Go ahead.
I'm a Buddhist, and our monastic code, the Vinaya, goes back to 500 BC, and in it prescribes cannabis, sauna, to have a sauna of it. And so the Supreme Court wouldn't obviously interpret freedom of religion to construe like an old Buddhist code, or I'm not sure. But the point is, we don't have access to courts where these things can be challenged on a speedily basis. And, the courts are only open to their own, handful of decisions they decide are relevant.
So Snafu has a point here. It's something that has occurred to me. You have now an extreme fascistic push by a lot of these neocons to do something with folks they call illegal aliens. And it wouldn't surprise me if, and again, I'm not fear-mongering. Hopefully this doesn't happen. So far it hasn't happened. We've actually gotten some pretty decent results to the contrary. But it wouldn't surprise me as we go forward here if some events didn't take place to demonize certain groups and certain groups weren't deemed to be illegal aliens, right? Because we want to claim to be outside of the foreign corporation known as the District of Columbia. And if we let them, there's a potential here that they're going to use Cuba and Venezuela and all of these outlying territories or sort of subsidiary corporate cooperators of United States Corporation to potentially be a new home for all the folks who want to renounce or re-announce their citizenship. See, I don't renounce my citizenship. I've re-announced it. I've re-announced it and proclaimed on record that I have a citizenship. I have a person. I'm not a citizen. I'm not the person as described in U.S. Code. I have those things. I can use those things if I need benefits, privileges, and services, but I haven't yet, and I don't plan on it. And that means that I retain my natural rights, right? All rights reserved in that case. So again, it wouldn't surprise me. It's illegitimate. Does that mean they won't try it? Maybe. Can they get it done? Probably not. Okay.
Sure. Thomas Paine said he was a citizen of the world. What do you think about the phrase, Paul? It carries with it citizen. I'm not sure, but I like the spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get the idea. I believe of what they're saying. Again, when we quote other people, we never know what they're saying and what they mean because we're not them.
Sure.
Right. So this is why I say we can correlate our understanding with others at best, but at worst, we should not cite other people, places or things for where we get our understanding because that demeans or devalues the power of the individual. Right. If I have a connection to God and I can understand truth and I can speak that, well, then that's my truth or the truth. I shouldn't need to cite anyone else's truth, right? Even if it's the truth for where I get my truth and the truth, right? So I don't care if it's a Supreme Court hearing, Chile de Castro and many others like to quote John Locke and all these people and go down the list and great, right? They have their understanding and put forth their understanding with their language. Doesn't mean you understand what they were saying completely. And why would you cite them for where you get your understanding? This is so simple. Sure. We're all men. We're all equal under the law. That means no other man in a public service capacity can order me around. These are maxims, right? And since law is derived from consent or contract, all I have to do is proclaim I am a man under God. I don't consent. I'm not going to engage with your contracts. If I have to, I'll sign it all rights reserved, without prejudice, without recourse. I'll turn the document into a negotiable instrument, and then you can pay the bill. You can go back to your treasury and your secretary and all of your functionaries of corporate government, and government is always in quotes, and you
what
can
about
fulfill
not
these
signing?
financial
I've been into
obligations.
this. What about not signing? Almost like where they say to you have to invoke your right to be silent by not being silent and, you know, physically invoking it when it's something that's underlying. You shouldn't have to invoke your right to not speak, but they say you actually have to. Similarly, they say when you're signing this paper, you could sign it without prejudice, but we still going to make you sign it.
Right. I mean, again, they people can say whatever they want. I have a track record over and over again of not signing any paperwork and getting in and out of jail and out of court. I don't have to sign anything. Okay. If the UCC is established law for all state-of corporations, and the UCC explicitly states, and again, this is just more codification of common sense. They tell me common sense has no application in law. Go look up what the maxims of law are. They literally says maxims of law are common sense based principles. So common sense dictates and principle dictates that I don't have to contract with anyone here because this is a free country and I'm a free man. Okay, so since I don't have to contract with anyone, or I can contract to my heart's content, this is all established legally as well as lawfully. So if I can contract 1,000 times, then I cannot contract at all because that's my right. I don't have to sign anything, right? And nobody can make me because, again, all are equal under the law. If I can't compel you to sign a legally binding document, what makes you think you can do it to me by putting on a costume and calling yourself a fucking servant?
Sure.
Ridiculous. Absurd. So you can say whatever you want. You can take me to a box for it. You can try to torture me like they used to do in the Inquisition to get me to change my position and say, see, look, he did believe it. It's all illegitimate at that point. So again, it's up to the individual. I use that term colloquially. That's another one of those terms they like to use to take you away from your natural personhood, right, into a legal person jurisdiction. But every being has to decide for themselves what capacity they have and what preference they have to move. Do they want to come at this from a commercial side of things and appear to be legally in honor and good faith and approach this from a commercial standpoint and get remedy or resolution? Do they want to opt out completely because they don't believe they have an obligation to do any of this and aren't going to, right? Because again, I would prefer to not sign anything and not to give any record of any kind of belief that I'm, going along with this consensually. But, at worst, I don't see a problem necessarily, although they may argue.
Well, how do you deal with the cops scaring your old lady and then she turning around and pressuring you that little trick? But anyway, that's I'm just joking.
That's the problem with the man, right? We have to get honest with ourselves and each other. Any man who's willing to continue to co-create with a woman who doesn't care about what's true and what's right and harasses him to give up his principles and values is not a woman, and that's not a man, and that's not a healthy relationship. So the whole point of a relationship is a significant other is supposed to support you in your principles and values, especially when it's objectively right.
Society will break, the family apart, as you know quite well too. But what you
society can't break a family apart, sir. Just like they can't separate man from God, because no matter where you take man or woman, the spirit resides. And since the spirit is non-physical and quantum on a certain level, it can never be divided self from self.
Well, I mean, just on the level where if a leader is righteous, even the animals of the field benefit. And just on that, cause and effect, where our society, morals, ethics are, if we're headed in the wrong direction, families can break up just from bad ethics and morals and stuff like that. But I see it as a cause and effect thing, but I understand what you're saying too.
Right. We have to start seeing a lot of these concepts as metaphysical, spiritual, quantum on a certain level, and understanding that the physical is an expression of the non-physical, not the other way around. So a breakup of a family is a choice by one or more parties involved, right? But all that the corporation could do at worst would be to separate you physically for a time. They can never actually destroy the bond between man, woman, and child and God and the covenant that is created when a man and woman merge and create a third being. It can't be done, right?
Absolutely, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you could argue not even the participants in that holy union can break up that union. They can physically separate, but they can never break the bond that was created on a metaphysical level that expresses in the physical, right?
Of course. I believe it. I believe it. I know it. Sure. You're right. Amen.
And I've been through it, man. Like I had a woman who was with me here. She went back to the state that she was living on. We still remain in contact. We have love and care for each other. We're united in certain principles and values and understandings. There is no way to break that, right? And when we were both arrested and put in jail, in a way that solidified our bond on a certain level, right? That didn't strain our bond. So I would encourage men and women to search for partners who are reflections of the metaphysical oneself, right? And certain ideas, so that if and when it comes to a place of test and challenge, there is not division amongst self and in the home, right? And again,
amen. Sure,
this is all just responsibility, accountability, and principled priorities. You have a lot of folks who came to me over the last 5 years and say, well, I got a problem, Paulie boy. I had a child and my significant other wants him to go to public slave school and be indoctrinated and get 14 shots and all the rest of it. And I got to give him the Judge Judy routine, right? You picked them. This is the thing nobody wants to hear, right? We all don't want to have to take accountability, responsibility, and accept that we pick the person who we're going to co-create with long term and engage in a relationship with.
I never really got anything much from Confucianism, except for this concept that everything stems from the family out, except for this, we're led by this larger media world, the opposite. Everything's crashing down in, but that's what I got from Confucianism that was interesting, and it reminds me of what you say.
This is why I believe that the Tao Te Ching, or Taoist philosophy, is superior to Confucian philosophy.
Sure.
And it seems oftentimes when we go to Eastern philosophy that they, like most philosophies, can work hand in hand or be in opposition, seemingly in opposition. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because, and I believe I did a dialogue with AI on this, as much as one can dialogue with AI, to lay out the differences between Taoism and Confucianism. This idea of Taoism is that the way to the way and the metaphysical beingness is what gives way to everything we see as physical. So once you see it as a family, it's already 2 or 3 layers deep, right?
Plato spoke the same thing, was Kura. His name Kura, and the Buddhists had the womb, which is very similar. I wrote a couple books on Buddhism and Christianity, and I was surprised that the Greek philosophy parallels with Buddhism too. And it stretches all over the ancient world, and it's more common than scholars admit.
Yeah, well, this is why I referenced the quantum physics. The little that I can wrap my head around, what's kind of been shown is that this is a realm of metaphysical beingness manifest as physical beingness. Even the science shows and can back up to an extent what has been written about in these age-old texts, right? So essentially, God, to me, it can be not the whole of, but an aspect of this idea that we are non-physical beings having a physical experience, and the epigenetic component, the quantum physics component, backs that up. That I'm never truly alone, because I can be in the box in the middle of nowhere and the 100th monkey effect is still at play. If I learn something and I understand something and I apply it, it is now being transferred through some metaphysical, physical neural network to every other being who is on that wavelength and that frequency, right? So we are inextricably connected and co-creating, whether we see it or not.
Terence McKenna brought up that Buddhists say, like, when one Buddha becomes a Buddha, everyone else in the universe becomes enlightened. Eventually, he sees like them becoming him, because he won't enter nirvana or heaven until everyone else becomes like him. But that's a little different from what you're saying, but similar.
No, yeah, it definitely lines up with the same idea, right? That nobody is ever actually individualized. I guess you could say you're individuated or individualized, but you're never a true individual, right? There is always a collectivized component. Hopefully it's not socialism, fascism, all the isms, right? The true
Amen.
collectivization is the recognition that we are all metaphysically connected and generating the reality we experience.
Two of the earliest religions, Buddhism and Christianity, Jesus says, if you want to follow me, you have to deny yourself. The whole self-denial is the only thing that distinguishes Buddhism from Hinduism. It's the only thing. And they were very big on it. And it's one of them things that they're all, Buddhism and Christianity in particular, the similarities are fascinating if you ever get a chance.
Yeah, I've done some, I've tried to touch on everything and anything, as arrogant as that may sound. I'm far from saying I know it all, but I've tried to delve into at least a little bit of everything that's likely to come forward. And it's not just because I do a broadcast, right? One came before the other. I spent a good 10, probably more than that, 10 to 15 years in almost constant contemplation, meditation, and study of the myriad of principles and the idea of rights and legal versus lawful and theology and epistemology and all the rest of the ologies to an extent, right? I'm somebody who, at least at one point, probably more than I do now, which maybe I'm going in reverse, but I had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge or information. I guess you could argue information transferred into action is knowledge / wisdom. So
sure.
Yeah, it's definitely I believe important to run the gamut and get a full background on all these different subjects and disciplines, just to kind of understand somewhat what we're looking at here and working.
Anyway, I've learned a lot from you, Paul. I wanted to say thanks again. Appreciate it, man. Geez, you're a free thinker, and when somebody is like that, we all benefit, I believe. Appreciate it, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
Hey,
I'm going to go ahead and
Paul. Appreciate it.
Call this other guy back. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it. Bye.
See you later. All right, let me thank a couple folks, then I'll bring Snafu in at some point. God knows why. I mean, he can't stop trashing me and projecting onto me, but I've learned to somewhat love the kid or be compassionate toward him, and bond with him in certain senses. We both had health issues and tests and challenges, and we're all human at the end of the day, right? And like I said, we're all metaphysically connected on some level. There is no denying that. So, and also too, I've told him to go away at times and he just won't go away. So I guess I have to live with him. It's really all it amounts to, beyond the emotional or metaphysical or compassionate component, is the idea that a lot of these folks are just constantly in my life and won't go away. So you can't beat them, you join them, right? To an extent. Let me thank Patricia. Give him hell, Paul. Love always. Sophia, Daisy, May. Well, wouldn't the right expression be give him heaven, hopefully, faithfully, instead of give him hell? I mean, we already got that. Ask all the members of United States Corporation and Maduro. Ask Maduro about giving him hell. We're looking for something different at this point. Jimmy Shively. Jimmy Shively. Appreciate you and all you do, sir. Thank you. Mr. Shively is regular like a bowel movement. Hopefully, if you guys aren't eating seed oils, you don't have too many microplastics forming in your intestines. Hopefully you have regular bowel movements. Okay. This we're not being gross here. This is part of adult biology, physiology. Julian Barbary says, thanks and blessings, Paul. Thank you, Mr. Barbary. Greg N writes, peace, brother. Thank you, Greg N. And Scott B, of course. Amazing, man. We love Scott B. We love these people. Okay. They're amazing people. For blessings and well wishes. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the contributors and supporters. You are a blessing to We're living the dream here. Non-taxable events from friends and family. The links are up top if you want to contribute to me in a gift form, right? We don't monetize here, because we had a 24,000 person channel. We monetized there. We were doing about 2,000 to 4,000 minimum a month. But they started putting conditions on me and telling me how I could do my broadcast, what I could say or not, striking me, shadow banning me. So I said, go fuck yourself. This, you got to give up everything to be given it back, right? This is what the scripture talks about. So I had to let go of that. I had to give that up. And we came over here. We're doing pretty decent over here. Can't deny it. Probably better than ever in certain ways. But sometimes you got to take a pay cut to do what's true and what's right, and to cut your strings, right? I got no strings to hold me down. So I can't monetize, unfortunately. At least I'm not going to do it right now. Who knows? I'll never say what I'll never do again, because I've said it in the past and I've been wrong. But yeah, I used to like the super chats and all that. But let's be quite clear and frank here. I'm not giving Google and YouTube a motherfucking dollar. Okay. So, and I'm not going to generate potential tax liabilities for myself, because YouTube likes to give you forms where they say, and you could claim non-citizen, non-resident, non-citizen, but it potentially opens up a door. So again, God works in mysterious ways. I'm going to take it as it's protecting me and providing for me, because now I got no strings. I got no financial obligations. I got no monetization, even though they have the balls to actually put ads on my videos over here without me being monetized. That was a new one to me. YouTube was actually putting ads on my videos without me being monetized. So they were making ad revenue off of my broadcast without giving me anything and without me being monetized. So, there's no level that these folks won't stoop to, but at least I don't have any financial or political obligations. I can do and say whatever I want. And any contributions come through non-taxable gifts from extended friends and family. And that's a good place to be, right? This way, I got to stay hungry. I got to stay inspired. I got to work for it. Or I go work at Slave Mart in the back, work a part-time job. I do 4 or 5 hours a day. I claim exempt on the form. Or whatever, I'm kind of doing a bit non-bit here, but there's other things I could do to generate value if I have to, if I'm not getting what I need here, because again, I'm not monetized here. I get no income here. I'm not guaranteed anything here. I show up for the love of the game, to talk truth, to interact. And if friends and family want to gift me because I'm looking so cute lately, as they say, I have an Amish vibe going, with the beard and a little bit of the longer hair. So it's a good vibe. It's good energy. All right, Snafu Snaps. Oh, wait. Snafu Snaps. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Snafu Snaps. I got to call this guy back.
All right. It was on the Rothschild shit.
What about Rothschild now?
Erica Kirk is getting pointed out that she's a part of the family in her shop. Put the link below.
The wireless customer you are calling is not available. Please try again later.
But I wanted to point.
Hold on.
Hello, my service sucks for like 10 more minutes, 10 more seconds here.
LV.
All right.
Paulie.
Yeah.
What's up, Paulie?
What's going on, man? Who's this?
Oh, this is Aaron. Or you just call me a corporate beta male citizen slave. Long name.
Right. Why am I double ringing here?
Someone's doing it.
That's weird stuff, huh?
Hold on. I'm going to hang up and call back.
All right.
You just see who's going to answer.
Hey, Paulie.
There we go. Okay. What's going on, Aaron? Questions, comments, concerns? You heard me calling out to the citizen slaves. Hopefully you don't identify as one. I don't want to offend you, but if I did, that's how it goes. Man.
No, I got a short story. I got pulled over a couple weeks ago. No license. I'm doing like 7 miles over the speed limit. I'm in my lady's car. She's got all the good slave stuff going, the registration, the insurance. She didn't, I left the tag off the front of the car. So we used that and said, so he pulls me over. Window don't work. I open the door up. I'm like, hey, what can I help you with? And he's like, well, you don't have a front plate on. And that's a crime, right? I'm like, dude, that's not a crime. That's a consensual, contractual obligation.
You're one of them, huh? That's when he gives you the, you're one of them, huh? You're one of them sovereign citizens.
Actually, believe it or not, he did it, man. Because I knew it in my heart. He believed me because I believed me, And I could tell it was that type of situation where he's like, you got license, registration, insurance? I'm like, I don't have a license. And he's like, you don't have a license? I'm like, no. And he's like, well, what about insurance, registration? I'm like, she's got all that stuff with the car. And I'm like, I was late to a new job. I said, dude, I'm late to a new job. I'm like, I'm 3 minutes away and I could still make it on time if you let me go. And he actually ended up letting me go.
Wow.
He actually let me go. No ticket. I spoke to him though, on another level. I said to him, I'm like, listen, sure you've done this long enough. When someone's lying to you, I'm like, I just want to let you know you're speaking to an honorable man. I don't lie, steal, or cheat. And he's like, oh, I believe you. And he let me go, man.
Right. So where was this at now?
This is Vermont.
Vermont.
In
Yeah,
Wakefield.
man. The understanding is making the rounds. These people are having to update their understandings and their belief. I'm sure they're being retrained, and prosecution is altering their perspectives as well, right? We played the video last time. We have at least 3 different places: place in Texas, I think
Colorado,
Michigan,
Nevada,
Colorado. Right, one by one, we're watching this grassroots movement overturn statute, policy, and code and procedure that is interfering with rights and freedom. Right, so we just got to continue to spread awareness, as they say. Civilly disobey at times, right? When you're feeling up to it, stop complying.
Yeah.
Put yourself on record, give them notice, and remind them of what their duties and obligations are. So that's good to hear, man. I mean, and again, don't worry about the other folks who are just going to say, well, you got lucky and there's no point in continuing because at some point they're going to lock you up and all this. Yeah,
that's what my sister said. That's what they keep saying every time I get into a situation. I had a cop following us around in this town in Vermont, and we passed him twice. We took a wrong turn, so we passed him again, and he was like, oh, this is suspicious. So he pulls out and follows us. I go into the gas station, and he pulls next door to the gas station and waits for us to leave. We leave, he pulls out, follows us again. I pull into the next door, a block down, and then he pulls over to the side there. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm freaking sick of this. I get out the car and I flag him over. I say, come here, man. I'm like, what are you following me for? I'm like, you don't think it's a little weird? I got my family in the car and you're following me around? And he's like, oh, well, I see suspicious behavior. I've seen you pass by me twice. I'm like, is that a crime? I'm like, did I break the law? Is someone hurt? Did I help you? Is there an emergency? And I was just pissed. I was annoyed. Like, it's fucking weird, dude. You're following another person around for no reason. And he's like, I forget exactly what he said, but he drove away and that was it. He stopped following us.
Wow. It's, again, I don't mean to we're really going to upset some people because the more and more we can just start doing whatever we want to do, it's going to really get boring here. Because we're just going to do whatever we want to do. They're going to stop us. We're going to put them on record. If they don't comply, we're going to whoop them at court. Then we're going to sue them and play the ghetto lottery. And then at some point, it's just going to be, well, I guess we have nothing left to do than just work the land, be free, do whatever we want to do, and be left the fuck alone. And the sheep-tard citizen slaves who desperately want to keep that foot on your neck for safety and democracy are really going to twist in the wind about it. You're going to really see the demons come up out of all the men and women around you who are supposed to be your fellow countrymen, who really just don't like the idea of man and woman being in its supernatural state of being free to pursue their happiness. For some weird reason, they want everybody in bondage. They want everybody in collectivization. They want everybody being dictated to.
Because they are.
Right.
It's because they are. And it's like a subconscious mirror on them and their lack of doing, their lack of balls and lack of honor. They know they're dishonorable and they're too scared to face it. And they'd rather just ignore it and pay their way through like a good little slave and fucking, be a coward in front of everybody they love and know. I got a rich dude I work for, right? Millions. He got, tens of millions of dollars. And he can't stand that I live like a free man to a certain degree. He has just a hate in his heart for me because of that, and I've done really good by this guy. I've never done him wrong. I go above and beyond, and he still I can just tell the hate he has for me is just of a cowardly man.
Right. Well, this is what a spiritually in bondage demonic slave is a treasonous, tyrannical traitor. Right. There's no other way to say it. This has been the dual bloodline from the beginning of time. It's talked about from the founders. It's talked about in Scripture. It's essentially Cain and Abel. Right. You have folks here who they burn up inside with the fire of hell, thinking that we're only accountable to God. And what God has created for us, right? That's all that we have and what matters and what we need. And when we don't need anything else from what the rest of these people have thought up, right? Their double talk and their spells, right? That's exactly what this is. It's black magic and spelling. So yeah, it just burns them up, man. Because they're part of that legion, right? The devil is their daddy, manifested as the state. You know, it's going to keep them safe, even though it's dictating to them and oppressing them. And how dare you want to be outside of that and only be under God and not under them and their cult? It's pathetic. It's shameful, but it's part of incarnating in this place, it seems.
Dude, it's hard, man. It's hard. I barely get by, feed my lady and my son, and you know, I live on faith. You know, no matter what happens, I live on faith. I go through some tough ass shit all the time. Some months are better than others, but you know, this guy with all these millions, 10,000-foot square house, $200,000 being all this shit, women on the side, gambling, all of it, blowing hundreds of thousands, and he's still fucking miserable, dude. Still miserable. And I think that's another thing he hates, is that poor little pathetic me can be content on a daily basis with the meager existence I have. And him, all this money, all this shit, and he's miserable.
Yeah, well, they miss out on what it feels like, even if it's just some places sometimes, to have some kind of values, principles, or purpose in your life, right? Beyond just a life cradle to grave lived to, you know, pursue the pleasures of the world or to submit to the dictates of supposed world leaders. Of course, those people are miserable. They've never stepped into manhood or natural personhood.
Authenticity either. It's so inauthentic. That really bothers him too. How true to myself I am, how true to my word I am. And he's none of that. And that eats him up, and I can tell, man.
Well, the best thing you could do is, as far as I can tell, is try to love these folks, you know, love yourself, love these folks. Try to show them, if possible, the value of living more authentically and deeper into who and what they are, and give them that opportunity. And if not, surrender in faith, man, right? You know, you can't help everybody, far from it. You can't save anybody. We're lucky if we can save ourselves. And like you said, that requires enough time, energy, attention, test, and challenge to get it done. So I don't take it personal anymore. This is who these folks are. This is where they're at, the state of beingness that they're in. And God's going to deal with everybody, including me, right? By the end of all this, some way, somehow, whoever, whatever is the highest intelligence force here, is going to give everybody either what they need or what they want, or a little bit of both. You know, so you want slavery and genocide, you want oppression, repression, and depression, you're going to get an up close look at it. Already have been. You know, the last 5 years is proof of it. So I'll never stop being amazed and fascinated about how much this thing can heap. You know, whether we argue it's the Shaitan, the Lucifer, whatever name you want to give this anti-Christo force here, right? The greatest adversary, tester, and challenge. I'm always amazed and fascinated. This thing can heap loads of oppression, repression, and depression on folks while we're right next to them telling them, hey, this is what we have access to. And they will continue to say, give us Barabbas, right? Proverbially, with one voice. They don't want the truth.
They love it.
They love it,
man.
What they love, then, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Paulie, man, it's been real. I got to go in and kick it with the fam before my boy goes to bed. It was really nice talking to you, man.
All right. What was your name again?
Aaron. Yeah, actually,
Aaron.
I'm your number one slave. I called in a while ago.
Right.
You gave me the moniker number one slave.
Number one slave. Well, if you're going to be number one slave, make sure you take a shot of liquor with the family tonight. Get all your shots, your other kind of shots, right? Not just shots of liquor.
Yeah,
Take
right.
all the vaxes, man. Follow the NIH,
Yeah.
CDC, WHO.
Yeah.
You know, and who did you vote for last election?
I don't vote for anybody. I don't vote for. Man, come on! I don't play that.
No,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're a bad
I am being
slave.
a bad slave.
You're no longer number one slave. I'm taking that title from you.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, get out of here. See you later.
All right, Paulie. Later, man.
Bye-bye. All right, he was the number one slave, but he's forfeited his position, man. He doesn't want to vote for corrupt masters to run his life with statute, policy, and code. He doesn't want to get all the shots, and he doesn't want to take shots of liquor and destroy his body politic. So, yeah, we gotta keep an eye on that guy. I think I'm gonna go ahead and file a report on him. Seems like a dangerous individual.
Maybe you should run. Then you'll have someone to vote for.
Right? I'm not running anywhere. I'm lucky if I can walk at this point.
So I wanted to point something out. The
Hold on, I gotta thank Austin Murphy. Austin Murphy says for extra cheese on the pizza. Thank you, Austin Murphy. Hopefully, faithfully, Austin Murphy has put to bed his issues with me. We're moving forward. It's a new year. It's a new day. It's a new year. It's a new energy. There's new opportunities. So that's good to see. Unless he's just calling me obese and mocking me, which is always a possibility. But hey,
maybe he's doing both.
Right.
Maybe
that's fair enough. I can accept
and non-cucking. Cuck, non-cuck.
Right. There it is.
Well,
go ahead,
I want
Seth. What do you got?
I want to point something out important. I feel we've been watching, and I covered this with you. We talked about it. Do you remember when I showed you how all of a sudden the United States 2 years ago, year and a half ago, was getting a hold of all these countries, and Apple said that they're going to start using certain minerals, rare minerals, for all their telephones and the screens, and they cut like a shitload of mineral deals, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is this about?" Well, folks, just like they were saying about Americans being put in the prison, as Paul kind of like gave you a theory of how it could happen, the oil ain't shit here either. Think of the minerals and all that, you know. And I'm telling you, that it was like we saw the deals happen last year and a half ago. Now this, where we own the largest mineral deposit country out there. So it's a systematic setup. Do you feel that these laws of, like, you know, we're witnessing Colorado, all this stuff, like whether it's the, I don't want to say soft sit movement, but I've noticed that the videos are starting to hit the algorithms again pretty high. These YouTube court. Do you think that they're going to ease up within like traffic control type optics as we get more into the landscape of just laws in general probably are going to be changing worldwide? I
think that there's definitely a possibility, and we have evidence to that it isn't as much of a done deal as the religionists with the scripture and the, you know, world powers would like us to believe that, hey, we have no power here. There's nothing we can do. You may as well just submit and accept it. I mean, even the scripture, you know, is written about the idea of a kingdom of Shaitan for a time, and then a reverting back to archetypal truth and sort of a kingdom of heaven, right? So I think it's very well possible that we're seeing that now, you know, where they realize that they can't completely get done what they want to get done. You know, we've already been through a level of hell in a sense with the shots and all the rest of it. They know they can't get all of us. And again, it also might be, you know, it could be a multitude of things if we're going to speculate. They might just be playing possum and allowing us to rise back to the top and come out in the open in order to re-engage in a different way, right? So I won't be fearful about it, right? I won't be overly paranoid.
I'm not fearful, but just, you know, kind of looking at optics to... You know,
yeah, like I've said many times, I think that it's very well possible that the 5G towers, the poison in the food and water, and the chemtrails are the modern day ovens.
right?
You know,
We're in an open air
honestly,
concentration camp, and those are the modern day ovens. So if we're going to turn this around and live healthily, right, in a healthy fashion and freely, part of what we're going to need to do is start putting these people on record with all their environmental contaminants and biological weapons, right? Because if not, they'll let you talk to your blue in the face, put out everything you want, give you access to the algorithm. What good is it if nobody's left? Because everybody's dropping dead of cancer or whatever else, right? So I think that's our we have a multifaceted obligation here, right? We need to understand legal and lawful, uphold the law, right? Civilly disobey at times, put these people on record, and we need to put them on notice when it comes to the environment, right? Because again, what good is knowing legal lawful and getting dismissals at court if you're coming back into an open air concentration camp with the modern day ovens of extermination, right? And this is also why we need to learn, we need to learn nutrition, right? And herbalism, plants and herbs, and different.
Well, you heard. I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently they put a stop to GMOs now here in the United States. Like according
right. Well,
to the
part of it is because Yeah, again, I just would choose to be faithful and be positive about it and say we're having an effect. I'm not the only one in my area or in my community, I'm sure. I'm not the only one nationwide who's not buying their crap anymore. I mean, another harbinger example is these chip companies and soda companies just recently said they're not going to put the high fructose stuff. Yeah, the dyes and all the crap, they're taking it out. Why?
Yep.
Because Mammon and Molex getting hit in the pocket, right? If it costs them money to lock you up, if it costs them money to sell you their poison, this is the main thing. If they can't make as much money and have as much power, and there's alternatives that are popping up that are out competing them, they're going to have to restructure their business model, right?
Yeah, this just happened 2 days ago. Yesterday, if you type, you can probably look it up, but the NGO here in the United States, apparently, and it's like we're witnessing all these high ramped up policy changes or legislation, quote, bill changes. And I'm kind of wondering because and this is theoretical, of course, but if implemented into a martial law of sorts where traffic control, things like that start taking place, do you think they're going to try and like, do you think this is, even though it's a ploy, like good cop, bad cop, like people are going to be disguised as, oh, we're winning when in reality they know it's a switch up? Because the pre-plan of this was already like those deals made, some of this, like, I feel it's like they're just waiting for the next step with China or Russia, bigger moves. Because if you look at what's happened with the farming around the world, Paul, we're literally witnessing civil unrest unlike we've ever seen around the world, but it's desensitized to most Americans of what's really happening.
Well, this is also why, again, number 2 or 3 on the list is, and I've said it many times, again, the New World Order and whatever is behind it as a spirit may just be backing off and playing possum right now because it had its 5 years of like gang banging the nations all around the world, right? It's got 80% with the snake venom in them, right? So it did its job. It got 80% of the world to take the snake venom poison. And now it's going to back off a little bit like it usually does, right? It's not going to come for everything all at once. And while it backs off over here, it starts to lay the groundwork of a financial collapse over here while it does the biologicals over here, right? And of course, the global political war. So it's the Hydra, right? It's the different heads of the various snakes and the Medusa creatures. So I think that it's very well possible that the next phase of this won't be as much of an up close, personal, physical thing. We may even turn the tide of that, as the guy just said. The cops on the ground, everybody's starting to wake up and realizing, okay, we have certain ideas here. We got to get back to. This is when they come in over the next 4 years with the economic collapse. So they make it so that your rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith don't fucking matter if you can't eat. And we're going to get you on food lines to get food from all these people who are going to then now dictate over the next however many years who are what you're going to be. Right?
Pharmaceuticals, I guess, right? Like as much mental meds are prescribed everywhere or just everything.
This is why folks need to, I believe, focus on generating value or working your way into a claim of land some way, somehow, and then using that land to produce as much as possible in-house. I haven't done it yet. We've been looking, right? I haven't really found anything within our price range that's viable, that has, and again, I'm being kind of a prima donna in a way, right? Because I want somewhere where there's sun year round and decent weather. I don't want to go to anywhere where there's winter. I may have to concede at some point.
Yeah, I heard you and O'Shea talking, dude. And honestly, you're pretty much Arizona's one of, because you got to look at natural disaster too, not just like I noticed he was telling you about bugs and stuff.
Yeah, if that's the case, man, then I didn't believe we could grow here. And last year, we put down some amendments and we were able to grow some plants. So if it comes down to it, man, it's less than desirable here. We're in the middle of the desert. There's fucking power lines along across the way over there. But if we can't find anything else, then we're going to have to use what we got here, because it's really a timeline for me, right? I'm not necessarily acting out of fear, but I'm seeing the anniversary of the Great Depression, the world wars starting to form, Bitcoin coming out of nowhere, digital currency being pushed by the big institutions. We know that the last time this all happened, there's an extreme wealth transfer, and that leaves everybody, at least for 4 or 5 years or more, out in the street, so to speak, right? Unless they have land and they got their act together to some degree, right? You will be dependent upon the corporations and the corporation we know as government in order to essentially feed you, right? And as we know, he who controls the food supply, right, and the water is going to be able to control men and women who need that.
I was talking to some friends of mine that do like ham radio and stuff like that. Communications is a big one too to start thinking about versus even just the food and water resource. Think of, like, especially with Oracle saying that everything Oracle in 2026 passwords will not be used ever again, which means it's the facial fingerprint, logins thing. And for that to happen, I mean, that's in everything, Microsoft, Google, you name it. So obviously there's going to be some kind of big tech transition as well, like almost like the AOL days, like the startup days where we all of a sudden had MySpace or
Well, it all goes hand in hand, right? If they clamp down and control the resources, and you have to go to a centralized system to get access to food and water and whatever else, that's going to be digitized and monitored, as we know, because we know how this thing works. If it has to, it will create scary scenarios to get everybody to comply with this idea of face scanning and social credit in order to access these venues where we can get food and water, if they can get it done. But again, reality of it is they can never completely get it done. This is why I always speculate spiritually, what does the Shaitan, or the Lucifere, as they say in Italian, actually want? Does it want control and domination and submission and compliance? I think that's just a means to an end. I think it's very well possible that if it can't gain that, it's going to attempt to get rid of as many people as possible who are going to make it more difficult for everybody else to cooperate and comply. So
I was kind of blown
but again,
away.
I just don't believe that whatever that created this place and kind of has the final say with this is going to allow this, as the scripture kind of echoes, to ever be done completely. I don't think that they can get it done, because again, I mean, you see echoes of this throughout history, right? I've been listening to a lot of Native American stuff recently. Every so often I'll circle back. You can see
which Native Americans have you focused on? Just curious, because they're all
all
different.
of them in general. The principle and the idea that the story of the Native American was essentially one that had to be civilized and controlled and could never completely have it done, right? The only way it could be done is voluntarily. They have to
and also I guess it's weird when you come to Native Americans, though, because you had your hunter-gatherers, and you had your war types, right? Like the tribes were differently, even according to their culture, like how
right,
they
but it's
live.
the same idea, right? There's a centralized force that seeks to civilize and or colonize and or control these groups of people who live on the land and want to be free, and that can only be done completely if we let it be, right? If not, what you have is a bunch of people who will just not comply whenever you come for them. If they have to, they'll defend themselves. And you cannot get them reined in with resources because their knowledge of the land and the terrain and nature is superior to your ability to control them, right? So these are people who lived all of where I am and somehow found water in the deserts, and the high deserts would go days and weeks without food and water. From what I understand, they were completely adapted to their environment, had a knowledge of the environment to where wherever they went, they were going to be able to sustain, right? And then, of course, you have the other side of it where I'm not claiming these folks are angels, far from it. A lot of Native American culture was raiding, going to where the white folks were and
Right.
and doing their colonization and taking their shit when they needed to, in order to substantiate themselves and sustain themselves.
Well, the cool thing about Arizona, I guess you could say, is it could be desert or foresty, like, up in the Flagstaffish area and stuff, or, Arizona has both the dry heat. Because I was listening to you and Brian talk, and yeah, California, I would definitely stay away from. But I don't know. I'd almost say, like, for what you say you're looking for, there are many places here that have it a lot cooler versus the desert. But when you said you grew food and it grew, like, what kind of, like, foods are you guys growing? If, like, just curious, like, are you guys doing, like, potato? Like, I'm trying to think, like, I've heard people say, well, we grew for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden we walk out and our shit is covered in skim web trails, and just, like, obviously the soil manipulation, just, it's almost hard now to grow to self-sustain because of the attacks within the skies or just the seeds and the GMOs. Would you not say that's true or no?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's, we went over the chemtrails and all that, and that's why we got to put them on record and sue them to stop it. Like everything else here, we're going to have to stop complying and get them on record.
But was it affecting your guys' growth in the desert, you think, too? Like, versus...
I couldn't say.
Oh, okay.
We didn't grow too much. There was, a handful of little plots, and the stuff did decent, considering the extreme heat, whatever else. So again, I didn't think it was possible to grow in the desert, but apparently, with a minimal amendment, anything can be done, right? Where there's a will, there's a way, as they say. So, yeah, we'll see as we go forward. I have faith that between now and 2029, when I speculate there will be a financial collapse event and a wealth transfer, I have faith that something will come forward. It'll be within our budget. It'll be in a decent area, somewhat hospitable, and most importantly, drillable for a well. Because if not, the two places that we have so far are waterhole, right? And I would prefer to have a place where there's water coming out of the ground if I can get it, right? I don't want to be beholden to externalized resources. I mean, we had an example of a well over here. They just shut it down and locked it up. And I go, so that's it. We can't get water from the well anymore because they shut it down and locked it up, even though it was a public well. I have no reason to believe, as paranoid as I am, that in any kind of a major event, they wouldn't do the same thing. And you're going to be asked that, where are you going to get water? And if you can't get water out of the ground, you're going to have to go to whoever, whatever, in order to beg for it.
Well, shit, didn't they shut off a lot of water during some certain fires that recently took place? Like, couldn't even get water through fire hydrants at certain times. They would shut them off. I think you definitely should get yourself.
Yeah, the name of the game is self-sufficiency and sustainability, right? We've known that for the longest time. Co-creation, communal self-sustainability, and self-sufficiency, and that's a hell of a task, right? If you can get it done at all.
How do you see the financial, just in your eyes? Because I'm just more curious because you're very well thought when you say things. How do you see the financial fall happening in a hypothesis situation here? Like, would you see? Would it just be the dollar, debit cards go out, or people are starting going back to barter system right away? Do you think they're going to give
folks like myself and others here aren't going to feel it as much as others because we don't have mortgages. We don't have anything you could take from us. We own everything that we have, and we're already kind of doing without in certain ways. So, again, this is why I believe it all is thrust upon me. This idea, it's not only a pragmatic approach. It's a practicing approach for what is potentially to come, right? So it's the folks who are not used to having to haul water or, uh, do without certain modern conveniences that are going to be the most shocked, especially when the bank comes in to foreclose on a debt that they have for their house that can't be satisfied because of whatever the financial situation dictates, right? This is all historic. I'm not just making this up. We've seen historically how this works. The inflation continues to go up. You see, we're in an everything bubble. Bitcoin's all-time high, gold all-time high, silver
Right.
all-time high, houses are at an all-time high, land. Go down the list and find me some commodity or asset that isn't at an all-time high. The dunces all think, right? I watch them. They all think we're in an amazing time of prosperity. You're not. The everything bubble, everything being at an all-time high, is an indicator of an impending crash coming. That's everybody dumping all their money into everything other than holding cash because they don't believe cash is going to be king anymore.
So do you
It's
think
backed by
silver is
nothing.
gonna? Do you think, like, for instance, silver or gold is gonna, like, will it rise? Do you think all the way up to the crash? Do you think it's gonna only keep rising?
Sure.
Like, I'm not
I
trying to
think
say
it's
give us
gonna. I think
financial
it's gonna
advice.
trend upward, but we're already so far into this, right? Like if you bought silver when I told other people to buy it, which
get it.
was 3 to 4 years ago when it was $25, you would have already quadrupled whatever you put in,
Right. It's like
or
80
3 to
bucks,
4x.
like 80 something or some an ounce now,
Yeah,
or
it's a
something
3 to
like that.
4x. The point is that the nature of this game is that they move the floor under you. So at a certain point, when it recorrects, everything's going to come back down to equal, if not lower than what it was. And that's where the wealth transfer happens, right? So let's say you bought a house 15, 20 years ago for 300 to 400,000. Right
And
now
you
it's worth
straight bought it, no payments, like straight up bought it.
yeah, whatever. Right now it's worth 800,000, right? Like my father's a good example. Bought a house for 350. Within 10 to 15 years, it's now appraised at 750, almost 800,000. That's almost
Wow.
a 2x on a house price in 15 to 20 years. Now, what happens when that system is switched over and it recorrects and everything is reevaluated, and the price of that house comes down to 200,000? You just lost 150,000. See?
Yeah.
So it's constantly this game of buy low, sell high, redirect funds back into hard assets, multiply your hard assets, and then prepare for the recorrection or the reevaluation. No matter what, you're going to lose value to an extent, right? Because again, everything we bought, we were already 150, 200 years into a planned economic hit collapse, right? Where they took the gold and silver off 100 years ago. They destroyed the purchasing power of the dollar, and it's been steadily declining ever since, right? 90% of the purchasing power of the dollar has evaporated into thin air. So no matter what, you're probably going to take a hit. But if you structure yourself a certain way and you keep it moving while the floor moves under you, you have a chance to sustain through that 5 to 10 year period of greater depression, environment, I guess you could say. Now, we already did this, right? If you go back and look it up, because I've looked it up, they started Depression Gardens, 1920s, I believe. After they realized that everybody was sitting around in the suburbs growing grass they couldn't eat, everything collapsed and they couldn't buy as much regularly as they used to. So it occurred to them all of a sudden, maybe we should have been using this land to grow food, right? Like, hello. So, yeah, I think you're going to see similar stuff before, during, and after, because this is cyclical cycles here, right? Light age, dark age cycles. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men, right? With everything is cyclical cycles here. So it's almost like it's needed.
Where's that saying from that you just said? That's actually
it's a famous sort of, cliche about how history goes in cycles, right? So we're at the point now where obviously we're at the point in the cycle where weak men create hard times. And then out of the weak men and the hard times is going to be strong men who, repropagate the communities and societies and start to become more prosperous again. You know, and there's a sort of a rubric for what that entails, right? What that's going to take and what that's going to look like, and it's precisely what we talk about here, day in and day out. So,
Well,
yeah, you
I
got to
know
get
they.
ahead of the curve, man. You
I
know,
know
and
they
we're
tried.
way late in the game at this point, but better late than never, right?
Well, no, that's it. They're way ahead on the chess. I mean, it's almost an on. For those of you who play chess, you know what an en passant is. Half the people who play chess don't even know what an en passant is. You know, was that move even legal? Well, yeah. I don't know. I heard they tried taking gold back in the day from private owners, and then the more I look into this investment in the gold thing nowadays versus having the physical gold, I see a lot of these fuckers buying it digitally, so to speak. You know, so like technically, oh, I bought like 30 ounces of gold. And so like you know, they technically could pull it out, I guess, but they have to go through
Snafu,
all
I
the
have to
fucking.
yell at someone in chat. Why are you telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about and that I mean something else? I know what I said and I know what I mean, and I just cross-checked it. It's right here. Depression gardens referred to a type of garden cultivated during the Great Depression primarily to provide food and save money. So I
Oh
know
yeah,
what I'm
I
talking
remember
about.
hearing
I know
about
what
those
I'm
gardens.
saying. If you're going to correct me, cross-check it for. No, I'm yelling at the guy in chat. He's telling me I mean the World War II victory gardens. No, I don't. That's
No,
not
no,
what I
depression
said.
gardens. Yeah, I remember the
Right. This
depression
is
gardens.
common sense. Like I'm not an expert in history, far from it, or geography or any of it. I use primarily common sense here and my wits and looking around and my experience to determine how history would go. And then you can cross-check me, but I can't see any other way. It makes perfect sense to me. You can imagine a reality where in the modernized, industrialized world, after a certain point, we strayed away from growing our own shit, having our own animals, all the rest of this being self-sustainable, you know, early 1900s. And the more we've moved on, the more we've gotten comfortable with this idea of urbanized, suburbanized environments, less rural environments, less self-sustainable and self-sufficient. So it only makes sense that as that push, that commercialized, materialized push for consumerism has taken hold, we've lost touch with all of these other values and principles and practices over here. You know who hasn't? People like the Amish people and other cultures, communities, and societies who've always used common sense and always lived within their means and never decided to chase corporate positions and success within the corporations to make more money and get more status and neglect their obligations as men and women on the land, right? So again, nothing necessarily wrong with working a job or having an occupation and wanting to get more value. Obviously, it's a fool's errand if you can't sustain yourself, right, on your own land, and you're beholden to these same corporations you work for to feed you and provide you with a livelihood, because there's going to come a day where that's going to end or radically change and you're going to be left out in the lurch, as they used to say. I would think that would just be based in common sense for anybody who could see the light age, dark age cycles of history. We got someone in the back. I want to get out of here soon. Snafu, you got any final words, questions, comments, and concerns? I'm going to let you go. I'm going to bring this guy
No,
in and I'm going to wrap
I'm
up.
gonna go. Glad you went live, talked about the subject. It'll be interesting to see where optics go. And yeah, minerals, man. And I'm glad you brought up the whole Venezuela thing, like prison thing, because I think just like you said, they could sect us off now. And if we're starting to do basically domination, we own these foreign countries basically. Transition of powers, folks, even under the guise of whatever. So yeah, the optics are high.
Try. All right, Snafu, I'm going to let you go. So yeah, I mean, don't mistake me as some kind of commie or whatever else. I'm not necessarily anti-capitalist. There's like I said, there's nothing wrong with working a job. I mean, I think the best of both worlds, if we were to fuse or merge what would be traditionally, at least on paper, seen as communism or socialism and capitalism, that's probably the best idea, right? Where we retain our private property rights, rights under God, but we have this sort of communal orientation to work the land, live on the land, and then out of that living on the land and what we produce from that land comes a livelihood, right? Whether it's growing the trees, the plants, the herbs, beekeeping. There's a ton of ways that we can add to or develop the land, and then out of that create a living for ourselves if we want to exchange for value and currency. And that would be my intentional scenario for myself and for others with me going forward more and more is to secure viable plots of land, to add to that land or work that land, and out of that time, energy, attention that I put into that comes various opportunities to generate more value privately and with my fellow man in those communities. All right, let me put up my Israel first, because we all know every good American has an Israel first perspective. Groyper Nation, what can I do for you? Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, and also no Israel first, America first. But I just wanted to get your opinion on the capture of Maduro and what this means. What do you think this means? Like, because I think this is just for economic reasons, and we're just doing the works for Israel. But because Venezuela had some good policies, banning gay marriage, banning pornography. So I don't know why we did this. I mean, I do. I think it's for economic reasons, but I want to get your opinion.
Right. So we went over this earlier in the broadcast. I don't believe that this is the low level reasons everybody's going to talk about. I believe this is a more higher up the chain move, and you can see my meme there, I guess you would call it. It's today's thumbnail. In 2000, there were 9 countries without a Rothschild-owned central bank. Venezuela is one of them. So out of the 9, we've already hit up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of the 9, right? Can't be too much of a coincidence. So that's what I'm going with. That's what I believe this is all about. If you want to do New World Order, you got to get everybody under the same currency, financial, global code, policy, statute system, right? As one of the Rothschilds said, he who prints the money makes the laws or the codes. So in order to control all of these nations / corporations masquerading as nations, we have to get them all to accept our Federal Reserve note, which is a privatized promissory note.
Yep.
And from there, we have to move these folks into a centralized digital currency system we could do digitized social credit. So I don't believe this is about gas or the oil. I don't think it's about banned pornography or gay marriage or any of that political crap. I think this is very simple, straight to the point, straight to the top.
So it's Rothschild, right?
Well, if you really want to be technical, it's always spiritual, right? The Luciferi,
A lot of people don't have spirits, though.
Sir, I'm just telling you what the centralized bankers have said for hundreds and thousands of years, and what the Nazis came to find out when they, took the drugs and got the upload and created the technology that tapped them into a otherworldly or interdimensional race that started to dictate to them what the world was going to look like and how they were going to create an Ubermensch, Superman, and exterminate the rest of the slaves who can't keep up, right? And it's all right on time. So we haven't deviated from that plan on a national or worldwide scale since. As a matter of fact, everything that has been released in those historical documents with the Nazis has come to pass. So I believe this is a spiritual dynamic first and foremost. It manifests as a physical dynamic. So either you want to go to the top of the bottom, which is the spiritual component, or you want to go to the top of the bottom of the physical component, which is always a centralized.
I want to be with
banking component.
Jesus.
You want to be Jesus?
No, I want to be with him.
Right.
Because he's the Messiah, he's the King, and yeah.
How do you know that? How do we know that?
How do we know he's the Messiah and the King?
Yeah.
Because he said.
Okay.
And the eyewitness testimonies and raising from the grave, no normal man would do that,
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not going to say it didn't happen. I'm just saying we have no reference for anything like that in history, and all we're going on is hearsay, secondhand information from a book that is heavily redacted and remixed. We're missing 11 other books, and this is the version given forth from a king. So I am not going to rain on anyone else's parade. I can't tell anyone who or what it is or what it's not. I'm just going to say that I can't
I thought you
totally
were a
buy into
Christian.
that. I don't identify as any specific religion or religionist. I
Well,
I
wouldn't.
have
Yeah, I wouldn't consider you. You need to be in a religion, just like what, like person, like. Do you want to have a relationship with Jesus? You know.
right. I'm not denying that I have called out, especially in times of trouble, and asked the Jesus figure if he or it is
It.
the end all. Yeah, if he or it or whatever
He's
it
a guy.
is, got it. I'm not telling you what it is or it isn't. I'm just telling you what my experience has been. I've called out for that. I've not seen or had any profound experience that would lead me to believe that that's the case. So as much as I'd like to jump on board and proclaim Jesus Christ, a guy who died and rose again to be the end all be all Messiah and savior of humanity, I've not seen any actual experience or evidence for that.
Hey,
So
can you prove Napoleon existed?
no.
Okay. You never had any experiences with Napoleon, right?
Right. I can't
So,
actually.
do you
I
view
would
him
say
as an
most
historical
things in
figure?
life. I would say most things in life can't be proven if you want to be technical. You can only stack evidence so high that
What?
it can't be.
That is not true.
Okay. You're
Eyewitness
free to believe
testimony. I
whatever
mean,
you.
people seen everybody agreeing on
Eyewitness
the same thing.
testimony is evidence. It's not proof. If you go to court, they will not consider that proof. It will be deemed as evidence. Why? Because
Does the evidence lead to proof that
Sir,
this
we
person
can't
did
both
this?
talk at the same time.
Go ahead.
So, again, this
Hey,
is
that's
why
kind of weird. You never seen your brain before. How do you know it exists?
I don't.
So, are you gonna tell me there's a chance you don't have a brain?
Sir, I'm telling you that I can't.
I'm just asking your logic. I'm just trying to understand your
We
logic.
can't both talk at the same time. If you ask questions, it means you want an answer. If you talk over the answer, it means the question was bad faith.
No, I'm trying to understand your logic. Go ahead.
If you're trying to understand, then you have to let me speak.
Go ahead.
So I don't have any firsthand knowledge of experiencing whatever is inside of my head. I have a secondhand account of what other people have shown me and told me is inside of a human being's head. I believe one time I watched a guy on HBO, Dr. Braden, whatever his name is, cut open a human body and pulled out what appeared to be a brain. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's in a different form once it's inside the brain versus when you take it out, like Schrodinger's brain, you know? I have no idea what it is or how it works. I just know what I've been told. And I would say most of the things that we experience in reality are of that nature. We don't know what it is or how it actually works. We just know what we see or what we've been shown. And there's an old saying, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. That is an old saying for a reason. Because not everything, as a matter of fact, most things are not what they seem to be. So, again,
Do you believe the Earth is round or flat?
I don't have any stake in the outcome, so I would choose not to believe because believe is the absence of knowing.
Man.
If I could just finish, I know that you want me in your cult of indoctrination and to repeat
No, I'm
everything.
not in a cult, man.
I know that you want me in your cult of indoctrination to repeat everything.
I'm not in a cult.
I know that you want me to repeat everything that you will repeat
I'm
as
just not
fact.
in a cult, man.
We both can't talk at the same time.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, I'm not in a cult.
To me, that's what it is. Just like you just claimed being a Christian isn't a religion.
I don't believe in NASA, man. There's a lot of things I'm skeptical.
We both can't talk at the same time. You're ruining the quality of this broadcast by cutting me off.
Do you believe objective morality or subjective morality?
I believe in a subjective apprehension of an objective experience.
Can you explain
lack
that?
thereof when it comes to apprehension?
Like, is
So,
murder
yes,
is murder wrong like objectively in the universe, the
Yes,
world.
as long as you differentiate the idea of murder from killing. Absolutely.
Okay, and that will go the same with all assaults, right? All sorts of assaults,
Sure,
right?
you don't have a right to put your hands on somebody else who isn't attacking you in order to defend yourself.
How about slavery?
Of course.
Okay. I thought you were
So
gonna
I
say,
guess you
oh,
would say that I lean toward the idea of objective morality with a subjectively apprehended or lack thereof component,
my
right?
question would be,
Obviously,
where do you get the objective morality from?
conscience, logic,
Can,
morals,
can
and
you
ethics.
elaborate?
Sure. So one of the tools we would use is empathy, right? Where we would put ourselves in the other person's position and then ask ourselves, would this be a proper course of action? Would we want this done to us?
Yeah.
So if the answer is no, then it's probably not right to do it to somebody else, right? I wouldn't want anybody murdering me for no reason if I didn't do wrong. I wouldn't want somebody putting their hands on me if I didn't try to attack somebody. I wouldn't want somebody enslaving me. So if it's not right for me, how could it be right for anybody else? Unless
I know.
they
Well, I'm
are
just
into that.
confused. Yeah, I was just confused. Like, why did a bunch of tribes do that? They thought it was okay to murder and like spill your blood out and like whatever ritual crap they did. You know, the Africans, the people in the Americas, the South Americas, the Central back in the day. You know, it seemed like they didn't have a conscience or something.
I think that when it comes to survival and the continuation of one's community or species, human beings are liable to neglect or ignore their conscience in order to justify doing something they wouldn't want done to them so they could continue on with the way they've always lived. Right? It doesn't mean they don't have a conscience. It means they're looking to ignore it or overlook it in order to secure some value or value system they believe is the prime directive.
Yeah, I have a question. Another question. Do you believe the Rothschilds, they created Israel? Because I think they had a big. They're big on Israel.
I don't know. I know what I've heard and what I've read, but again, it falls in line with the same idea. We can report what we believe we know, what we've read, or what we've seen, but that doesn't make it a fact, right? If anything, it's evidence. It's not proof. So I do tend to believe most things. Again, I don't believe I can prove, nor do I know them, but I can report what I believe, or what I suspect, or what it seems to be. What I suspect, what I believe, and what it seems to be is yes, the state of Israel, like all state ofs, including the state of California and the state of the state of the union, as you would put it, that what's become the corporation, are all front-run corporations that are essentially doing the bidding of a centralized banker cartel. It's what it seems to be, right? And we have a ton of evidence to kind of, as
Yeah.
you would say, prove that. Although you could never prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's why the standard of court is beyond a reasonable doubt. And most things in life you can't really prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Although we could come to the consensus, right? If I stack evidence a mile high, at some point everyone in the room is going to go, you know what? If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's got to be a duck or a guy in a really good duck outfit.
Yeah.
So,
And
and again, I
I
go back to the spiritual component. I believe that human beings are being avatared here, and that there's either a or multiple spirits or states of consciousness that have inhabited or working through human beings, and therefore are historically producing the same results over and over again, despite who or what we are or where we are, not only on the planet but in time. Right? Everything
yeah.
seems to repeat or loop. It doesn't
Yeah,
seem
I
like
agree
it's
with you.
all our own individual choices.
I remember your old channel. It used to be called Slaves. I think you
Paul
got banned
Enslaved.
or censored. What?
Yeah, Paul Enslaved. It was stricken a bunch of times, shadow banned.
Damn, the freaking YouTube got you, huh? It's fucked up.
Well, not. I guess not, because I'm here, and
Yeah, well, they give second chances. They do that sometimes, but like
No, I didn't
they
lose
shouldn't.
the channel. I didn't lose the channel. I gave them legal notice. They walked back the majority, if not all, of my strikes. They never could get 3 strikes on me because I would continually give them notice and serve them, and talk with the legal team and put them on notice of the fact that they can't do what they're doing legally or lawfully. So they wanted to take the
Damn,
channel
you're
down,
on
but
business, huh?
well, I mean, I have to be, man. You know, this is what I do, and this is my
You
livelihood.
gotta
This is
go
what I
against.
stand for.
You have to stand up against those, those Jews. You have to, and I respect that.
I don't necessarily consider it going against. I consider it me reminding them of what their duties and obligations are and why they can't or shouldn't do certain activities that create bad karma for them, right? One of the maxims in law
Yeah,
is
they're trying to bully you.
Listen, a man who doesn't express his rights has none. That's a maxim in law, right? So they can only do what you allow them to do up to a certain point. If you tell them this far and no further, they're going to have to enter into a dialogue with you and renegotiate on the contract.
Yeah. The Great Awakening is happening, man. I don't know if you ever heard of it, the Great Noticing, but it's definitely happening. People are noticing. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. I don't think that there's a lot of this stuff, we spoke about earlier in the broadcast, and pretty much every broadcast, they're very similar, if not the same in certain ways. But yeah, man, there's no denying that there's a cosmic movement in consciousness and awareness.
I don't know yeah. I don't know, I know hopefully we're gonna get the right people in office and we're gonna destroy Israel, That's my dream right there. But yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
Okay, well, I don't support that. I don't promote that. I really don't want any part of that.
Why don't you support that?
Because you just said you're a Christian and you believe in Christ.
I am Christian.
Please don't keep talking over me.
Well, I'm just confirming.
I don't need a confirmation. I know what I heard and I'll repeat it, and you can confirm or deny after I'm done speaking.
Okay,
you just said you were a Christian, and that would mean that you are aware of the accuser or the opposer who comes to kill, steal, and destroy. And if you were an actual Christian, you wouldn't support anything that mirrors killing, stealing, or destroying. So when you say you're a Christian and you want to be with Jesus, and you turn around and tell me that you want a whole nation or corporation of people wiped off the map and destroyed, it means you are demonically possessed, masquerading as a servant of Christ.
No, that's not what I said. I said I want to destroy the entity, the government, and free the people. Maybe I should have, be more specific.
Again, you're making the people a bunch of victims. They are the perpetrators. They've created their bed.
So you want them to be brainwashed. You want them to be,
No, I don't want. It's not. First of all, it's not about what I want and don't want. Okay, it's about what it is and what it's not. And what it is that every nation or corporation is what it has become because the majority of the people who occupy that land have allowed it to take place. So they're not victims, they're perpetrators, they're co-signers who've signed on to their own.
You want to bend over and not do anything, not fight back?
Sir, what are you doing to fight back?
I was asking you, in 1967, Israel killed 34 of our U.S. soldiers, and we still haven't, confront them about that recently.
We're all over the place here. We
no, I mean, it seems like you don't want to
jumping to the next thing.
No, are you a guy who just bends over and doesn't do anything?
I'm getting to the point here where I'm just going to tell you it's whatever you want it to be because I'm not going to argue with you and go back and forth.
No, I mean, you just seem like you're not going to fight.
Red herring, straw man, non-arguments are boring me.
How are they boring you?
Because it's just you're obviously trying to you're either this foolish that you would make claims that would put you and me in danger, or you're trying to get me to do it because you're trying to subvert this broadcast one way or another, right?
I don't know how.
So anybody who would come on this broadcast and try to get me to sign on with destroying a government of a nation,
I didn't tell you to sign on. I did not tell you to sign on.
Or an operative.
I didn't tell you to agree to anything. I didn't give you a contract, buddy. I didn't give you a contract. I just said what my personal dream would be.
You also keep talking over me, and I've told you 10 times now to stop talking over me, and you can't control your mouth.
No, I just, God gave me the right to speak. So.
No, it's just you're going to do whatever you want to do and say whatever you want and not adhere to the format of the broadcast, and that's why you're not going to be here much longer. Yeah. See how that works?
Nah.
I know. Because you're not ready to grow up and mature and be honest with yourself.
I am ready to grow up. I'm already grown up.
It's obvious that you have the mentality of a little boy on many levels.
How do I have the mentality of a little boy?
Jesus being your daddy from a book that your king gave you, or voting for the next guy in office to save you, or destroying a whole nation because you don't agree with some of the historicity that's gone on. It's just a bunch of immature foolishness that
How
goes
is it
nowhere.
immature when a country kills 34 of our soldiers?
The reality of it is, if
You're
I
an
ask
idiot.
you what,
When a country kills
that's
34
you.
of our soldiers,
That's
you're gonna
you.
expect me to bend over, right?
That's you.
So now
That's
I'll
what I
ask
thought.
you, what have
You're
you
gonna
done?
expect me to bend over, huh?
You already are bent
Oh,
over.
you're gonna
You
expect me
take
to
it
bend
for
over or
Jesus,
what?
King James,
Oh, because of
Donald
these
Trump.
little things I don't agree with. No, it's not little things. It's serious things. You fucking
What
idiot.
have you done?
You fucking
You're
idiot.
using terms. I know. Now we're going to
Oh,
go to the
boo,
ad
boo, boo,
hominem.
boo, 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 boo.
Could you get more
Get your
childish and
dick out of
immature?
your mouth, dude.
So you're putting your fingers in your ears now and making noises like a child.
I'm not putting my fingers in my mouth. I'm making that my own mouth by my own mouth.
Yeah, it's
I don't
equivalent
need
to
no
a child
fingers.
putting fingers in his ears and going, "I can't hear you." Blah
No,
blah
I
blah.
don't like what you're saying is retarded, man.
That's you. You don't know
No,
it yet.
that's
But
you.
You're the
Bend
dumbass in this
over.
situation.
You
It's
don't
not
have
me.
to agree with their policies, dude. They killed 34 of our soldiers and worse.
You're using
They gave us
terms like
false intel in 9/11, and
You're
you're like,
using. I'm gonna
oh,
have to put you in the back or mute you so that I can comment on what you're
don't
saying.
do
'cause you
any.
won't- Okay, so I'll put you in the back and I'll bring you back up in a second. You're using terms like our soldiers. I'm not a part of U.S. corporation. I'm not enlisted in any kind of military or army. The founding fathers of America said not to have centralized armies and to have a well-regulated militia. You wouldn't know or care about that because you're un-American, corporatized, fascistic, treasonous, tyrannical, immature, slaved-out sheeptard. Okay? So I don't have our troops. I don't know who or what you're talking about. You must be referring to your statist fascistic cult that you're a part of and vote for corporate presidents to run it. I don't have soldiers. I'm not interested in what your cult soldiers had happen to them. If they don't want to get killed and blown up, don't put on costumes and don't go against other nations and don't declare war on people and don't do corruption and don't stray from what the foundational law and goal of this nation was supposed to be. Get it?
When I say our soldiers, I mean soldiers that protect our.
I'm not interested in your cult of protection and safety. It's ridiculous. It's extremely immature and short-sighted. Just the fact that you would repeat that narrative shows how brain dead you are. I'm not buying into the fact that the police and the military and everyone else is just here to keep me and everyone else safe and protect us. I've never needed their help. I've never called them. I've never wanted their services, and they won't get the fuck out of my life to a certain extent. And they won't stop dragging me and everyone else into their conflagration of activities, the sweeping fire of tyranny and treason spreading across these lands and this world. So keep talking like a religionist cultist with dogma from the statist side or the theological side, and I will call you exactly what you are. Just that you would even repeat that line of thinking shows how immature and brain dead you are. The police and military are just here to protect us all and keep us safe. Really? Well, then why aren't they stopping the domestic terrorists? They swore an oath to a constitution to protect us or uphold the law with all beings, foreign and domestic. We still didn't get the Epstein list. Your presidents are doing backroom deals. They're fucking children. They're running drugs. They're doing global government. And you want to sit here and tell me that their order following minions are here to keep us safe and protect us. Get a fucking clue.
I did not say that, you fucking dipshit. I don't fucking follow the presidents. I follow decent men and women who serve our fucking country, you fucking.
Do you think that Jesus, this is so fascinating how you guys are all right out of a factory. It's like literally like a corporation set up a factory and just seated all you people as NPC biological robots. He starts off by saying he's a Christian. Then he wants to claim conservatism and Americana. Then he wants to say he supports centralized troops and banking ordeals. You got to pick something here, Bubba. You're not making any sense. There's no continuity because you're just at a smorgasbord of beliefs. It's like a buffet. Let me take a little bit of this. Let me pick a little bit of that. Let me mash it all together and call it a good meal. No, you just put a bunch of slop on the tray and it all doesn't go together. It all doesn't make sense. And it's proof that you don't have good taste. Okay? So I highly doubt that the Christed being of Scripture would sit around talking about needing troops to protect him. I highly doubt that our founding fathers, who said no centralized banks and no centralized authorities and militaries, we need a well-regulated militia, would support troops dictating to them to protect them. I don't think you know who or what you are. I think you know what you want to be or say that you are, but when it comes down to expressing that, it makes no fucking sense, and it all doesn't go hand in hand with each other.
Yeah, I'm trying. If you cannot mute me,
Do
I
you
can
believe in
respond.
taxation?
Yeah.
Of course you do, because you're a socialist Marxist. Do you believe in having to pay tribute and tax to use your own land and property? Because it's all redistribution of wealth. Tell me
Hey, you
more
keep
about how.
muting me.
Tell me more about how you're a Christian, conservative, blah, 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 when you're actually a socialistic, Marxistic, fascistic, Satanistic sheeptard who doesn't know what planet they're on. And also tell me how you know that the world is round, too, because you saw a little globe in the corner of the room when you were in kindergarten, right? So it's got to be true.
If you can, like, you keep muting me and I'm trying to respond.
Right, because you keep talking over me. So now I, the person with the actual control here to respond in kind and to lay out the facts as I understand them, or at least the historical narrative, is going to have to take control over you because you can't control yourself. See? This is my broadcast. I will talk about what I please, and I will answer the questions you put forth the way that I like. And if you interrupt me or cut me off or start cursing at me, I'm going to either put you in the back so I can respond, or I'm going to kick you the fuck out of here.
Do it, you little faggot. You're a little bitch. You won't do that in real life, you little pussy. Because you have your little computer, you have your little set. You won't do that in real life.
Would you like to send me an email?
If you spread your, I mean, go ahead. If you spread
my email, okay, I'm going to put you in the back. My email's up top. We've been through this with many of you folks. I probably shouldn't go down this road because, you know, there's no telling where it could go. But if you'd like, you could drop me an email. I will give you a location. You can show up there and we can live stream together, or we can just have a conversation in private.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. The email's up there. consciousness.is.rising@gmail.com. Drop me an email. Let me know that this is you. And also let me know what your intentions and motives are going to be.
And I'm not a socialist, by the way. It's kind of stupid.
Well, it's not. It is kind of stupid that you would claim to be a conservative Christian and support taxation.
Yeah, everybody is in tax.
See, you did it again, right? You can't help yourself. And by the way, I have a pretty good feeling you won't be emailing me. And if you do, you won't be showing up to the location I give you, because everything you just said about me is another projection. Okay? You're doing a lot of projection so far in this interaction. So you can't call yourself a conservative Christian and say you support taxation when taxation is literally the redistribution of wealth.
I didn't call myself a conservative, by the way. I said a Christian, but nothing about conservatism.
Okay, well, who's the person or the people that you want to vote into office to do a better job? Who would they be?
No Republicans, no Democrats. I hate both of them.
Okay, so who would that be then?
There's a couple of good people. But for the majority, the Republican Party is a disgrace and the Democratic Party is a
You're
disgrace.
telling me what it's not. You're not telling me what
Thomas
it is.
Massey.
I don't think that you know.
Thomas Massey.
Thomas Massey.
Massey, yeah.
Thomas Massey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I'm trying to email you. Wait, your email's okay.
Okay, so Thomas Massey is a Republican.
Yeah.
So I'm confused. You're promoting
he's not like the average Republican.
Oh, he's not like everyone else routine. Right. We've only heard that 1,000 fucking times to the same old ending. It's amazing how many times you folks can be. Hey, how many vaxes did you get?
How many vaccines did I get? I got
how many did you get? 2. Oh, you got 2. Yeah, okay. There you go. Tells us all we need to know.
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
Well, back in COVID,
I'm a Christian. I want to go with Jesus. I'm in favor of the supernatural, and I'm now voting for Republicans, and I take vaccines because Bill Gates told me to for my safety.
Context matters, dipshit. When 2020 happened, I wasn't a Christian.
Right.
I wasn't into politics.
So the bottom line of what I'm establishing here is
dude. You just assume everything. You fucking.
I got
idiot.
that. I mean, I happen to be correct. You notice how I'm presuming?
No, you
and
don't have
assuming
to be correct.
See, whether you know it or not, when I asked the question, I had a really strong hunch that you got at least one, if not a few, of those vaccines. And turns out I was right. And it doesn't matter that you call yourself a Christian today, you still have the same discernment or lack thereof. So I'm making the case in profiling you to set a standard of showing that your ability to understand what's going on around you and make connections and understand the facts is sorely lacking. See? Because I and others here didn't get any of the shots and wouldn't in 1,000 fucking years, no matter what the environment dictated, right? So why do you think, if you had to guess, I didn't get any shots and you got 2? If you had to guess.
Can you repeat your question again? Because I've been...
If you had to guess why I've never voted for anyone and you still want to vote for Republicans because they're different.
No, I don't want to vote for Republicans.
You just said Thomas Massey's a Republican.
Yeah, but he's not going to be on the ticket. Do you not understand?
Okay.
They won't put him on the ticket.
I know, because he's such a maverick outsider, non-politician. Right, we know. So why do you think it is, if you had to guess, just based on who we are and how we see the world, why you got 2 vaccines from Bill Gates, which have recombinant DNA in them to alter your genetics, as a Christian now, why do you think
I don't take vaccines anymore?
Right. Why do you think I never took them?
I don't know. I think that'll be dishonest.
Because I have a superior discernment to yours.
You're superior?
No. See, try to follow along. This is part of your problem, is listening and comprehension. I have a superior discernment to yours. It means I can look around and I can make connections and understand why things are happening. You can't. If you're lucky, you can, maybe 5 to 10 years after it's already too late. See? So I'm about 5 to 10 years. I'm about 5 to 10 years ahead of you when it comes to understanding what's happening and where it all goes.
I mean, you said you don't know anything about history, so I don't think so.
I apparently didn't need to know anything about history, not as much as you do, in order to know.
How do you know everything came? Like, how do you know that if you don't care about? I don't know what you said. You said like, I'm not too into history. Well, I hope you know basic history, but like.
Again, what I know and don't know doesn't translate necessarily to what we're doing and not doing. I'm telling you, regardless of how much history I know or don't know, according to you, made no difference when it came to me having to live a certain way in the time of history that I live in. See? So again, this is a type of person. You're a type of person. You think you know something. You think you know it all. You call other people dumbasses when you're the one. You call other people stupid and dumbasses when you're actually the dumbass who's caught up in a duped out cycle of being delusional and deluded and deceived and destroying yourself and others, but keep contending you know better than other people who have a track record of actually doing certain things and not doing other things. Embarrassing.
I didn't say that. See, you're putting words in my mouth. You're saying that I said that I think I know everything, but I never said that. I'm a very open-minded and humble person. I'm willing to learn everything.
So open-minded that you want to vote for Republicans who are going to be different this time and take multiple vaccines from corrupt officials.
How do you know that's Thomas Massey, though?
I don't need... You can pick any name out of a hat. I'm not going to support authoritarianism through representative democracy when this is supposed to be a republic of and by and for the people. I'm not a federalist. I don't believe in creating a corporation and hiring people to go into that corporation to write up code to regulate men and women who they're supposed to serve. I want no part of it. I will not vote for it. I will not engage with it.
So what's your idea, government or world? Or you don't believe in government? What's your idea?
It's called self-government. What used to be the cornerstone of a proper republic, self-governance.
Can you give me an example of maybe a society that has practiced it?
Sure. I guess go anywhere across the world and find a tribe of people who doesn't have any external monolithic troops and police and corporations called government telling them every move they have to make and what they can't do. Usually these are tribal societies that engage the most in self-government from what I've studied.
So you want to live like maybe the Aztecs, from what I'm getting at, tribal?
I don't necessarily have anybody to cite or compare to for using common sense and firsthand experience. I get up every day. I decide what I'm going to do for a living to create value in my life. I do that. I get the things I need. I work with my community. I go to sleep. I get up. We do it all over again. Nowhere in that process does it require some externalized monolithic set of troops and police and corporations to dictate to me who or what I am and what I'm going to be for my safety and how many vaccines I'm going to take.
Okay, so when a stronger, taller person approaches you and threatens you and threatens your family, and in this situation, maybe in real life as well, you're weaker than this person, and you have no, well, maybe he has a better weapon or
How
whatever.
tall are you, sir?
5'10".
Okay, so I'm 6'3", so you don't have me there. How much do you weigh?
No, I didn't say me though. I'm not the character in this hypothetical.
No. I was going to say, because you're going to email me and you're going to show up over here and then we're going to find out, right?
Yeah, but we live in a government, so yeah.
Oh, I don't live in anything other than a universe. I don't know what you're talking about again. There you
Like
go.
I could pull a gun out and it wouldn't be a problem, but I wouldn't. But I'm just saying I would.
Sure, you
Or I
could, and then you would have to deal with whatever the consequence would be of you doing that.
Yeah, but
You would
in this
also have to. You
hypothetical,
would also have to presume that I didn't pull one first and be willing to use it.
well, you can make up a lot of stories, you
Right,
know?
I could. Okay, let's get back to your analogy. Enough LARPing, because ultimately, let's be real with ourselves and each other. I really don't want a problem with you, and I don't think you want a problem with me. I'm open to whatever. I'm open to whatever's meant to be, and I can't stop you from doing whatever you want to do. But ultimately, I think that you got a little bit out of line there, and I'm going to try to bring us back to some level of what they would call a civilized conversation or exchange, right? So, give me your hypothetical again. Someone bigger and stronger to me comes up to me and does what to me now?
And he just threatens you and your family, and since in your dream world, right? I'm gonna say your dream world of a society, and he just threatens you. He comes to you and just maybe he starts killing your loved ones, and just in this situation, you can't defend yourself. What are you gonna do without? And I'm not saying police are not perfect. I think we all agree, we all know that police are not perfect. The government's not perfect, but who are you gonna call, or what are you gonna do to handle this situation?
Again, the presumption is that somebody could be called to stop whatever was going to happen at that point, which is usually not how things work. By the time whatever gets there, the deed is already done. Right? So again, this is where it comes back to radical accountability, responsibility. We have to, in your scenario, if we want to be prepared and ready to respond, responsibility, right, and accountability, we would have to exercise, train ourselves, right, as much as possible, be strong and competent, and be willing to defend ourselves, and also be in a community of other men who can assist us and aid us if we were in need, right? So that would be, again, a self-governing tribe or community of middle-aged males who were strong enough and able-bodied enough and had enough tools to defend themselves and each other and their families. That's how that would go.
And I got another question in this dream society. In your dream society of tribal, whatever, no police, no government, self-governments, you said, will in this dream world, will people choose their own sexuality? Is that how free it's going to be? Or self-governed? Sorry.
Again, doesn't concern me. I'm not interested in what anybody else does with their genitals in private on their own time.
I get that, but aren't you afraid that your children may get into that? It's just going to ruin your society.
No, I don't. I'm not going to walk around being afraid.
So if your son was gay, you would be okay?
Well, I'm okay with you being here, right?
I'm not gay.
I'm just teasing you a little bit. So, yeah, man. At the end of the day, one of my biggest concerns in life isn't other people's sexuality or the sexuality of my children that I don't have yet. So ultimately, children
there
are going to
has to be a line, right?
Yeah, the line is personal choice.
so they
I
can do
know,
whatever
rights
they
and
want.
freedom, huh? That's a fucking
No. But I'm for
upsetting.
rights and freedom, but yours is like unlimited. It seems like no
Okay, so
government.
what's the alternative? You're gonna commission a centralized authority to go around and police everybody on what their personal choice and proclivities are when it comes to sexuality. That's not a self-governing or rights-based free country that would resemble Americanism. That's the antithesis of it.
Like, you would be okay if your tribe was somebody in your tribe was. I don't mean to get graphic here, but was how do I explain this? Having sex with an object or something, or doing something naughty with an object or with an animal. Like,
You
is that
presume that I'm not the things you're claiming. How do you know that I'm not fucking objects from time to time or
Wait,
have in the
what?
past? Yeah,
Well, I'm going to assume you're
pretty sure
decent. I'm going to assume you're decent, and you wouldn't
Well,
do that.
that's your first mistake, right? I presume that you're completely indecent, and I've been correct so far. Why would you presume the opposite for me? Let's get on the same level here. So, again, your subjective ethics outside of morality, don't arbitrarily dictate someone else's ethics and whether it's decent or not. Decent is a subjective perspective. One man's decency is another man's toxicity, and vice versa. Right?
Yeah, I just see objectively being a decent person or is just taking care of yourself. I think that's 100%. Maybe having kids, you don't need to, but just taking care of yourself and just having a home and just being decent, being the right good person.
Again, I don't necessarily, and maybe this is my mistake or failing, and I have more that I need to mature on and learn in life. I don't necessarily equate sexuality or sexual habits between consensual people as decent or indecent. Because again, if it's consensual, and I know I'm explaining,
So when two twin brothers, go ahead. Sorry.
If it's consensual behavior and doesn't cause loss, injury, or harm to someone else or create a debt that goes unpaid, which would go under the idea of loss, I don't see how it comes into a discussion of indecent or immoral behavior.
So
it's just differences in ethics, right?
If two twin brothers consensually, they love each other, they want to do the naughty, disgusting business.
Are you going to stop them?
No, I mean, I think that crosses the line on so many things. And in your worldview, you're just going to be like, let them be? Like,
Sir, if you want to take 14 vaccines into your bloodstream and then turn around and call yourself Christian, I'm not going to stop you. So what's the difference?
I'm against
What's the
vaccines.
difference between everybody consensually, voluntarily taking poison into their veins because of safety versus exchanging bodily fluids? I would contend one is worse than the other. So what exactly is the difference?
I'm trying to figure out the ideology you would fit in. Like,
it's very simple. I mean, we don't have to go through every single hypothetical. I believe in radical freedom radical freedom and self-government, pretty much what your founding fathers were portraying as an ideology. And that's going to take radical personal accountability and responsibility. That means you get to do what you want to do as long as you don't cause loss, injury, and harm to others. And then you and all your partners have to explain to yourselves and your maker and your community why you do what you do. It doesn't concern me. I'm not a part of it, and I will not interfere with your ability to choose. That's your right. You have a right to choose to do whatever you want to do in this life to pursue your happiness as long as you don't cause loss, injury, or harm, and you pay your debts.
Oh, so let me get this straight. So right now we live in a government, of course. We live in a republic, democracy.
I don't live in any of that. I don't know what that means.
Well,
I live in my body.
Fine, all of us except for you, whatever. When people want to commit suicide, they're depressed or whatever. In your views, let them do that.
Absolutely. Who owns your body? Who owns your body if not you?
Who owns your body? Yourself?
Yeah. There you go. So if you own your body, then you're free to do with it as you please. If you want it to continue to live and sustain it, great. If you want to terminate the existence of it, that's your right to do because you have personal choice and you own your body. If not, someone else owns your body. And if they do, then you're going to have a long list of things you can and can't do, many of which are natural rights.
But okay, at least you have a limit. The limit would be do not. Or wait, sorry. But when
The
somebody
limit
wants to
would
murder
be
somebody
causing harm
else,
to somebody else. It's equivalent to saying, are you going to characterize a guy who gets up and drinks 12 shots a day as committing slow suicide? Because that's what he's doing. Am I going to tell him he can't do that and commission a
of course,
centralized authority to
you
try
should
to
tell him.
stop
You should
his?
tell him.
Again, telling somebody, you're feeding back and echoing. So try to, I don't know what just happened that changed, but all of a sudden it's echoing. It's one thing to bear witness and testimony and attempt to try to influence others to choose differently.
Yeah.
Can you try to, you're feeding back on me.
What happened?
I'm hearing myself and your.
Well, I'm not playing the stream. I don't know. I would just mute.
Yeah. So again, having conversations with others in hopes that they will change what they're doing at a personal choice is one thing. Creating an authoritarian edifice to stop people from doing what they have a right to do because you believe it's indecent is just that, authoritarianism. And I will not support it because I would rather people learn for themselves and each other what's right and wrong and do that than have to be told and not ever get to decide using their own moral compass, right? Because I believe in rights and freedom and personal choice, not dictatorship.
Yeah, but they're not going to come back for that second chance to learn from their mistakes.
You don't
They're
know
going to
that.
die. I do know that.
So now you know for a fact that as an energy or a consciousness, we don't change forms. One of the scientific principles of law of exchange or transformation of energy is never created or destroyed, it only transfers. How do you know that we don't reincarnate or exist on another plane? Aren't you a Christian? Don't you believe we go to heaven or hell, which is another reality where we get to exist?
Yeah, they go in that reality, but they don't come to the earth. They don't stay here. They don't get a second chance. It's not like a video game. It's not like a video game. Yeah, sorry, go
Again,
ahead.
you make a lot of absolute statements. I don't know that to be true or not true because I've never died and come back. So I can't testify firsthand of what happens when we leave here. For all I know, you do cycle back and get another body. I don't know that to be true or not true.
Yeah, but all I know is if Tommy hangs himself, Tommy's not coming back to his mom and dad. Sorry, he's not. The mom and dad would want that. And
mom and dad don't get to decide what Tommy does and does not do. That's part of freedom, responsibility, accountability, and personal choice.
Because mommy and daddy would say, Andrew's back. But there's no cases of that. There's nothing.
Again, I get that you don't agree, and that's fine. You don't have to. But I'm just saying that this is what I subscribe to, the idea of radical freedom with personal choice and accountability and responsibility as the mechanism of sustaining that for the greatest possible outcome. The only alternative, if that's not going to be your modality, is a dictatorship where some centralized supposed authority tells everyone else what they can and can't do. I would rather err on the side of dangerous freedom than err on the side of comfortable, safe slavery.
Aren't not all parents, but aren't a lot of parents basically dictators, which is good? If your daughter wants to sleep around, you're going to be a dictator in that situation, basically, and tell her no. You're not going to sleep around. You're not going to leave the house.
That's what you're going to do.
Wait, so you're not going to do that? Is that what I'm getting from?
I don't get to tell someone who has their own body.
Daughter?
Hello? I don't get to tell someone another.
This is hilarious. This is actually fun.
Great. It's going to be as fun as it's going to be. And at some point, we're going to have to end this because we're moving on 4 hours here. I really only want to do an hour. And of course, as always,
your daughter, your own flesh and blood, your freaking daughter.
It's not my own flesh and blood. My flesh and blood is mine. Hello? We can't both talk at the same time. My flesh and blood is my flesh and blood. Hers is her flesh and blood. She is the owner of her body and gets to do what she wants to do. I don't get to tell her what she can and can't do because guess what? Here's a clue for you. If you try to tell your daughter what to do and not do, child psychology dictates they're always going to do the opposite because they want to explore and learn. So you're not going to get anywhere anyway. And all she's going to wind up doing is distrusting you, lying to you, and resenting you. So again, you have to understand how things actually usually work to understand what to do next. And sometimes you got to put aside what you want and don't want to be true and understand what is. So can I talk to her? Can I advise her? Can I tell her what I would do or not do? Potentially. Does that mean she's
you'll let
always...
your daughter get fucked by 5 dudes if she wanted
What's
to.
the alternative, sir?
The alternative is you freaking grab her hand, you tell her, no, you're not gonna do this under the law. I forgot the law is called, like, I am your guardian, I am your parent, legal, like, and I would stop her. And yeah, be a dictator in that situation. Sometimes you have to be a dictator. I think everybody would agree, except for you. You have to be a dictator sometimes. You have to be the authoritarian. You have to be in the autocracy position,
Again, I'm not in that position. I don't have children. I'd have to be there to know what I would do. And it also might change over time. I might do something early on that changes over time. Typically, that's the human experience. As we learn and grow and experience, a lot of times we change our perspective and therefore the choices that we make. But I can't see a reality where a woman, especially of age, who's of sound mind and reason and able
She's
to make
13.
their own even still, you can argue that if you go the further you go back in history, the less people would consider adolescence to be property of man and woman. There
This
used to
does
be a
not make
time.
sense.
There used to be a time where
Philosophers wouldn't agree with you.
There used to be a time where you gave a 10 or a 12-year-old a sidearm and you taught them how to shoot, and then they were responsible for themselves and what they got themselves into or out of, because that was part of making a man. And the same goes for a woman. So at some point, you cease to be a guardian. And again, the word is guardian, not dictator. A guardian does not stop somebody from doing what they consensually want to do. A guardian advises and protects, does not dictate. See, just like your government is supposed to advise, right? Advise and protect or guard, but not dictate.
Yeah.
And force people to comply. So there is some nuance there, right? So again, 13 is I get that it's seemingly young and supposed to be shocking, but at that point, usually by that point, this is an adolescent or the makings of an adolescent. This is someone who's post-pubescent. They have their own will and desire, and there is no way to actually stop someone from doing what they're going to do anyway.
What color is Homer Simpson?
How is it relevant?
No, I just want to make sure. Like, what color is Homer Simpson?
Yellow, I guess.
Yellow?
Yeah, he's on the screen. Looks like yellow to me.
Yeah, but how do you know yellow? That's what yellow truly is.
I don't.
You don't.
That color, as it appears to me, is what we've all seemingly agreed upon to call yellow. Doesn't mean that in some universe somewhere or some planet somewhere they can't reveal to me that there is an objective color yellow, and that we've all just agreed incorrectly. But based on what the conventional apprehension is or the conventional agreement, that's what I'm going on when it comes to.
And the sky's blue, right?
Yes, we've all agreed to call.
Okay, at least we agree on that.
Well, actually, see, this is why, again, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. When we look into this and study, there's a good chance that the sky is not blue, that our eyes actually make it appear to be blue through the refraction of light. So this is like, I get what you're doing, but in what you're doing, I'm going to help you reveal that you're not
There's
as
two
smart.
genders, right?
Again, the grass isn't green. Your eyes make it appear to be green through the refraction of light. See, so there's a subjective component there. Well, no, because if you ask somebody who's colorblind, whose eyes don't refract light the same way as most people do, they will tell you it's gray. So is the grass
that's
green?
The exception.
Or is it gray?
That's the exception.
Sure,
That's like saying there's people born without arms. That's like saying that's everybody.
Where are we go? You're jumping all around. How did we get from?
No, I'm just telling you.
How do we get from the illusion of authority and the presumption to be able to rule over others who have their own will and desires to how many genders there are and what color is Homer Simpson.
No, I just want to see if we agree on reality. I know you think reality is like we don't know. Maybe we don't know the true reality, or something like that. But yeah, I'll just giving you like some examples, some
Yes,
questions.
there's seemingly two genders. There's man and there's woman.
Thank you. And you're talking about how do you know the Earth is round? You quote unquote you asked me that. Well, there's
Right.
time zones. There's time zones. So yeah, like for me, it's 6:39. I don't know what time is it for you, but people in New York are 3 hours ahead. So yeah,
Right, and that proves the shape of the Earth. How?
most people would use that argument for sure. For the Earth is
Well,
round.
no, if you imagine a flat plane and a sun that goes over that plane and a time system that is dependent upon position of the sun, then you would still have different time zones because the position of the sun would be different in relation to how we experience it.
Are you talking about flat Earth now?
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm saying that the position of the sun as it relates to how we keep time doesn't necessarily confirm the shape of what we're on or in.
I don't think so. 'Cause that's one thing. That's how you get a flat earther to question their beliefs. Like, how do you explain time zones? And they can't really explain it.
It's simple. We made it up.
What do you mean, dude? It's 6 o'clock for me. I don't know where you live. Maybe you live on the east side, south side of America. It's 6:40 for me. But somebody in New York. I'm gonna say it again.
If we were to
It's
go out in the
9:40.
middle of, if we were to go out in the middle of the rainforest with a bunch of tribes folks who do not have any electronic equipment and don't keep time, nor do they have calendars, they would have no reference for what time it is because it's a conceptual idea that we've somewhat made physical, right? It's an illusory conceptual idea. They would have no reference for time. They would just say, "This is where the sun is," and maybe they have their own reference for time. In 3 blips, it's going to be nighttime, right? So time as we know it or how we keep it isn't necessarily how everyone else experiences it. And it's largely in relation to the position of the sun, right? As far as I understand it. So, I don't,
I guess everything is man-made, right?
it's the same idea it's the same idea as if, well, no, men make symbols, right? Or they create or use symbols in order to, express themselves or track their experience and expression. So it's the same idea as saying, if you went out in the middle of the rainforest with a bunch of tribes people who've never had access to the Bible, they would never know that Jesus existed. And you can't tell them they're all going to go to hell because they failed to have a knowledge of something that they've never experienced or interacted with.
Yeah. So I guess the saying Latinos are the best. That's subjective.
Right.
Which I think has to be objective, right? I mean, come on. They have everything right as a woman. Know what I'm saying?
Not really.
The curves, the accent, the cooking, No offense to other ethnic groups, but I don't see that.
Okay, I think we're
Maybe
getting
Asians.
We're getting way off
No, I
base
mean,
here.
I get it now. You think everything is man-made, for the most part, except for common sense. You said you believe in common sense, but I don't know. You just said
Right,
you have
we have a
no evidence that there's a
sensibility.
brain.
We have a sensibility and we use that to experience, and through our experience we create representations of that experience. Time and a calendar and months and dates and all that are examples of that. There's nothing requiring that to exist. If we were all born and left to our own devices, we would get up when the sun comes up, we'd go to bed when the sun goes down, and we would have a reference point for where the sun is currently in the moment and an estimate of what our experience of time would be between the moment of now versus when it will be dark, right? You can call that and you can represent that however you like. The experience is still the experience. the way we report that experience or represent that experience or create symbols to track that experience is man-made. It's a form of technology. It is not naturally occurring.
Yeah, like you said earlier, you're 6'3". What if you're not 6'3" in reality? What if that was just a concept?
You may be right.
Yeah. Okay, dude. This is okay. Yeah, I mean, you may be
If
like
if I go, I'm objectively X amount tall and big. Substitute for X, whatever your variable is. So if we go across the pond, they're going to tell me I'm 3 stone and 4 meters, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's a way of using a technology to track a reality that we experience.
In an Africa tribe, you could be considered small, you know, because they're tall. Well, some parts of Africa, they're really tall.
Right, potentially.
You could be seen as the midget, you know. Just saying.
Right, I'm saying if you use the tribal simulation, it kind of cuts through all the bullshit. If you woke up tomorrow in the middle of the forest with no technology, surrounded by your community, you would be at ground zero. You would have no conception for time. You would have no way of keeping time other than your experience and memories of that experience. There would be no calendar. There would be no holidays. There would be no government as you understand it or corporation. It is just pure existence and experience and the recall of that and the projection of that or the presumption of that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We agreed to disagree. I see your ideology, whatever it is, ideology as just insane, but you probably see mine as insane. So yeah, you know, it's like you just
right.
We don't agree. But earlier,
yes, I think that attempting to control everybody's behavior on every square inch of the earth to do what a bunch of corrupt Satanists say is insane, and you're proof of it because you took 2 poison.
No, I don't
vaccines.
like that. I don't like that the Jews are controlling us. I don't like it.
Again, you've now been told that it's the Jews because you watch too much TV and TikTok.
Oh, because I look at everything. No, I hate TikTok, by the way. I hate it because it's owned by a Jew and it was owned by China.
Explain to me how you can prove that. I don't know why I'm going down this road. I'd rather wrap up at this point. Explain to me how you can prove the Jews are controlling everyone. The Jews have a chip in everyone's brain where they can push a button and tell everybody what to do and not do. What are you saying?
Because the strongest nation in the entire world, you're probably going to say, how do you know it's the strongest? How do you know it's the strongest? Well, you know, every scholar and everybody, experts agree that the United States is the, you know.
Notice how you had to qualify it?
The strongest country in the world.
The scholars all agree. And the scholars are credible how and
experts.
Why? Experts. The same people who told you to take the vaccines and to put a Wi-Fi router next to your head.
No,
it's gonna be
a lot
okay.
of people found out they were wrong.
Again, you're qualifying groups of people with titles that aren't.
What do you want me to use then? Okay, I'm so confused. Like, what do you want me to use?
Common sense and a reference for actual reality.
Okay, fine. Let's do common sense.
Make someone an expert and a scholar because they have a piece of paper that says so, and a bunch of morons around them that agree.
Okay, fine. You want common sense? We have the greatest Pacific in the world, the best oceans. On the left and our right side, there's no countries, bordering us. Only top and bottom. That's advantage that we have over the whole world. We have the number one. We spend the most on our military, the number one budget. What else? I think we're the 3rd largest country in the world.
I love when guys like you try to make points and undo.
I'm just saying it.
You spend more on a military than any other country in the world, and you've lost the last.
And we have the most. We have the most troops.
You spent the most money out of anybody on all these toys and training, and you've lost the last 5 wars that you went to. What are you saying?
I'm just telling you. I'm just trying to give you some points. We're the richest nation by GDP. We're the richest nation by GDP.
This is your ego and pride. You can't even put a stop to a few thousand or 100,000 Taliban in rags and flip-flops with 40-year-old weapons.
Because of the Jews.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Because of the Jews, right? Even
because they give us false intelligence. They give us false intelligence.
You're beyond ridiculous. The problem with you and many others is you don't want to live in reality.
You just said you'll let your daughter fuck 5.
You don't want to live in reality. You don't want to be accountable and responsible. Okay? And you don't want to admit to yourself and others that you're a failure on many levels. That's why you're never going to be successful. That's why you're never going to be co-creative and conscionable. That's never why you're never going to be correct.
I mean, I was correct on those facts.
Those are not facts. Those are beliefs, and they're easily
Sorry, I cut out. Wait,
refuted.
can you repeat what you said? I cut out.
Those are not facts. Those are beliefs, and they're easily refuted.
According to what?
According to
I
experience
could say
and
that
outcome.
to you. I could just say that to you. I could just make that up.
Yeah, we could
That
play
you're
that
wrong.
game. There's experience and outcome.
Like I could say the exact same thing.
Okay, we're now devolving even more into some power
But
game.
you're wrong. You're wrong. Like I could just say that.
That's fine. You're entitled to your belief.
No, it's a fact. I could say the exact same thing like you
entitled
said.
to
It's a
believe-
fact.
You're
No, it's a
entitled to
fact.
believe whatever you want to believe is a fact.
It's not an opinion. It's a
We're
fact.
back to
That
evidence
you're
and
wrong.
proof. You can't produce.
Oh, now
any
you want
evidence.
evidence and proof.
You can't produce any evidence that brings us beyond a
I thought
reasonable doubt.
you don't trust evidence. You just said earlier.
What is the evidence that the United States is the strongest? And I don't know how we got to this, by the way. More neoconservative fetishism, right? Where you all like to proclaim that your military is so big.
Nah, I
and
don't like
bad
the
and strong and
conservatives. I don't
great.
like them. I don't like them.
It's laughable.
I don't
Literally
like the conservatives.
laughable.
Why are you assuming, bro?
Because you want to vote Thomas
Like you assume I watch
Massie
TikTok.
into
I hate
office.
TikTok, dude. I hate TikTok. I never even download TikTok
What
before.
is your evidence or proof, as you put it, that the U.S. military is the biggest and the strongest and the best?
I'm gonna use your logic, common sense.
Okay. So again,
I'm just
we
using
cannot
your logic. You
produce
see how
any
annoying it is?
experiential material fact or even belief.
I'm just
to
using your
support-
logic.
There's no my logic and your logic. There's logic and the lack thereof.
I'm using logic.
Okay. Can you draw us the conclusion from A to C?
Why do I have to? It's logic. It's in your brain. You should know. Just like you said, you shouldn't touch somebody. You shouldn't hurt somebody. You said that's common sense, right? Well, this is common sense. You should know this in your brain. You're like 40 or 30 years old. You lived in America, right? You should know.
Can you validate the belief or the claim with any explanation that you can put forth?
Common sense. You lived in America for a while.
Okay, I'm not seeing it. We'll agree to disagree.
See how annoying you see?
It's not, again, I can take it or leave it. It's wherever you want to go with it. The bottom line is you made a statement. You can't support it with any
No, I
experiential.
could, but I'm just using your logic. It's common sense.
Okay, don't worry about using my logic. Stick to yours.
Why not?
Because you're the one with the discernment and I'm the dumbass, remember?
But why not? So, I mean, I already said some things. Hello?
Right. Okay. This is very simple. And if we're going to continue with this going nowhere, I'm just going to let you go and I'm going to move on. So you made a statement. The United States military is the biggest and best in the world. And you provided no validity of experiential fact or belief that would conclude that. I did. I said that your military has gone to multiple places where people are barely funded and have way less resources and still can't beat them or stop them from continuing their reality. So if anything, that would make them one of the worst because they have all the resources, all the people, all the technology, and still can't beat people who have none of that. Doesn't make them the best. That makes them one of the worst. See how backward
we
your
have
logic
the
is?
biggest budget. We have.
See how
No,
that's the
I'm not
point.
done. We have advanced technology.
Right. This is equivalent to saying my business is the best because we
We have
spend
the most
on
nukes.
our.
We have the most.
That's like saying my business is the best because we spend the most on our overhead, but you can't outcompete the guy at the taco stand down the street. He sells more than you. He does equal, if not better, business than you. You can't outcompete him. So that doesn't make you the best because you spend the most. That makes you the worst. You have to compensate with how much you suck by spending more and pointing to that.
Wait.
If anything, your logic, as you put it, should be the opposite. The Taliban is one of the best militaries in the world because they can have way less people, almost no funding and resources, and still hold off the largest and greatest military, according to you, on the earth. They can't be beaten by them. So doesn't that make them the best? You have no logic. If the United States military is the biggest, brightest, and best, and they can't beat the Taliban, that makes the Taliban the best because they can't beat them.
Have you ever heard of leadership? George W. Bush was horrible.
You have a by the way for every fact that can be validated in experience.
Like
you have another excuse.
I'm not making it. Wait, you know that's a fact. George W. Bush sucked ass and was horrible.
George W. Bush is not on the ground telling troops what to do and not do.
Yes, he is. He's the commander in chief.
This is just, again, you just say shit. Also, the troops are not supposed to take unlawful orders, and the troops are supposed to deny the commander in chief if the mission comes before the directive. So that's part of when you're an order follower, knowing when to follow orders and when to not follow them. But see, you wouldn't know anything about that because you and all the other sheeptards just do whatever you're told and then just say shit to try to cope, but never consider the facts and how to make a proper decision.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you that in the Iraq invasion, which was a big mistake because it was all planned by the elitists, by the the New World Order. George Bush was in on it, and he sucked, and he didn't give two shits about the U.S. soldiers, our U.S. soldiers. I know you're gonna be like, those aren't my soldiers. Okay, the rest of us, the United States of America, are soldiers.
You just claim, this is how fascinating, this is your lack of logic again. You just claim that all the wars are set up and done by the elitist for ulterior motives and means, but yet you still consider them your military. Why?
Dude, okay. You know, the decent men and women are not the same as the elitists. They're being told what to do forcefully.
Here we go with the word decent again. What makes them decent? They follow
that
orders.
They serve their country.
They follow more sheeptard cope tropes. More cope tropes we've heard 1,000 times that aren't based in fact. They're not decent. They're order-following scum who go around the world and kill people to expand the centralized government and banking system. They're far from decent. The fact that you would call them decent shows you have no discernment. We're back to square one.
Yeah. I would say they are decent because they would protect your dumbass if somebody came to
I didn't ask for them to protect me. You keep going with this whole logic that I need protection from a centralized military. I'm not going to thank them for sucking up a bunch of tax money and going around the world and doing wars for centralized bankers in everybody else's name. They're order-following cowardly scum who are murderous cowardly scum who don't know how to deny unlawful orders and don't know how to follow the prime directive of what the Constitution stated to protect us from enemies, foreign and domestic. If they were real servants of the land and the country, they never would have left this land and they would have stormed into whatever buildings they needed to and put all the corrupt scum under arrest who tried to get us to do expansionist centralized banker wars. Hello?
Dude, they can't. They have their
your order following scumbag military got me arrested when they sat out in the middle of the road and stopped traffic to encourage everyone to come in and get poisonous shots for a disease that was admitted after the fact was manufactured and created. Don't tell me about decent people. I was the decent person in that interaction, trying to uphold the law, trying to make sure people got proper notice for they could consent. They weren't doing any of that. They weren't telling these people what the side effects might be. They were telling them, come on in and get vaxxed at the community center. And then they had me arrested after they invited me in for filming and asking questions. I was decent. I was rendering aid. I was upholding the law of the land and encouraging the extension of proper notification for consent. Your scumbag order following military sat right there as they called the cops and had the cops put me in a fucking box again. Okay? Tell us all about good, decent people. You wouldn't know good and decent.
Wait, so you didn't, yeah, you didn't stop those people from getting the vaccines, but you gave them notice, right? And you like warned them?
Right. I didn't interfere with their right. I recorded the event because I believed that there was potentially fraud and criminality going on. And a community center had hired your military to do privatized work in helping to administer poison vaccines
Hey,
that are
good
later
for you
admitted to be
for
poisoned.
good for you for trying to.
So where were your good, decent people in uniform that day? That the videos on my channel when they sat right there and watched the cops take me away.
Hey, I give you credit for one. Well, I wasn't finished. I give you credit for warning them and trying to educate them. You want a participation trophy or what?
I didn't ask for anything from you. You can't
seems
give
like you
me
want
anything
it.
or take anything from me. I'm just pointing
Well, I
out
could
the
take
facts.
stuff from you. You just said people have the free will.
We went over this, sir.
Like if somebody fucked your wife, I mean, I believe that you guys are one flesh if you guys are married, but you're gonna let her get fucked anyways.
Whatever you want it to be, sir. You're starting.
That's what
to
you
bore
want it to
me.
be.
We've gone down every trail. All right, I'm not going to have you play copyrighted music on here. If you want to finish up this conversation, we can. It's going nowhere. You make no sense. You have little to no discernment. You think that you're getting me in gotchas when all you're doing is revealing how little you know and how much you think you know while knowing little to nothing at all, not being able to explain yourself.
Yeah, sorry, it's
Final
not copyright.
questions, comments, concerns, and again, more bad faith, dishonorable projection. I never said that I was promoting or supporting or even allowing my wife or you're switching the narrative to fuck a whole bunch of guys. I can't stop her. Doesn't mean that I would continue in a relationship with her if I knew that. I don't know. I'd have to be there and make that decision. So I don't know what you're trying to prove other than that you're a bigger, better, and badder man than I am. That's all that this ego pride game is. And ironically, comedically, you're doing the exact opposite, in fact, for all the onlookers. You're proving that you're a foolish, immature dunce. And a coward as well, because you support authoritarianism and dictatorship while claiming to be a Christian conservative, non-conservative.
To be a conservative. I didn't claim to be a conservative.
You
keep
said
saying
again
that.
for the fifth time. I keep saying it because that's what you put forth, that you want to vote for Thomas Massie to be in office. He's a Republican. I don't care if you think it's something other than what it is. That's what's on record. That's what we're going with. I don't care that you're cucked out and fetishizing him to be a better daddy than the one you have now. I'm telling you what the record shows. The record shows he's a Republican. That is a neoconservative. And you can say, well, he's different from all the rest. We've heard that before.
Yeah, you bring a good point. We heard that before, like Trump. Of course, we've heard that.
It's always the same.
Trump.
George Bush. It's always the same fucking pimp hoe line that you swallow whole.
No, I don't swallow that whole.
Thomas Massie is a man like anyone else. Thomas Massie is in a corporate capacity. Thomas Massie, most likely, can't prove it, had his family threatened and his life threatened, would fold like a cheap card table. You know it, and I know it.
Okay, should explain this.
So pretending that Thomas Massie is going to get in office and somehow change the world, a world full of equally order-following cowards who won't stand for what's true and what's right, is not only delusional, it's bizarre and pathetic.
Okay, he went against his whole party, his whole members, his Republican buddies, against the Epstein files, until Trump said, "It's okay, do it. I have nothing to hide." He was the first original OG fucking Republican who said, I want the Epstein files to be released.
Great. I'm not putting my eggs in a basket of Republicans. I don't care who they are and what they've done. I don't want anyone representing me or standing for me.
Those are points for me.
Great. Your daddy is Thomas Massie. He's going to do what you and others can't.
He's not my daddy. He's not my daddy. You want him
to lead you and tell you how to live or what to do or stand up for you.
Doesn't mean no, that's not true. That's not what the commander-in-chief is, you dipshit.
Why do I even give a fuck about the Epstein? Why do I even give a fuck about the Epstein list? The only reason it matters is because you have a bunch of daddies on the left and right who run a corporation and dictate to you and others what you can and can't do, and you buy into it and suck the boot and support the troops and all the rest of it. And now you're upset that your billionaire corporate owners and managers are fucking children and running drugs. Big surprise. It's been happening since the dawn of time. Stop engaging with it. Stop supporting it. Stop paying for it. Stop sucking the boot. Stop buying in. And you won't have to worry about what the rest of them do. But the rest of you won't. You continue to do what you've always done way back to the time of Jesus. You yell, give us Barabbas. Give us the next one and the next one and the next one. We're going to keep putting more in until somehow the system gets better. It's never going to happen because sub-psychologically, people who seek power positions are always corrupt. What do you think? They want to get there to just keep you safe and do the right thing? Yeah, you think that because you don't know anything about criminology. Typically, 9 out of 10 people who seek power positions where they have more say than everyone else and control, don't do it because they want to better everything. They do it because they're narcissistic, psychopathic people who want to aggrandize themselves and enrich themselves. Get a fucking clue. Sometime this century. Good, decent people, as you put it, are fine living within their means, working for a living every day, doing their art, communing and co-creating, not worrying about running the rest of the world and telling everyone else what to do, and they largely go unseen and unheard by the masses. Because that's what good, decent people do. They keep the faith. They do what's right. They stay humble to an extent and express humility. They do the right thing. They provide for themselves and their family. And they don't try to seek positions of power and control and authority to run the fucking world and tell everyone else how to live. You wouldn't know what decent was if it crawled up your ass and died.
I like that you said 9 out of 10. So there's a 1 out of
right, and you would bank on that. You don't even know the difference between 10 and 1%. You're going to bank on the 10%. I'm going to bank on the 90% because that's common fucking sense. If I had to bet, I'm going to bet on the 9 out of 10 rather than the 1 out of 10. You're going to bet on the 1 out of 10 because you're a hopeful dupe. You know nothing about truth and true faith. All you know about is hope. Hope is as hollow as fear, and your fears are what compel you to hope for 1 out of 10 long shots to come through, while everything rolls on and is what it's always been. That is evidence of your foolishness.
Well, if you're a logical person who looks at all the evidence of Thomas Massey, and I'm not gambling blindly. I'm not blindly gambling like you say. Oh, you're a retard for going against the 90%. I look at the evidence of Thomas Massey.
The evidence shows, like I just said, I'm not going to keep repeating myself, that given enough pushback and enough threats and enough consequences, the majority of these people will fold because they didn't get into the positions they're in trying to do the right thing. Okay. And again, I don't see how 1 out of 10 disagreeing with the rest is going to change the outcome or the landscape. I also don't understand how it's beneficial for me. I don't need them. I don't want them in my life. You won't let them out of my life, according to you. I can't opt out. See? A logical, rational person who is a Christian, as you claim, and under God would just say, I'm done. I'm opting out. I want nothing to do with these people or their organization because we have a 200-year track record of them murdering, enslaving, genociding, and doing rape and everything else in between. And instead of you just opting out, going with God, providing for yourself and your family, being exempt from their corporatism, you keep wanting to play into it and vote for who's going to run it. Because you're in a cult and it's fetishized. Most of you are in a fetishized cult where you need policy to police you, policy enforcement to tell you who and what you're going to be, centralized militaries, and even banking systems because you don't know how to engage in free trade, how to cultivate a skill or an ability or a product and trade that for other valuable items. So you need a hand-to-mouth dictatorship that's going to feed you, clothe you, tell you who and what to be, right? Tell you who you can be with and how to live, and tell you who else's shit we're going to take, and try to keep you safe while it all happens. It's called a cosmic child. See, I'm back to my original statement. You've never grown up. You've never matured. You've never come into your own. You've never taken full accountability and personal responsibility. You've never learned the law. You don't know what your rights are, and you don't give a fuck about manhood on this land and the future of this country. But you pretend you do by genuflecting to the fetishized cult. It's fucking embarrassing. Okay? Embarrassing. And it's literally, it makes sense why you're here, because you are the anti-Christo, feigning to be Christian, antithetical aspect to the aspect I put forth here. I say we need to be more honorable, good faith beings who uphold rights and freedom, live in faith under God, do the next right thing, form communities, live on the land, be self-sufficient and self-sustainable. You don't want any of that. You want this whole edifice of control and dictation and supposed service, right? Where you all want to be a bunch of irresponsible, unaccountable hoes and then hope that this group protects you and keeps you safe while they pimp on you and extract revenue from you while you walk the track and fuck for their benefit. That's all this is glorified pimping and hoe, and that's why this is Pimp on Slave. And you guys love it. You fetishize it. You won't get away from it. No matter how much I tell you you're a hoe and you're pimped on, you tell me daddy knows best, and you got a new daddy soon who's going to pimp on you and make it all better. This is mind and heart control. This is spiritual brokenness. This is cosmic abandonment and cosmic childhood. There's no other way to see it. And the reason that this all keeps happening is because you never had a daddy in your life, a real man who lived on the land under God, who knew his rights, who was prosperous, who understood how to teach you how to be knowledgeable and convert that knowledge to action and therefore be a wise man. Okay? This is just one generation after the next of inauthentic corporate males who suck off the teat and fund government as a corporation to keep them safe and protect them while they don't engage in communal activities and their society goes down the drain. What was once great and prosperous is now embarrassing and pathetic. And you're going to sit here and tell me you support forced taxation as well while you claim to be beyond a conservative for America, redistribution of wealth, right?
I have a question. So you believe 70% of, because according to the data, only 70% of all American citizens show up to the election. They're all slaves?
Absolutely. They're all hoes and they're being pimped on.
Okay, at least you're honest on that.
I don't hide my beliefs or perspectives here. Far from it. I've been saying this for 5 years.
That. Yeah, you're not politically correct. You're not one of those people. What I was going to say.
What else would you call it, sir? They're voting for members of a corporation who are laying a claim over their body and everything that extends off it, including their property, and asking for tribute to use their stuff. What would you call it if not a pimp taking his cut from a bunch of hoes in order to supposedly keep them safe? It's literally what hoes say. I got to give X amount of my money to daddy while I fuck on the track for him. I got to pay him X amount of percentage because he's going to keep me safe.
You're not wrong.
It's literally line for line the same philosophy.
I'll give you credit on that. That's actually a good comparison.
Thank you, sir. We're getting there.
I'll give you credit on that. I was thinking about that. They're kind of they do sound similar.
Well, it's actually the same. It's not even similar. It's exactly the same.
So America is the pimp?
It's not America. It's United States Corporation. They're a bunch of pimps in business suits who've convinced 70% of the population to act like hoes, to go to work every day and fuck for money, to bring them back 30 or 40%. And in exchange for that hoe money, they're going to provide you protection. And if you don't give us the hoe money, we're going to smack you across the face.
Is the Constitution kind of like a pimp?
No, the Constitution is a contract where the servants supposedly swore to it. The contract is a codification of natural rights to an extent. The contract has also been heavily redacted or amended over time to pervert and corrupt the original intent of said contract or compact or constitution. So when you get into the later 10th through 14th amendments and on and on and on. It's more and more amending by the corporate males in the suits to change the spirit and the intent of that law, right? Because consent through a contract makes law, to pervert it and corrupt it into something it was never meant to be. And it's worked perfectly. That's where we get the understanding of a privileged class versus a protected class, a state citizen versus a congressional citizen, an American versus a United States resident.
So, and I forgot what year mistake. I think it was I forgot, like 1960 something. I believe. You would want people to not show up in, I forgot which election, but it was in the 60s. I think late 60s. You would want people to not vote for Lyndon B. Johnson. And I don't like Lyndon B. Johnson, but he did something pretty good. You wouldn't want them to show up for
Lyndon
him
B.
running for a
Johnson
second.
did something pretty good. He lied. Machine lies is here now.
Well, didn't he end segregation?
Sir, the presumption. What?
I'm just saying.
How do we
like
know
him.
that segregation is inherently a bad thing?
Yeah, you're right. I want to be separated, honestly. I don't want to be next to other people. But
That's subjective. Again, it's another subjective claim. I'm not going to stop anyone from engaging in a right to be separate from other people who have different cultures than them that they don't want to co-create with. They have a right to do that. Quite frankly, black people might have wanted that more as well. There's history, at least from what I've been told. I'm not claiming one side or the other is true or not true. There's evidence to the fact that during segregation, black people were more prosperous and successful in certain endeavors than they've ever been.
No, 100%. You're right. They used to be more successful. Yeah. No, I'm just saying. I'm just being in. I'm just telling you.
And again, that's within reason, because we seem to do loops, and the more that we live. Right. In today's modern day culture, the more that opportunities emerge for black folks to make way more money than they ever would have. And by money, we're talking fiat notes, right? We won't be overly technical. And
the moon landing was fake.
Again, you point to an end of segregation, which only matters if black folks are deprived of rights or services through service providers based on discrimination, which I would argue is not proper. That's another constitutional argument. Some folks will say their privately owned public accommodation should have a right to refuse service to anybody, no matter what. And there are other folks who will say that if you open a public service accommodation, you have to provide service without discrimination.
So wait, we agree. You have a right to be racist, right?
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, who else is going to enforce?
And it's not. We don't know if it's right or wrong, right? You could see. I could see as right. You could see as wrong.
Well, I would claim that it's objectively wrong or improper behavior to classify a whole group of beings based on their color. When you say racism, you mean colorism, because there's a human race, and then there's different colors.
Color. No, not color.
There's different colors and ethnicities of human beings, but
that's not why people are racist. That's not why people are racist, though. That's stupid. Even the Ku Klux Klan admitted that. It's not because of their skin. That would be stupid. There's interviews of the Ku Klux Klan. They said that's not their ideology. That's not their beliefs. It's not on skin color. It's about how they are.
The Ku Klux Klan has never been and never will be, like any group of people, some monolithic beingness. There are many people who have a range of perspectives and way of conducting themselves in any group. So I'm sure you could find a Ku Klux Klan member who loves black people or doesn't mind them or tolerates them, just doesn't want to live next to them. There's other ones who want to burn them and hang them.
Which most people would say that's racist, but I don't see that as racist. Not hanging out with them. It's like a preference.
Right. You're well within your rights to associate freely with who you wish to associate and not. And if you want to be ignorant and arrogant and cut yourself off from the opportunity to experience another group of people because they're all, according to you, one thing, you have that right. I wouldn't suggest it. I don't think it's proper, but you're well within your rights.
Okay, at least you're honest on that. I'll give you credit on that.
Anything that doesn't cause loss, injury, or harm, or create debts that are not going to be paid, which goes back to a loss, is a right.
I'm still shocked though. You let people fuck your daughter. I'm still shocked on that one. That one's disturbing to me, man.
Again, I didn't say that I would promote that or prefer that. I said that I don't see the alternative to stop it. You have this short-sighted, egotistical, prideful belief that putting hands on a woman, just like a dog, that beating a dog somehow makes the dog sit when you tell it to sit. Sometimes it doesn't, and the dog bites
So
your
tolerate
ass.
it? You want to tolerate it completely.
Again, whether I tolerate it or not has nothing to do with the fact that I don't believe I have a legitimate mechanism to stop it. I can bitch, whine, complain, tell her what I think, ask her to do something different, and at the end of the day, she's going to make her choice for herself. And any interference with that choice, with that choice would be a deprivation of her rights. And I'm not willing to deprive another being of their rights because I don't agree with what they're choosing.
Do you include that with toddlers who want to eat a Tide Pod? They think it's candy.
That's loss, injury, or harm, sir. And you're now bringing in a being who is not of sound mind.
At least you're reasonable. Okay, we agree
yes,
that
there's a thing in philosophy called an age of reason.
Okay. I thought you didn't believe in age. I thought as long as you're a brain and a heart, you could do whatever.
It's not dependent on age. That's the legal corporatist view of things, that everyone who's 18 has the same acuity and acumen. They don't. So you can have a 40-year-old who's retarded and not in the age of reason. I meet many of them on this broadcast, 30, 40, 50, 60-year-olds who've yet to reach the age of reason. They may have to try on the next go around, the next incarnation. There are 12 and 14-year-olds who have reached the age of reason. It's not age dependent. We just call it the age of reason because they've reached a state of maturation where they can use reason, logic, morals, ethics, and make a choice for themselves with a sound mind.
So your brain needs to be completely developed, right?
Yeah, good luck finding someone in this culture.
But you know,
the
brain fully develops. I think it's different for men and women, but for men, the average age is 25.
Okay, so there you go. That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about.
Don't you have a right to tell them what to do? Like, not like full dictatorship, just...
I have a right to tell them what to do. I don't have a right to make them do it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I can tell you what to do right now. Doesn't mean you're going to do it, and I don't have a right to come over there.
You're not my papa, though. You're not my poppy.
Right. It doesn't matter. That's a title.
You're not my poppy.
I don't get to use a title to then force you to do what I want you to do. It doesn't work anyway. Let's say I was to concede with you and agree with you completely. I still wouldn't agree that mechanism is an answer to the supposed problem. I don't accept this idea that imposing my will on others makes them do my will. If anything, they just wind up getting better at doing what they want to do and lying about it and keeping it from me. The same is true for government. This idea that because you put people in a box, beat them, torture them, harass them, means they're going to do what you say. If that was the case, the U.S. corporation wouldn't have lost the war on drugs like every other war that they fight, that they lose. There's more drugs than ever. There's more people on drugs than ever. They started a war on drugs.
Are you on drugs?
Does this count as a drug? Whatever we're doing here, dopamine hits.
So you cut out.
No, sir. Unless you. All right, Machine Lies, you got anything? I'm going to let this guy go. Final words. Let me give this guy final words. Groiper Nation. By the way, what's that in reference to? As if I didn't know.
By the
Okay, so he just left. I didn't kick him. He left. So I guess he didn't want to answer the fact that Nick Fuentes is his daddy. He's got many daddies. A lot of these folks on here. Part of the New World Order is men with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 daddies, right? They got lots of daddies. And that's good. You know, we got to have somebody to watch over these folks, tell them what to do and be, and even possibly enforce it in order to have society and culture go the right way. Oh, he's back now. All right, Machine Lies, bear with me, man. Go ahead, Groiper Nation. What's Groiper Nation in reference
Groiper Nation, niggas.
What's it in reference to?
Oh no, I'm just a big fan of Groiper Nation.
Who is that? What is that?
My Mexican Nick Fuentes boy.
Oh, of course. Right.
Of course.
Never met a propped
You're a
up.
Zionist, by the way. You shouldn't be talking. You're a fucking Zionist.
No, I'm actually not. This image is a bit. Someone made it for me. It's to troll. It's to troll Republitards like you who think that they know what's going on while they're vaxxed out, laxed out, taxed out. So yeah, I mean, big surprise. You guys never met a propped up false hero idol that they give you that you didn't want to lick the boots of and promote. That's why we are where we are. Instead of you getting in line with who and what I am and what I'm doing, which is to you and everyone else's benefit, you will go around promoting and supporting a dunce who literally is put there to drive a wedge between people, just like Charlie Kirk and so many others, another paid actor shill, deceiver of the system. And you still can't figure out, not only can you not figure out not to get vaxes, and support socialistic tendencies like forced taxation, right? Even though we revealed here that taxation is voluntary according to the code, and it's all about contract. In your world, it's forced taxation, and you agree with it, right? So not only can you not figure all this out, you can't figure out that a guy doesn't just come out of left field and overnight get millions of views and be promoted on every mainstream outlet and be paid millions of dollars to push the crap they're pushing, right? You just can't figure that out, right? While I and others are being shadow banned, channel stricken, being interfered with, having PayPal shut down and all the rest of it, you can't figure out that while that's happening, the Nick Fuenteses, the Charlie Kirks, the Tucker Carlsons, the Erica Kirks, and all the rest of them are propped up front men and women who are there to toe mainstream lines and or divide and conquer. They're more assets and operatives, but you'll pay for it. You'll support it. You'll sing the praises of it, and your life will get worse. And it'll never occur to you what's actually going on. It's fascinating to me.
You know, Nick Fuentes got banned off of every U.S. Banking system, right? And he was censored for like 10 years, right? So you're not the special one. You think you're special, but
it's not about. It's not about me being special. It's about even if what
you don't know anything about this guy, man.
It's about even if you may be right, but here's how quickly we're going to get to the bottom of it. I don't mind making a fool of myself and being wrong. Tell me one thing Nick Fuentes has done or been a part of that is changing America to make it great again, as you and your buddies all like to say. What is he doing or what is he a part of that's going to make any actual discernible change on the ground? I have an answer for me. I have a record for me. That's clear, right? And we work with other people who have the same record when it comes to upholding the law, exercising rights, winning at court, and now going forward to sue these people. That's the point we're at now. So that arguably has and is making a change on the ground, so much so states are rolling back their arrest policies. Right. And I'm not saying I'm doing it single-handedly, far from it. I'm saying we're all part of a cosmic movement on the ground, grassroots, so to speak, doing certain things to make changes. What is Nick Fuentes doing other than running his big, effeminate mouth from his pulpit and cashing in on a whole bunch of retards who want to make him their next idol and hero to worship?
Yeah, and Nick Fuentes has told the Groypers to get rid of that slogan, "Make America Great Again." We don't use that. We're not Trump supporters.
Right.
Not,
your cult leader has told the cultist what to do and not do, and you will follow suit.
No, it's not,
so it's only a
not
matter of time. If he isn't corrupted and co-opted, he will be, and he will continue to give you all orders and put you deeper into slavery and genocide. And you'll
I'd love
tell
to
me all
respond
about
to your question.
how he was banned from all the banking systems, as if you know that. Why did you know that? Because he told you that?
Because the banking system doesn't like anti-Semites. You have no evidence that you are anti-Semitic. You haven't done
So
anything.
you're such a dumbass that you would openly support someone who's a mouthpiece for a Cold War, World War perpetuating operative agent. This is why now, like I said, I was right again before. You don't watch TikTok, but you have TikTok brain. Because if you go on TikTok nowadays and you scroll all the feeds on YouTube, on Facebook, the popular thing now is to say, the Jews did it all. The Jews are the reason for everything. We got to stop these Jews. You don't even understand you're being set up for another Greater Depression and World War event where you and others get labeled as anti-Semites and are a part of a larger Holocaust event. You still don't get where you're at and what's going on and how these people are gaming you 10 fucking ways to Sunday because you're so stupid, manipulatable, and suggestible. It's just that easy to get you to do their bidding. That's why he's been propped up. I don't care about his past. I don't care that he was supposedly banned on banking systems. The key fact that matters is he's deemed to be an anti-Semite, another fraudulent term, by the way, because there are 13 types of Semitic peoples. But we know what that means. It means anti-Jewish. And you and a bunch of other conservatards are now going to back and support someone who's anti-Jewish while they create the makings of a new Holocaust event where people will be taken off under the guise of being part of a group that has kept us all down. And they won't just be Jews. They're going to be everybody if you let them have it done. And this is where you now tell me Hitler was a good guy. He was trying to stop all the bad people and he just got stopped himself, right? Give me that narrative.
Yeah, by the way,
no, I don't think Hitler's a good guy. I think he was a misunderstood person, and all the world leaders in World War II were all bad. If we're going to one is bad, then they're all bad.
Right. Hitler now was a misunderstood character who either he was cool or a good guy. This is the new hip thing to say. But the history shows that the Bushes supported him, Henry Ford supported him, Winston Churchill supported him. They all gave him a backing and funding because he was going to do eugenicism. And then it got to a point where they couldn't back it anymore without looking a certain way. So they burned their asset when they realized that their endeavor was not going to be completed and ultimately fruitful. And they did so in order to undercover move the base of operations to what is now known as the United States Corporation, where Homeland Security has proliferated and eugenicism has taken full swing. Ask you and all your buddies who the 80% took 15 fucking shots in their body about the homeland and its security and eugenicism and eugenics, because it's recombinant DNA. Okay? So Hitler never lost that war. He was an asset to propagate a certain ideology and carry it out. They burned him on the world stage, sent him down south, took his program and extended it out to the four corners of the world. I don't know why they call it the four corners. It's a globe Earth, according to you. The point is, they extended it out everywhere, and now his philosophy, which was never his, he was just used to propagate it. Another dupe, another false leader with a team of advisors around him, thousands of other people involved, were all shuttled down south through the rat lines, and their philosophy went global and mainstream. Get a fucking clue.
Exactly.
Yo, what's your evidence for Winston Churchill and Hitler were all part of this, conspiracy of eugenics? Like, where the fuck did you get that?
The video of Winston Churchill coming back with signed paperwork and treaties saying Hitler's a great guy.
Tell me the video.
I've played it on here before, sir. I can pull it up.
Yeah, but I just got here. Well, I got here like 2 hours ago and I didn't see it.
Well, guess what? Everything doesn't revolve around you and what you want.
Well, I'm asking for evidence. You can't give evidence or what?
I've already spent 2 hours trying to get you out of your delusion and denial. And see, this is how greedy and selfish you are. I spent 2 hours instead of going to Slave News and doing my normal broadcast, trying to raise you like your daddy never did. And instead of you thanking me and being grateful, you continue to insult me and curse me and play power games and then beg for more, right? Because I owe you something. I have to do more for you. I have to teach you, even though you're not really willing to learn here. Not yet. Maybe you're getting there, right? The more that I counter your non-points with historical facts and or evidence and or the logic you claim that I don't have. It's the same process with many of you. I have to spend 2 to 4 to 6 to 60 hours responding to all your stupid shit till you finally realize that I have more discernment and knowledge than you, and you start to maybe listen to what I'm saying and go and research it and consider that I might know more than you fucking don't know. Or at least I might have some historical evidence to prove certain points and what's going on around us.
I just want source. I'm trying to learn, man.
You're trying to learn. Go do the research on your own. The same
I'm
way
asking
I
you.
did it.
You made the claim.
Nobody gave it all to me. I had to think. I had to learn how to think instead of repeating what to think. That's been uploaded in my brain that never took, right? Because I'm not that manipulatable and suggestible. Because I'm about 30 points higher in IQ, at least, than the average slave running around here. That's on record. So because I have that IQ and I live in a world, and trust me, it's testing and challenging to be able to see and feel and understand in a world of people who don't. So because I had some intuition and some instincts and some intelligent quotient, I was able to question myself and people around me about what it is that we believe or don't believe, and then seek the truth to be set free, as the scripture elucidates. So you might want to tap into your intelligence quotient, your intuition and instinct, question your beliefs, and seek some truth and historical context for all the things you believe or don't believe so you can verify them on some level. Then you won't need me or Nick Fuentes or Thomas Massey or whoever the fuck else to do your work for you and to change yourself and your life.
Common sense, right?
Common sense is uncommon. You never heard that one? You never heard that one? Common sense is uncommon? Today was a perfect example of that dynamic. Thank you for playing. Thank you for being part of another expose. Okay. Final words. I'm going to let you go. I'm not interested in your shitty music that can't even be understood or heard through the... This is the constituency of Nick Fuentes viewers, right? This is who and what we're dealing with. This is the average United States citizen slave. This is the average never grew up adolescent whose emotional maturity is that of a middle schooler, right? This is where we're at. This is 85% of the world stage at this point who's dumbed down beneath 100 IQ points, who has multiple vaccines, who puts the Wi-Fi router right next to their head so they can get better data uplink, and tells me all about voting for a corporate master to keep us all safe and supporting our troops and all the rest of it. Every fucking level down the line, it's a delusional, duped out dunce. And the worst part of it is they have no problem calling me exactly what they are in their arrogance and ignorance. That's what always puts the icing on the cake. So, Mr. Groiper Nation, extreme delusional in denial follower, sheeptard, I'm going to conclude this meeting with you and I and give Machine Lies a few minutes, and then I think we're going to get out of here. Right? I've devoted enough time, energy, attention to you. Final words, sir.
Sort of, yeah. I was going
to. Should I? Okay. You know what? I'm just going to keep him back there because I keep asking him for final words, and he's going to drag this out and draw it out so he can get attention and get airwave time, and it's a whole thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually, in the Jewish state, Der Judenstaat, right? I think it's written in 1895 by Theodor Herzl. He says that the Jays should actually promote anti-Semitism. So his conclusion is that, that Nick Fuentes got banned because he's an anti-Semite, but Jays have promoted anti-Semitism in many ways, right? To promote group solidarity, as you said. So this is actually a fact.
Of course, because it's the problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian idea, right? If we support people to go against us, then we can play the victim and we can also bolster our cause, and then we can draw in more numbers of folks who identify with us by pointing out how we have an enemy. See?
Right.
So they create these it's not a Jew thing. It's these types of people, Machiavellian, predatory people of all persuasions, understand the dynamics of warfare and simulation of warfare, and they know how to fund an element of their opposition and build it up in order to build themselves up, and then use the system at some point or some kind of mechanism to then take the opposition away and have them left standing, right? So it's, again, another problem, reaction, solution, dupe setup to get to it's an ends justifies the means, approach. And these folks still can't figure out how it all works, right? Even though it's done over and over and over again. It's the same way that United States Corporation funds Al-Qaeda, funds ISIS, funds Hamas, at least elements of them, right? Builds up the supposed enemy to then point to them and say, look at them and how bad they are and what they're doing. They want to do this to us, so they can then shift the power over to what they always wanted to do that they couldn't do because they didn't have an enemy. Then once they carry out their goal and agenda, they take everybody off that they funded, put them in a box, and that ends the movement, or they kill them. Same garbage over and over again. Literally every single corporate takeover, every idol and hero, every one of these fucking scenarios is the same dynamic over and over again. And the sheeptards still can't figure it out, because these are the same sheeptards where I'm from, New York, who used to walk up to the 3-card Monty guy or the shell game guy and go, I'm sure I'm going to win this time, because that guy right there, he just picked, he found where the ball was. They still can't figure out the guy who walks up and picks where the ball is 3 times in a row and walks off with cash is working with the 3-card Monty guy, the shell game guy. They're working together. So the sheeptard goes, I just experienced the guy win 3 times in a row. That means I can win. And no matter how many times they pick, they never find the ball or get the right card, because it's sleight of hand. And it's a play, it's an act, it's a performance. There's multiple aspects to it and moving parts.
Yeah, it's like how they set up a fake disagreement between Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer, but they're good friends, and they set up one with him and Candace Owens, and she's been fostered and controlled by the same Jays that he's opposing, right? So it's clear that he's just a controlled opposition, right? Just set up, but yeah.
Good luck trying to get it across to these folks. They're always on the lookout for their next hero, their next idol, the next guy who's going to speak for them and really give them an opportunity to change their lives. That would be me or someone like me, but they can't see it for what it is, right? At least most of them. Some can. And again, I'm not even claiming I can be that. I'm just saying if you had to find someone who was doing that, like based on what they really believe, I'm not saying I can do it. I'm just saying that I really believe that that's potentially possible here with good reason, right? Mostly because of the legal lawful idea and the things that I put forth and the results that I've had that I try to give away to others so they can generate the same results. If you don't have somebody in a supposed presenting position, right, who can actually show you something or give you something that can change your life on the ground and make your life better, it's just it's a delusion. It's a deception. It's another duping campaign. And that's what all of this is. The Candace Owens, the Charlie Kirk, the Donald Trumps, just pick someone. It's always the same thing over and over again. They're never actually doing what they say they're going to do. And they're never actually showing you or giving you something that's going to change your life and the way you live on the ground. And again, that doesn't require me or anyone else. Really, if you want to get down to it, that requires each individual person watching and listening to do their due diligence, do their research, understand how life and the world works, and adjust themselves accordingly to get a different result. Doesn't require me and isn't going to stop when I'm long dead, right? Doesn't require Nick Fuentes and isn't going to start while he's alive, quite frankly, at least in those groups, because they're not promoting anything that matters. They're not putting forth any contentious information that's going to change anybody's life or position. They're not advocating for rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. The biggest thing you have is the same thing you came in with, and this is why you're a dupe. Nick Fuentes is my guy now because he says the Jews are running everything and need to be stopped. Great. That's what we need now more than ever. Incredible. Again, part of what drives me to come here and do this broadcast and continue to do it is my unending fascination with how retarded and how deceived people can be over and over again in perpetuity. Invariably. There's literally a guy who's got 2 Lucifere shots running through his veins, and he's still parroting the official narratives and promoting the official mainstream dunces because they told him they were canceled on all banking systems. Like he knows that.
Yeah, they're crypto leftists because they believe that if you could change the government or the people in the government, that life would substantially change. But most of the things are not, most of the things that are vitally important are not controlled by the government.
Right. The shocking truth is it's controlled by us. Right? We are the ones who actually have the power. And by giving the power away, you don't get more power. See, it's a very simple, logical conclusion, right? We control ourselves and our lives and co-create with each other. By giving that ability away doesn't make us more powerful in that ability. I know that's hard to understand, right? So, and again, just keep voting, just keep supporting your Masonic Jesuit heroes and idols who are there to deceive you and dupe you or play a role as an opposition. They don't even have to know it. A lot of these people are duped and deceived themselves. They don't know what position they're playing. They just know they got propped up and got pushed everywhere, and they're going to say their crap, and you're going to follow it, and then someone somewhere is going to use all that to create something else. See? So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everything is organized and that everybody knows and everybody's in on it. I'm saying that these conspiracies that are afoot oftentimes use folks who are willing dupes, who are under deception themselves, who don't know the whole of the story, but they have no problem running their mouth to be used for another means to another end, right? All right, give us some...
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of proof that the last 3 elections were just totally rigged, right? So I don't know.
I got Donald Trump saying he admitted he rigged the election. If not, we'd have Joe Biden. I played it last broadcast. He literally said that. He said it's a good thing that we rigged the last election because if not, you would have been stuck with Joe Biden and those people. What he said. Now, he may not have meant that, but I don't go on what he meant. I'm going on what he said, and it makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Donald Trump also admitted he also recently admitted that he's doing away with free speech for certain reasons. He admitted that. He also admitted when he had Bill Gates at the White House after everything that just went on, they still don't get it, that while Bill Gates was at the White House, he thanked the proliferators of 6G and admitted that the 6G is a imaging thermal system, that it is a military weapon. I have that clip. He said, this 6G is great. We can see everything now. We can see in your home. I'm like, well, hello? Anyone hearing this? And then he's going to tell me Thomas Massey. Fucking incredible.
Yeah, he said it's the last election. He said that multiple times. Him and Elon Musk kept saying, like, this is actually the last election, we're ever going to have. So. And just the fact that they led, they had this dude support Trump until he was in power. And now he supports, whatever he supports, and that they could support somebody on the left like Gavin Newsom versus other people. It's just very telling that, there's no ideological cohesion behind Nick Fuentes. Right? It's just a bunch of memes.
Right. Again, this should be obvious. It's like the Constitution says, we hold these truths to be self-evident. If they only knew the population that they were dealing with going forward, right? Nothing is self-evident with the majority of these people. So, one man's self-evident obvious is the next man couldn't figure it out if you gave him 2, 3, 4, 5 lifetimes, it seems. So I don't know how to bridge that gap. And again, I don't think that I need to know how to bridge that gap. What I've come to the conclusion of is Lucifer, the Shaitan, the deceiver, is going to do it all for everybody. You can't make the connections now. You don't understand now. Just wait and see what this spirit shows you and works through all of your idols and heroes that you worship and brings about for you to live in. Then you'll get the point. You won't need me to argue with you for 2, 4, 6, however many hours. You'll finally get it when it's up close and personal in the room with you. Quite frankly, I'm shocked at the fact that it's already in the room and up close and personal, and they're still not getting it. I mean, how much more in the room, up close and personal, do you get with 2 Lucifere shots? So again, at a certain point, you're either going to get it through that archetypal spiritual incarnation and what its motive and agenda is, or you're never going to get it. right? And this might be all of human history, right? All of human history, when I look back, seems to be exactly this dynamic. You're lucky if you have 10 to 20% on the high side who understand how things work here, what's going on, and then create almost a different society or community for themselves and each other, and have a limited interaction with the rest of the slave world, right? And then you have at least 80% who are just never going to get it. And I believe it might be a spiritual dynamic, but I believe it's a sub-psychological dynamic. They don't want to get it because the subconscious mind is more powerful than the conscious mind, and it's already made a decision 6 moves ahead to not understand this. Because if we don't understand it, we don't have to confront it. If we don't have to confront it, we don't have to accept it. If we don't have to accept it, we don't have to change who and what we are and what we do and make it stop. See, this is just, it's a broken child sub-psychology that is systemic, one generation after the next. They would rather choose their own suffering and die and never have gotten to a point of understanding truth and what's right and doing something different than to actually have to confront it and either admit that they're a coward or practice some courage.
Yeah, it's almost like an interplay between like this idea of like maybe like rampant individualism and then the sense in which you could like follow a community that could go away from the general course of things, you know, and not too many people get to that because they think like maybe the individualism just causes them to follow the system even more instead of taking that individualism and then like building a small community away from, you know, what's happening.
So this creature is scrolling in the chat the same thing over and over again, like most retarded people do. I'm not a flurfer. More projections, more lies, dishonor, and bad faith. You guys are all the same, right? Severely maladjusted. There's an old saying, being well adjusted to a profoundly sick society is no measure of success. You might want to go learn that and what that means. Classic Dunning-Kruger narcissist. The narcissism would be in you labeling me to discount the information I put forward because you want to take control and power over who and what I am and what I'm putting forth. So extreme levels of projection and irony, that's you. Thank you for playing. Okay. And I'm not a flat earther. I don't know what it's to see this. And this is more proof of your dualistic double-mindedness, right? That because I don't say that I know what the earth is, I must believe it's something else. When I clearly said, I don't know if it's round or flat, I don't know. I'm willing to admit that with a lot of this stuff, I don't know. I'm willing to do the one thing that most are not willing to do, see? So I'm not a rounder, I'm not a flatter, because both of them have the same thing in common. They're willing to say what they believe or know it definitely is without being able to prove it. All they have at best is evidence. Evidence is not proof, especially beyond a reasonable doubt. So the proper thing we should all say is that there's probably no way to confirm what this place is unless you were able to go so far out that you could look back at it. And even then, there's still a possibility that on a metaphysical level, things are not what they appear to be. This planet might be some hollow, light-based, simulated, projected beingness, like it's speculated we are atomically. It may appear to be solid, it may appear to be round or flat, but on another level, from another perspective, that's only half the story, right? So imagine a world where we finally admitted, hey, I don't care if it's round or if it's flat, it doesn't matter. I know who and what I need to be while I'm here to produce a certain result. Let's focus on that, right? Imagine a whole group of people who focused on that rather than everything else that they claim to know that they can't confirm, including Jeebus, being the one and only God, and all the rest of it. It's all the same type of mind that plays the same type of games with its own mind and each other, right? Instead of just admitting, we don't know these things. We can presume these things based on outcomes over and over again in experiences. And based on those experiences, we can presume that we should do these certain things to generate these results and then just stick to that. That's the most important thing, it seems, that we need to understand here and do. And it's the least talked about or activated modality. That's not a coincidence, right? Because it's just easier and more entertaining and more mainstream talk about all this other crap that just doesn't fucking matter, and to ignore the shit that really does matter, because within the shit that really does matter is real work and real change and real consequence, positively or negatively, right? Machine Lads, I gotta go, man. I'm sorry. I'd like to give you more time. We're going on
No, it's
5
fine.
hours.
No,
I want to
no
do an
worries,
hour.
man.
I'm fucking 4 hours over. This always happens.
No, it's sorry. Yeah, it's actually kind of my fault because I didn't know you were live for the longest time. I mean, I was I was having somewhat of a discussion in my Discord. So so yeah, so I apologize for that. But yeah, in a closing statement, maybe people are not familiar with my channel or whatever, yeah, so we are basically anti globalist, anti-state, anti-liberal, right? And we do a lot of work looking at the basic ideologies, I guess the political ideologies and the different factors involved. And we're definitely not groypers. So blessings to the people. And I think recently we have had Paul on for a longish talk with a very deranged gentleman. But yeah, blessings.
A long talk with short intellect. Like that's like a long walk. The long walk off a short pier is essentially what it is.
Right. It was strange. Yeah. Yeah. So
All
we
right,
had good times recently. Yeah. Peace on me. Yeah.
Blessings, brother. All right, folks. I think that's going to conclude our presentation for today. Some decent numbers, decent engagement. I'm going to thank the Groyper creature for being a part of our social experiment, I guess you could say, and providing one half of the non-tent, right? The content, non-content, to expose a certain dynamic, right? Of perspectives and understanding or lack thereof. We could have done it without him, but it wouldn't have been as concise and continuous and clarified, right? It's good when we have real participants who show up and, spew out their ridiculous beliefs founded in nothing but emotion and repetition of what they've been told, and then counter those points with historical reference or experiential anecdotes. So yeah, even if I'm not going to say I don't like them, but even if they frustrate me and I think they're foolish, they help to make this place at times what it is. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. That's a good thing or a bad thing, if I should take credit for that or be ashamed of that. But special thanks to the contributors and supporters. Of course, you are a blessing to I. Links up top if you want to be a part of that. Of course, we have an email link as well, consciousness.is.rising at gmail.com. Just go back and look at the scroll up top. That's another way to contribute. If you want to send me articles, current events, pictures and video, different types of, media, I guess. We have folks who write songs here for the broadcast and, bunch of different ways to contribute and support. That's one of them. And case law, quote unquote. They call it case law, but it's decisions made by magistrates, right? That's far from law as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, we got an open line of communication. Feel free to send in whatever you think would be great on the broadcast. I'll screen it out, either present it or I'll leave it out. I don't think that it's going to work for me, but you should still try. You're still here, Paul. Hey, I left you with that. Yeah, I know, Keith. I saw it. You don't have to keep telling me over and over that you and others left at a certain point. You're free to come and go as you please. You don't have to announce your departure. It's not an airport, as they say. I got to do what I want to do. I got to go with what I see as a interesting or entertaining moment, right? Or line of questioning or commentary. And that's what I did, right? I also, on some level, have decided that I don't have to be, but I've decided to be here for these folks who are seemingly misinformed and deceived and duped and deluded. I would like to be a part of their awakening if I can be, if I'm meant to be, right? By showing or telling them certain things. And I have seen evidence of that with others, right? I've had other folks who come here who have conversations with me and have back and forth. And at a certain point, they start to see things in a different way. And they're thankful and grateful for that. So that's part of the work that I do here. if you could call it work. All right, folks. Like, share, subscribe, restream, all of that. Push the channel into the algorithm so we can break past at times the censorship and the shadow banning. I got to say, when I use the right keywords on this second channel, we've been pretty good ever since I gave the legal team notice of YouTube over and over again, told them I was going to sue them. We've been doing pretty decent here. I don't have too much, if any, complaints. What do we got on the way out? All undeterred. No. There we go. All unfallible. Right. Starring a fan favorite, Brian O'Shea, and an interaction that we had, among many, with policy enforcement. Ended well, this one did, as many of them have. They don't always end well, but many of them have ended well. They served Brian O'Shea. They didn't interfere with his rights. And you'll even watch the woman when he tells the woman, maybe you're working for the devil, whatever that is. She went and looked away, right? Very telling. That's why. There's many powerful moments in this clip. All right, I'm out of here. Bye.
I'm more than happy to take a peek at the title if you're willing to give it to me.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but that's my thing. I'm not trying to give up
My fault.
information.
I just thought you said you were willing to show.
Right. It's important to get every single person and piece of property registered and identified with a state of and a corporate entity. We just gotta do it. It's gotta happen.
Questions like why I do what I do, why I am the person I am, and how you can't see that by coming up to a man and trying to identify him. Like a piece of plastic doesn't identify me. That's not me. I am me.
Why do we all pretend like it's better to exchange little plastic pieces to pretend that means anything about who I am, that am is, or what I am, that am is, or what it's connected to? Better yet, right? So that is the greatest resource and source of order and co-creation. The little plastic pieces don't do it any justice.
This is like my personal journey.
Dude, it's crazy because if you would have just given me your name,
If you guys would adjust, right? This is your logic. This is the logic of a tyrant, right? This is the logic of a horrible parent. This is the logic of an authoritarian everywhere. If you would have just did everything that we told you and asked you, we wouldn't try to make your life harder and do loss, injury, and harm to you. That is the rallying cry of tyrants everywhere from the beginning of time. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life. All you teachers, all you parents, all you authoritarians, all you false prophets, you don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life at the expense of rolling up your sleeves and doing harm, like the Tao says. All you subjective moralists, all you solipsists, who you and your dogma is the only thing in creation that actually exists that you can confirm.
But say, if I would have just complied, if I would have just done what she wanted, maybe that'd be better for me. Nah, if you would just maybe listen to what I'm saying, maybe it'd be better for you. Maybe, just maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this to people. Maybe you're like security guard for someone you don't even know. You're a security force for an invisible entity. You're working for, you don't know, you might be working for the devil.
Stop telling other motherfuckers who may be born and may be meant to be here at this time to influence all of us to do better and be better and have better, to just stop and just shut up and just go away. You're ahead of the game. No, fuck that. It's called free expression. It's called getting really real with ourselves and each other. It's called gambling, cosmic gambling on the truth and on faith. You didn't just hear him? You didn't just hear him? He said he's waiting for the day, just like I am, when they actually can show me that they can hurt me.
Just so you know, you should be cooperative in that way. Does that make sense?
But see, we can disagree.
That you have.
To submit, comply, and obey. I don't have a responsibility to submit and comply and obey to you guys. I don't. I have an authority to God, and I have an authority to my spirit. Like, so you guys, it doesn't matter what you guys do. Like I said, you guys could take me to jail. I only get better and level up from this stuff. You guys have never hurt me yet. I'm waiting to see when you guys can hurt me. When you guys take me to jail, when you guys try to do something to hurt me, it never works. You guys never teach me a lesson. You guys are never going to come up to my car and say, and then later on be like, okay, I'm going to give you the ID this time because I went to jail that time. I'm telling you guys, man. And this ain't just about me and my dirty ass in this car. I'm speaking a truth that's beyond me in this fucking car and my goofy presentation.
All right. So, Mr. No Name, we're gonna go with it. I want you to know what we legally are allowed to do, and then I want to proceed with what we're going to. And today we're gonna serve you by just calling it good as is and leave it alone and hope we don't have any later run-ins. How's that sound?
You guys all three of you, like your energy, like I deal with officers in situations like this, and our people do too. Like I mess with your energy. Like, even though you guys, we might not be connected, like you guys could do things to me. Like, even the language, like we could like cause loss, injury, or harm to you, but we're just not going to. That's how it is to me and my people.
It's us enforcing the laws thereof. Yes.
Right, but we as human beings to one another, like we all come from families, we're all brothers and sisters. Right. That's the kind of how I looked at it. Like we don't even get along with our own families a lot. So we're at the dinner table and we're having a discussion about something. That's how I look at it. And you guys are saying we can legally do this, we can legally do that, but we got to get back to the spirit of our gut instincts. It doesn't matter what's on all these papers.
Skibbity bop watch your step now. Jump back, catch the law. Just the other day I was watching the chat. Half the slaves was talking about they homeboy Jack. Did you see what he said? OMG, what'd he say? OMG, I'll have to tell you I was watching all day. Those cupcake motherfuck turds don't know how to be free. If they only knew the law, they could see what I see. I know the law really well, cause I read UCC. If I was a life coach, listen to me. That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop. The night dude was talking real bold, dropping terms like sovereign and common law gold. Nah bro, see, I got the docs right here, I just ain't filed yet, it's the wrong time of year. Trust me, I've studied it, I know what to do, but the county clerk's shady and the judge is a Jew. I'm just waiting till it's safe and I know I'll get paid, maybe when Saturn is back in retrograde. Besides, I gotta stay low for a while. They're watching IPs and I got a profile. Anyway, I'm working on phase 1 of the plan. He went quiet when asked you ever stood as a man. That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop. Like he owned the place, typing all caps with the crooked face. Oh great, more soft sit clown shit here. Where's the tinfoil clowns and the flat earth quiz? Let me guess, you don't pay taxes. You should be arrested, a criminal felon who didn't get his vaxes. I'm telling you, I know the law better than you. I read the USC, my lawyer knows what to do. What I want to know is, why are you free? That, and please tell me what you're offering me. He's a fed, he's a fraud, he's broke, he's a broke. He probably lives in a pod, he's Illuminati. No, he's just fake. I could do it better if I caught a break. They're all in on it, it's a psyop feed. Anyone got a link to the doc I need? That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop bop. yabba dabba dow, ticka tacka tacka pop, bibbidi dow, 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 whoa, bada, whoa, bada, whoa, yeah. That was me, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader I could never define. That was me, stuck in my echo, caught in the feed, following the current I thought was me. Skippity bop bop.
You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here, because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it?